The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching Dolly Vision.
Footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, King of Peace. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light. Top it up, Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene blast feel so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby? Missing shadows crawl. People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, King of Peace. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light.
What is up, YouTube? It is good to see you guys this morning. Okay, today we're going to be watching the Colt baby murder trial. That's right, about a lady that kills her baby and stabs herself in the neck. But first, make sure you give this video a like, right? And if you're brand new, make sure you sub up and ring the bell for notifications. Okay, let me share this. Let's jump right into court, and Judge Dolly will be back, okay? Let's do it. Bam. Let's throw this up on the screen. There we go. Let's hit some volume so you guys can hear it.
Can I take pictures here?
And we're already in court this morning. Hold on.
I'm going this side, okay?
All right. She's in the hospital. She kills her baby, stabs herself in the neck. We're going to find out a lot of information about this case, but give me 1 second. I need to change my settings.
You're all closed up. How's your legs? Are they swollen? Are they okay? Can I take a look? Oh, you got compressions on. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna leave those on. Those are very good for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Wanda.
You want a nurse? Want me to do that? You sure? Can we talk tomorrow?
Canton, Georgia, December 8th, says PJ.
Because I feel like I want to do.
Hey, Zen, good morning. Hey, Honey Dip, Lexi, Texie. Good. Hey, baby, PJ.
And I haven't visited yet.
Hey, Rhonda.
So I can't tell you for sure.
Good morning, guys.
Okay?
Welcome to court. Judge Dolly back in session. I got to find my court
room. Make sure
robe.
that you're okay first. It's at a different hospital. Because this is not a baby hospital.
Order in the court. Order in the court. Court is now in session.
Please, please.
The Honorable Dolly presiding.
I want you to breathe. Okay? I do not want to put up with what
I got to get my robe.
It's going to go up.
I don't know exactly where the robe is at.
I'm gonna have the nurse check, just to be on the safe side, okay? Hold on. Her nurse, just wanna make sure that her blood pressure is not going up too high. Can you check that just for me? I just wanna make sure that her blood pressure is okay and I'm not elevating it in any way.
I don't know what it has.
This lady murdered her baby and stabbed herself in the neck.
I was concerned because I'm like, I see it a little bit spiking and I'm like, I do not want to cause any spike in anything.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about medical
It's
stuff.
okay, that's what we're here for.
Okay. I just scared too, just so you know. Okay.
We get scared of the
I believe this is the police trying to interview her.
All right. Sorry, I just want to make sure you're okay, that's it. And when I look at that and then it starts going up, I'm like, uh-oh.
She's mentally insane.
So.
They're claiming that anyway.
Because you can't speak to me currently is why I don't want to talk, okay? I want you to be able to say, well, you can write stuff down, you want to write stuff down? Okay, we can do that, we can do that. Let me get something to write with, okay? Are you wanting? You want to write? I don't understand. So let me get something for you to write. I don't want you to talk.
She has a
okay?
trick
Let
to
me
being
get
from
something for you to
stabbing
write.
herself in the neck, and she can't talk. So the detective is trying to get her to write on a notepad what happened.
She wants to talk.
Yeah, it's one of those strange polygamy cases where the husband had multiple wives. This is why you don't get a bunch of crazy women right here. She was one of three sister wives. Okay, one of three sister wives. This just sounds crazy, right? Three sister wives, stabs the baby, stabs herself in the neck. Bust up juror. Is this the first day he's covered this? I missed the other days. Yeah, today's my first day covering it. PJ was talking to me about it last night, and she says, you should cover this case. And I was like, all right, I'll get up and do it.
I'll leave it out. All that matters. Okay. And I think she has a book. A book. I think that's it. I'm gonna see what she did right on that. I found something for you to write with, okay? Okay. Before you say anything to me, I want you to read your rights, okay? And I have to do this. Our policy, state of Georgia, you have rights, all right? And everybody has rights. And I do not want you to not listen and hear them and then read them for yourself, okay? Here's your first right. You have the right to remain silent, okay? You don't have to speak to me, okay? Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law, all right?
You got to right to remain silent because you got a trick anything.
During questioning. If you cannot avoid fire alerted.
Yes, there was a call.
For you and any questioning if you wish, okay? You can decide at any time during this interview that you can exercise your rights and you can quit being answered with any questions, or you can quit me asking any questions or making any statements. You can just stop at any point and say, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Is that okay? Fair enough?
She is also claiming that she was being held against her will.
I'm going to write everything for you.
She was 17 when she met him, and he was 38.
12 to 9. We are at Kennestone Hospital. time is
We are watching Georgia versus Chloe Diver.
and
Colt baby murder trial.
and put mine.
Good morning. Make sure y'all hit that like as you come in.
Okay?
People are crazy.
And him,
Trigger
I'm
warning.
gonna have you witness her signing this, okay?
This is Leilani Simon on
I'm
steroids.
gonna sign here.
She stabbed the baby 4 times.
You're gonna put your name here, how old you are, your date of birth, your address where you live. If you don't have an address, don't put one. You're gonna read each right and then put your
Urine,
initials.
drinking his own urine and called it urine therapy. They believed in dark therapy. They were a cult,
For you,
polygamous, multiple wives. She was 20 years old. Hey, Newfie, 79. Yuck. Yes, Kevin. Yes, nasty stuff going on. And killed the baby, stabbed it 4 times, and then stabbed herself in the neck. As soon as PJ told me she stabbed herself in the neck, I was like, yeah, I got to cover that. They definitely need some type of therapy. I agree. They don't believe in doctors or medicine either, says Honey Dip. Okay? Just crazy. You know, there's some crazy people in this world. PJ says she can't say hi to all of you guys today. She's working at the front desk. These kids need to be taken out of that cult. That's for sure. Yes, I do love the phrase "stab me in the neck." You know, I had to cover it. Ah! Right? It's like one of my favorites. How old was the baby? It was baby age. I don't know. Ask PJ or ask Honey Dip. They may know. I don't know exactly right off how old the baby was. I just know it was a baby.
all right? I'm gonna have him sign this paper, but I'm gonna take this paper from you. You can write whatever you wanna write, all right? Sign that with your signature line.
I know. I should have played the opening statement. I'm sorry. I overslept just a little bit.
Thank you.
I was late for court this morning.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sure the guy she was married to will testify. Baby was 13 months old. Thank you, Debbie. Okay. 13-month-old baby. I should have knew that. I remember that from last night. 13 months old was the baby that she stabbed 4 times, and then she takes the knife and stabs herself in the neck. Get it together, Dolly. I'm getting it slowly. I'm just waking up, guys. I'm just waking up.
Write it down, and then I'll read it out loud, and I'll answer the question. You want to do that? Yep. Okay.
It was 13 months old. It was baby age.
But I want to know if my baby survived ASAP. That's one question. I want to know who is staying with her. That's the second question. Okay. And I'm going to answer both for you. Your baby did not survive. Okay? Your baby did not make it. All right?
This is where she finds out the baby died.
Your baby is currently getting an autopsy done to find out what actually happened to her body. Okay? You want to ask more questions? No? I'll leave it for you. You can ask me anything you want. Who did that to you? Did your husband do that to you?
Oh, she's asking who stabbed her. I'm going to put my judge gear on a little bit. It takes some balls to stab yourself in the neck. I'm going to say that. I couldn't do it. So she asked, was her baby alive and who was taking care of her baby when she stabbed the baby to death?
That's a question. You want to answer? Yeah. Okay. I want to speak to Benyana Ben Michael and Renee Driver. Okay. We can't let you speak to Benyana, okay? Because you have that in there. We can't let you speak to your mom, and your mom said she's coming, okay? Do you want to speak to her? She's coming here. Do you want to speak to her in person, face to face, or on the phone? In person, face to face.
How's she going to speak to her on the phone? She has a trach tube in.
I've already called your mom, and she said she's going to be here tomorrow morning, okay? She's on her way. You have another question? You cannot speak to Benyana, because I think he did this to you. Can you tell me what you're saying? I don't want anybody to hurt you anymore.
She hurt herself. I mean, the cops have to notice by now that she did it. But I guess they may be thinking that, they come in and she's on the floor with a knife in her neck and the baby's dead, that somebody did this to her. If you're just tuning in, make sure you hit that like. We got 333 people with us this morning. So not a ton of people, but enough of you guys to have a good time today. So make sure you hit that like as you're coming in. Or you might get stabbed in the neck. Oh! Her husband thinks women are just completely I can't even talk this morning. Basically thinks women stupid, men are smarter. She's claiming insanity at the time of her crimes.
Take some big deep breaths.
Okay.
You can have more than one wife in some places.
Breathe. I want you to breathe. Breathe. Okay.
Look at me. Breathe. Slow. You're breathing. Look at me.
What's your name? Chloe.
Chloe. Chloe. Look at me. Breathe. Breathe. There you go. There you go. You're doing good. Just breathe. Just breathe.
Thank you, Crystal Burns, leaving that DNA.
It was going wonky because her pulse ox was right here, so when she was writing,
Oh,
it was just
I'm
giving No, it's fine. That's why it was alarming. But then she just got worked up.
Do you want me to read it? Yeah. You want me to read it? He didn't do it. I did. I was going insane and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. I only wanted my baby and husband, but he refused.
So she was upset about the other
Who are his
wives.
friends? Who are they? Do you know their names?
She said she was going insane.
You don't want to? Okay. Okay, we're stopping. That's it, no more. I don't want to hear someone.
So that's all she needed. She just confessed. She said she did it.
Please.
If to stab yourself in the neck, you got to be a little crazy. I'm just saying.
I don't want to call him and get you worked up, okay? You're already worked up, I can see it. Listen to me. I'm coming tomorrow again. Can we call tomorrow? Okay? He can't come here because they won't let him. Because of COVID, nobody can come in this hospital. So when you switch rooms,
I don't know
then
what's
people
wrong
can
with
visit
people these
you,
days.
okay? But nobody can come in here. Only law enforcement can come in here. Nobody else. They're not letting anybody into this hospital. It's a major COVID center, okay? Listen, tomorrow they may move you to a new room.
This woman stabbed her baby to death and then stabbed herself in the neck. A detective is interviewing her.
You want to do that? Tomorrow? What time?
13-month-old
What time do you
baby.
wake up? Okay, that's okay. What about 9:30 a.m.? Good? You want me to set a date with you? 9:30 a.m. That's good? Good. I don't want to get you worked up anymore. Okay? No more working up. Okay? I want you to breathe. All right? And again, I'm Detective Kirby. I'm here for you, okay?
She belongs. She's in a cult. Her husband's got a few wives,
Immediately.
and she took a knife, stabbed the baby to death, and then turned the knife on herself and stabbed herself in the neck.
Okay? Breathe. 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 Okay?
Thank you, combat drummer.
That is for your family to decide, okay? When you get better, your family wants to take her to Knoxville. I know.
Yeah, she didn't think she was going to live through this. She thought she was going to kill the
And
baby
Young
and kill
wants her body
herself.
too. He said so.
Trigger warning.
You want Van Youngman to have her body? He can't come here and talk. Tomorrow he can't come and talk. They won't let him come into this hospital, and I don't know if they're transferring you from here. I have to ask, okay? And I know, but we can call him tomorrow, okay? I'm gonna get his phone number and everything like that.
She wants to talk to her husband.
No, he doesn't have your phone. It's at the house? You want me to go get it? Okay. He's not at the house. I want you to breathe, please.
I wish she hadn't killed the baby. I don't want to see anybody dead, honestly, but I wish she hadn't killed the baby.
You're scared?
This is the hospital in 2020, right after she committed the crime.
Your stuff is at the house. Upstairs in the room? Okay. Your phone and the bag. Okay.
This is Georgia. Don't drink the Tennessee water. Definitely don't do that. And don't come up missing in Tennessee. You won't be found.
Phone and the bag is upstairs in the room. I got that. Okay.
This is the
Is there
detective
anything else you want to tell me before I come back
asking the
tomorrow?
questions.
You just want to call him? You want to talk to him? Okay. I will make that happen. Okay? All right? I will make it happen. Okay? I'm going to get his phone, so that way we can call.
You're welcome. Thanks for tuning in.
I have your phone. I have my phone. I have your phone. Yes. Okay? But I can't bring it here because it's dead. We got to charge it. It's dead.
Yes, they were involved in the cult. They believed in dark therapy.
We tried to look to see
It's a
about your
polygamous
mom's phone
cult.
number and couldn't find it on your phone, so I had to look somewhere else. Take the pictures off. Is mine
Hey, Terry.
off? Yours is off. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna charge it for you tonight. Okay? and I will bring it tomorrow. Oh, I can't get it now. Canton is far from here, and your phone is in Canton. Canton is like 45 minutes from here. Okay, we're not near Canton.
Yes, they don't believe in
So I have to
medicine, but
drive
they
all
drink
the way
their
over
own
here,
urine.
and then come all the way
Ah,
back here.
nasty.
Okay, that's why I'm going to do it tomorrow. We're going to schedule an appointment tomorrow. Okay, 9:30 a.m. Okay.
Uh-oh, the
Your
red cup
mom
deal
can
at
come tomorrow,
Starbucks.
so hopefully we can get you in a new room so your mom can see you. I talked to your mom already.
This is
Want me to talk to them
crazy.
about moving you? Okay, I will. Okay.
These American cults. Don't join them.
Is there anything else I'm missing? No?
She had a large amount of money in her bank account. She had the means to get away. But she said she was going insane. She just wanted her husband, but her husband wanted everybody else.
Tomorrow, 9:30.
This is one of those problems with polygamy. Women get jealous.
Yeah, but I knew that's the only way I could get my husband to go.
Yeah, $65K in the bank. That's why I only have 3 wives. Because once you get 4, it's too many. Ain't that right, PJ? I'm just kidding.
We put the annotations in the Miranda form on the video, but what we've already previously admitted is State's Exhibit 104.
Another crazy religious cult. The children always suffer. It seems to be the case, right? 13-month-old baby stabbed in the neck.
First, tell me when you walked
No,
in,
well,
and you started
stabbed.
asking her questions.
The mother
about
was stabbed in the
how many
neck.
quarters in the dollar, what day of the week is it? Do you know where you're at?
You coming home for
we
lunch?
heard
You better
your
watch my mouth.
portion, but was she able to accurately answer all of those questions?
She was. She whispered everything.
Okay. And why did you ask her?
If you come home and there's a
I
woman
wanted
here,
to
that's
know if
just
she
your
was
sister
of
wife.
sound mind and judgment, and that's usually questions that we ask. I didn't know how many medications that they gave her, if she was lucid even to talk.
Okay. And did she seem to have any difficulty understanding you, knowing who you were?
This was the officer detective that was interviewing her.
And then you had previously indicated that you were not there to talk to her at all, that you were just
Oh, you
going
keep
to
playing.
sort of take swabs until she indicated she wanted to write. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. We saw that you did take those swabs. Were those sent off to the crime lab?
They were.
Your Honor, we do have a written stipulation, which I can read into the record at the appropriate time.
Anybody want to be PJ's sister wife?
Stipulation: swabs from
Join
the, left
the
and
Dolly
right hands
cult.
of Chloe Alexis Driver were collected by Canton Police Department on December the
You were
9th,
cruising for a
2020.
bruising.
Swabs were sent to the GBI crime lab where chemical examination revealed the presence of blood. Further laboratory testing revealed the DNA of Hannah Driver was located on the swabs from both the left and right hands of Chloe Alexis Driver.
That
Dated
baby
November
gate's going to get you
2024,
again.
signed by myself, Katie Gropper, and attorney Angela Trethaway. Well, Jonathan Kessler for Angela Trethaway.
That did hurt a little bit.
All right, going back to, you asked some preliminary questions about, to assess sort of what mental state she was in, her ability to communicate coherently. When you handed her this Miranda form that we're seeing in State's Exhibit 104, tell me which portion.
No
she
robe or
filled
wig. I
out
don't know what a
herself.
robe is. I'm going to look for it.
She filled out her name, her age, her date of birth, her social security number, her address. She put her initials 1 through 5, and then she signed at the bottom.
And did she require any
Cruising
assistance
for a
doing any of
baby
that?
gate.
She did not.
And then we saw the annotations
Right.
on the screen. I'd like to publish State's Exhibit 103, which has been previously admitted.
You know how them people are crazy in Georgia? You got Leilani,
Is this
you got
the
Chloe
complete writing,
Driver, this lady that stabbed herself in the
You
neck.
spoke to her in that interview we just saw.
That is correct.
Okay.
At least I'm
All right,
funny.
At some point,
I try to make
you and
court a
her in
little
that
better.
interview were still communicating, but she wasn't writing anymore. But you were obviously responding to things that you were hearing her say, but they were not audible. So I want to talk to you about some of that. At one point in that interview, you said, "I don't want to call him and get you worked up." What was that in response to?
She wanted to speak to Benjamin, and I told her her blood pressure was already going up. I don't want to call him and get her worked up, meaning her blood pressure would have been even sky through the roof. And I knew she was in a fragile state. So
Okay. At one point you said immediately before she left the house. What was that in response to?
If she had passed away.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at one point you said, that is for your
It's
family
a
to
brother
decide,
husband.
and you engage in a discussion with her about
I
what was going
guess.
to happen to Hannah's body.
That's correct.
What did she say she wanted to happen to Hannah's body?
She said she wanted Ben Michael to have Hannah, not her parents.
Okay.
Ben Michael. They all have Hebrew names.
And then
they made
toward the
up
end of the
for
interview,
themselves.
you made arrangements to return the following day. What was her request about why she wanted you to return with her phone the following day?
She wanted to call Benjamin and her parents.
Okay.
This is Georgia. Canton, Georgia.
That same day, did you ever go back into the room and speak to her a second time?
I
The
did. I
mother
believe I
stabbed
asked
the
when
baby
they
to
were going
death
to
and
move her.
stabbed herself in the neck. You
And
just
they told
coming
me they
in.
weren't going to move her. So I
Okay.
had mentioned
Oh,
to her that they weren't going to move her just yet.
Okay. Was that recorded as well?
That was.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish State's Exhibit 101, which has been previously admitted.
Oh, I got you, BJ. Canton, Mass, Canton, Georgia. At least you didn't back over the baby at 24 miles an hour.
Okay, I just got word from them. They are not moving me tomorrow, okay?
There she is.
And they don't make any exceptions for mom or anybody to come in the room because of the ICU, okay? So I want to be very clear. Mom can't come in, but we can call her. You want to call mom? We can do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
sister wide,
So,
drinking urine,
9:30
killing
a.m.,
babies.
first call, you want to be the mom or you want it to be the Benjamin?
Not good for sure.
Because whatever you write, I can tell them. That's up to you.
You having soup for lunch?
Will they move for 2 days from now?
I don't know. I don't know when they'll move it. We don't have to get the definitive this is when it will happen.
She looks a little bit like Leilani-ish.
Thank you, I appreciate it. The better you get, then they'll move you, okay? So your job is to stay healthy.
As soon as somebody said you got to drink your own piss, I'd have been like, I'm out in this cold.
You can't have your phone, okay? We took a search warrant for your phone too.
I bet y'all glad to get a part of the cult of Dolly now, ain't
Because
you?
we thought that Benjamin was hurting them. And
Our
so
cult
we
don't
took your
seem so
phone
bad now.
to make sure that's not happening, okay? We wanted to make sure that there's nothing on that cell phone that says.
Trying out for the Olympics
he's been
hurtle
hurting
jumper.
He's been
You ain't
violent
funny,
towards
Deb P.
you, he cut you, so we wanted to make sure that he did it. Okay?
Guess it's cheaper than water.
That's what we wanted to make sure of.
Called recycling.
Alright?
Okay,
So,
recycling.
Once they're done with
Ugh.
just the phone, then we'll give them back. All right? All right. I will be back tomorrow at 9:30. And if you want to call people, we'll call and use my cell phone. Okay? We'll do that.
DJ
That's
said I'm going to be
fine.
in the Special Olympics.
I didn't bring with
Hurdle
me today.
jumper.
There's a lot of camera equipment. I can't carry everything. All right? But tomorrow I'll carry it and I don't have the camera equipment, okay? But I am going to take a sample.
I don't know,
Follow the
Jen.
hand, and then the inner cheek, okay? And that's basically.
People are
I will give
crazy.
a sample to say that you are her mom, okay? Because at that point, we didn't know who's the mom, all right? So we have to confirm that you and the young and our parents, all right? And that's the only reason why we're doing it. Okay, are you okay and comfortable with that? All right, I'm gonna get my little swab, it tickles a little bit, but it doesn't hurt, okay? All right,
It
let's
is
go
said
get
people
out.
that love you the most hurt you the worst. Yeah, that is true. Usually you got better chance of somebody killing you that you know than a stranger. So she confessed. She said she killed the baby and she was going insane and she stabbed herself. And she wants the husband to have the baby. But the baby's dead.
Yep, yep.
I hadn't
She can speak now. Yeah, I mean the drinking and urine part was a little bizarre. You know, the sister wife stuff, I mean, that does happen. There are these religions that believe you can marry a bunch of different women.
Thank you.
I would think that'd be a bad headache for a man to have 3 wives.
Are these sealed?
Especially what if all 3 of them are on that time of the month and they're just,
Yeah?
you know,
Okay.
it's
Yeah,
probably
okay.
terrible.
I wanted to make sure I showed you that. Is this sealed? Yeah? Okay, perfect. I'm gonna open this one and we'll do cheek first,
This
okay?
happened in Georgia in 2020. This lady was part of a cult, a polygamist, and she stabs her baby, 13-year-old baby, to death, and then turns the knife on herself and stabs herself in the neck. Okay, if you're just tuning in, that's what's going on. She's in the hospital and they're interviewing her.
Do you want me to move so you can empty that out right now? You sure?
No
Okay.
medicines, kind of voodoo-ish. They believed in dark therapy.
You know, I haven't broken any of these things.
Yeah, she should have left if she was jealous of the other women.
This is not good.
Yeah, the baby was 13 months old.
Is that sealed? Good? Okay.
Yeah, they would meditate in the dark, boarded up windows,
Your right
set
cheek
for
and then your
hours.
left cheek, okay? And like I said, this is the proof that your mom needs, okay? And then Daniela and Daddy.
Thank you, Combat Drummer. Thank you, guys that said bless you. We do have some polite people still here in the room. Thank you, Susan.
Can you say ah for me? Ah? Thank you. Okay. Left cheek.
Did Lori Vallow say dark therapy too? I'm not sure. It's not natural to be with more than one woman. Heck, most women have several personalities. Yeah, so if you have 3 wives, that's like having 21 personalities. Okay? Because each woman has about 7 different personalities. And they're all mean except for one. Okay. Thank you, Brittany. I ain't saying you women are crazy, but y'all crazy. Okay.
Getting the
Dolly still loves you to
right.
death, though. Don't worry. I love all your craziness. No, this is Canton, Georgia. They don't have a turtle boy there. Okay. No turtle boy in this one.
And again.
You watch the Netflix and the man had 24 personalities. I got a couple myself. You know, there's Jimmy. There's Dolly. Okay, they 2 different people.
You spell C-H-L-O-E? Is that how you spell it? Do you have a middle name? Alexis? A-L-E-X-I-S?
The husband's name was Billy Milligan.
And last name is Driver, D-R-I-V-E-R? Okay.
Crazies unite. There you go. It's a good way to look at it. Crazy people need love too. Yeah, I do tell waitresses that when they say how many, when we go into a place to eat, they say how many. I'll say 2 unless you count my girls' personalities. She found out the baby was deceased in the hospital.
Date of birth, whatever race that you go by, okay? And that's it.
Hey, Brittany.
You see that for me? We're signature first, okay?
We are living in crazy times, right? Most states, it's illegal to have multiple wives. Little baby Jesus is the way. See, you get caught up in these cults. Next thing you know, you're stabbing yourself in the neck with a knife.
Probably one for each hand, like that. Yeah, just in case. Yeah, you're right.
Tina G, the first one jumping on the Dolly train. Wow, 21 months. Love Dolly and PJ. Thank you, Tina G. We love you too. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great day. All right. Thank you. Dolly gotta eat. Okay. So get on the Dolly train. I ain't had no breakfast this morning. You know, Court, I gotta eat. I'm bipolar and don't see how my boyfriend deals with me. LOL. He said he doesn't even know. He didn't even know I was bipolar. No, because most women are all crazy, so it's hard to tell. Tina G just gifted a membership. Thank you, Tina. Awesome. Get you a nice window seat on the train today. It's a little bit of a crazy one, okay? We're taking you to court to a polygamous camp. You might be able to get you a couple husbands while you're here. All right. The combat drummer. That's a good way to keep Dolly alive. There you go, bro. It says gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. And make sure if you got these memberships, you thank the person that gifted you.
Caucasian, African American, Hispanic, Asian, Native American, Caucasian? Yep, okay. And your social security number? You want to write it down?
Said I'm on that choo-choo now. Dolly train is blessed. The Blessed Express. It's the good luck train. You need a little good luck today, you get on the Dolly train.
You want to write it down? Here. Let's write. Don't keep. Right.
This happened in Canton, Georgia. In 2020, she stabs her 13-month-old baby to death and then turns the knife on herself and stabs herself. She was in a polygamous relationship and she was jealous of the other women. I hope that explained it for you, Buck Cherry. Stacy, love you and PJ. Thanks for always being there for all of us. Thank you, Stacy. Good to see you today. Good morning to you. It's almost afternoon here, but good morning to you. Glad you could be here with us.
Said, how long will my prison sentence be for killing her?
Thank you for giving that membership.
I'm not your judge and I'm not your jury, okay? I'm only a mere detective collecting evidence and investigating. So I'm not your judge or jury, okay? So I can't answer that.
But you're going to be talking to the judge and jury.
You want to write again? Or you're good? All right. Oops, I'm sorry. Two more samples.
Good morning, Mindy.
Fetal? Yep.
Yes, just like Leilani. You know, these young women killing their babies. It's insane.
Okay. I want you to open your hand. Perfect. I'm going to take a little bit of
Madonna is jumping on the train. The Dolly got to eat express. Okay. Let's ride this bitch off the tracks. Okay. I agree with that, Madonna. Thank you so much. Thank you for getting on the train, the Blessed Express. Now you're going to have good luck all day because you got on the Dolly train. That's how it works. I bet you tomorrow Madonna says, man, I had such good luck yesterday, right? Because she knows getting on the Dolly train is good for you. It's better than joining a cult, okay?
One more time, okay? Same thing.
Literally
and
12
good.
miles up from Canton, Georgia. This has been all over the news. I bet.
All right? Let's try a different finger. Yeah. Let me know if I'm hurting you, okay?
Read what I just read. Can't retype. Thank you, PJ. PJ's getting on the train with us. All right, let me scroll back up.
So this one.
She asked, how long will she go to prison for? You missed it. Dolly, that's what's key to prove she was sane.
Let me know if I'm hurting you, okay?
Okay. She asked, how long will she go to prison for?
All right.
Riding that train. Another innocent child, yes.
You want to ask me anything before I leave you before tomorrow? No? Maybe? No? Okay. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Numbers that I need from Mom and Benjamin, so that will
She knew she did something wrong.
9:30 in the morning, are you going to expect me? I'll be here tomorrow for you. Okay? All right. Do you want me to leave this so you can communicate with other people? Yeah? I'll leave it for you, okay? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your patience.
She wasn't on drugs when she did it. Let's get those likes up, guys. We only got 245 likes so far this morning. Let's see if we can. We got 437 people in the room. Let's see if we can get those likes up to 400. It would be awesome. And then once you like the video, shout out in the chat room where you're watching from.
Yes, this was the last sentence that she
And if you were in a
asked.
cult,
Let me-
Cable just jumped on the train. Bam!
Driver
Welcome
wrote
aboard.
on December the 9th,
Welcome.
2020.
Yes.
I would tender states 105.
No objection.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
And we heard you read this out loud, but is this the actual original writing of Ms. Driver?
That is the actual original writing of Miss Driver.
How long will her prison sentence be for killing her? We got some Georgia in the house
At
right
one
there.
point, I believe when you were swabbing her hands, you said in the
Oregon.
Is that a cut?
Yes.
What were you observing?
On her right hand, she had 2 visible cuts that I could see. And so I asked
South
her, "Is that a
Africa's
cut?"
with us. Fort Worth, Texas, Kentucky, Colorado, more Kentucky.
Your Honor, we do have another video. Are we going to take a morning break or how do you want us to time?
How long is the next video?
It is 30. 38 minutes.
Okay, sounds like this would be a good time to take a break. We're gonna let you be in recess until 1:45. You can go downstairs if you'd like to. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk about the case. We'll see you back in the jury room at 1:45.
At 1:45. Okay, so they're taking 15-minute break. All right, let me blow myself up here. Bam! All right, so if you guys are just tuning in, we're watching a court case, right, which is titled Cult Baby Murder Trial. There was a cult going on in Canton, Georgia in 2020 of a polygamist, which had 3 wives. And PJ just gifted 1 membership, okay, to one of her future sister wives. All right. Just kidding, PJ. But anyway, the woman got jealous of the other wives, and the husband wasn't paying her enough attention, and she brutally stabbed the 13-month-old child to death, and then she turned the knife on herself, and she stabbed herself. Okay. Now, basically, what we've been seeing is a detective at the hospital asking her questions. She basically asked, who did this, blah, blah, blah. And she said that, well, first she asked, was her baby alive and who had the baby? Then the detective told her the baby was deceased and the baby was at the morgue. And she wanted to speak with her husband, right? And the detective told her she couldn't do that. She didn't have her phone. And it's pretty bad. She's trying to plead insanity, that she was crazy at the time that she committed this crime. Now, to me, if you kill anybody, you crazy, right? But are you insane? Did you know right from wrong at the time that you were doing this? Now, under the situation, she was part of this cult, and they believed in dark therapy, locking yourself in dark rooms for hours at a time. They also was drinking their own urine. They didn't believe in drugs or medicine. So this is a little strange. Can you see me? Cricket Day. Yes, we can see you. I can see everybody. I mean, I can't see good, but I can see. So just another senseless act of violence against a small child, of a mother that is probably way too stressed out. Instead of reaching out for help, she did the worst thing you could ultimately do. Play the opening statement. Is it on this? I don't think it's on this video here, PJ. You would have to send it to me. If you send me the opening statements, I can play it. I just sent you a DM. Okay. Give me 1 second to get to it. Here's the opening statement.
This is Hannah Nicole Driver. On December 8th of 2020, she was 13
Hannah.
months old. This is not the way that you will see her in this trial. Instead, you will see her the way that first responding officers saw her, the way that the EMT saw her, the way that the ER doctor saw her, and eventually the way that the medical examiner saw her. You will see this 13-month-old beautiful baby girl who had been brutally murdered by her mother.
Yeah, this will explain it. This will explain it a little bit.
Out of her, and she died. But I wanted to start with a picture of what Hannah Nicole Driver was like before that happened. You are going to hear that Chloe Driver was her mother, and Chloe Driver was involved in a alternative lifestyle. You're going to hear, as the week goes on, a lot of distracting evidence. You're going to hear a lot of messy evidence.
Hold on.
About this group, about their belief systems. You're going to hear a lot of things that take the focus off of Hannah Nicole Driver. And I wanted to start with this photo because what your role is in this case, and what your decision is in this case, is what happened to Hannah. And what the laws are governing the death of Hannah. And what your decision is with regard to the murder of Hannah. But you will be confronted this week with a lot of shiny objects, a lot of dramatic, crazy evidence about these people and their viewpoints and their belief systems and their practices. You're going to hear that Chloe Driver was one of 3 wives of a man named Brian Joyce. All of them had alternative religious names that they assigned to each other. Brian Joyce also went by the name Benjamin Ben Michael. Some people call him Z. Chloe Driver went by the name Kuwani. Hannah, the baby, they called Nimsi. The other two wives, Jessica and Sarah, they had other religious names as well. But the evidence will be that that group, that core group of 3 wives and the husband, Benjamin, that of the 3 wives in 2020, Chloe had been with Benjamin the longest. Of the 3 wives, she was the longest surviving wife of that group. And then after her came Jessica, who had been in the group for about 2 years. Chloe had been with him for about 3 years. And then Sarah came last. She had been with him for less than a year. But they all lived together as a family. Chloe had a baby, Hannah, with Benjamin. And so it was Benjamin, the 3 wives, and the baby. You'll also hear the evidence that there was another individual that spent a lot of time with them, traveled with them, participated in a lot of their same belief systems. His name's Jason Spillers. You'll see him in this case and hear evidence from him as well. So the belief system. What you will hear is that they had very sort of radical views. They were strict vegans. They only drank purified water. They did not believe in any type of drugs or alcohol, no modern medicine. Hannah never had a birth certificate or went to the doctor. You will hear that they participated in alternative healing practices like drinking their own urine, sensory deprivation, meditation, that they did not believe in modern medicine. You will hear that they collectively as a group engaged in this sort of thought process that they had a higher consciousness than the rest of the world, that they were called upon to challenge the realities of sort of the traditional worldview. And that was something that they all leaned into and felt pride in. And it was collective as the group. They were all like-minded in that way. Now, you're also going to hear that they were pretty nomadic, that they didn't have strong roots anywhere, that they traveled around a lot, that they bounced from place to place, spent time in different locations. None of them were from Cherokee County. It was a sheer coincidence that this act happened in our jurisdiction. And I'll get into that. On December the 8th of 2020, they were traveling from North Carolina down to Florida. Benjamin, the husband, had previously lived in a residence at 215 Mountain Vista Boulevard in Canton, Georgia, with a man by the name of Gerald Ablin. Gerald Ablin still lived in that residence on December the 8th of 2020. And so in their travels, Benjamin, Jason Spillers, and 3 wives, Sarah, Jessica, Chloe, and the baby, Hannah, were all caravanning from North Carolina down to Florida in 4 different vehicles, a U-Haul and 3 cars. And they were planning to move down to Florida. And they stopped at Jerry Ablin's house in Canton, Georgia, 3 miles from this courthouse, because Benjamin had stuff in Jerry's basement. And so the plan was for Jason and Benjamin to load up the stuff that was in Jerry's basement into the U-Haul and to get back on the road and head to Florida. What happened was when they got there, 2 of the wives, Sarah and Jessica, went to one of the upstairs bedrooms to take a nap. And Hannah and Chloe went to another upstairs bedroom to take a nap. Gerald Ablin, the homeowner, worked from home. He's a software engineer. So he was on a Zoom call working, and the women and the baby went to the room so they didn't disturb them. And Jason Spillers and Benjamin went to work moving the things out of the basement into the U-Haul. It was supposed to be a seemingly short stopover, and then they would all get back on the road. And when they were done, and it was time to leave, something happened. This is the residence. You'll hear that when Jason and Benjamin were distracted, moving things out of the basement, Chloe Driver, at some point, went down to the kitchen, got a knife out of the knife block, returned to the room with Hannah, locked the door behind her, and repeatedly stabbed Hannah to death with this knife. She then took the knife and stabbed herself in the neck. This is where Hannah Driver bled to death. You'll hear that Jason and Benjamin were out in the driveway. They were getting ready to go. Sarah and Jessica had come down. They were in the driveway getting ready to go. And Benjamin went upstairs to get Chloe and the baby. And the door was locked. And he heard noises. And he panicked. And he kicked the door down. And he found the scene of his 13-month-old daughter bleeding to death on the bed, and Chloe on the ground with a knife wound to her neck as well. You'll see evidence of him kicking in the door. And you'll hear the witnesses who said they heard the most blood-curdling scream from him. What did you do? What did you do? You will see the body cam footage of the first responders on the scene who rushed in to try to save the baby and Chloe Driver. And what you will see is Benjamin with his hands on Hannah's neck trying to keep her from bleeding to death, and Jason Spillers, the other man that's a part of this group, with his hands on Chloe's neck trying to save her life. You will see these men were in shock. They were desperately trying to help, and you will see the response of first responders, EMTs, and everybody who did everything they could for Hannah and Chloe. You will hear that Hannah died, that she had 4 stab wounds. One of them was a 1.5-inch deep stab wound to her back. The other wounds were 3 stab wounds to the neck, one of which was so deep that it went all the way through her tiny neck, transected her carotid artery, and hit her vertebrae. You are going to hear a lot of evidence about Benjamin. And I don't particularly expect you to like him. I expect you are going to hear that they're not from Cherokee County. But what I want you to remember in this trial is that their belief system and practices are not on trial. We only have jurisdiction over crimes that happened in Cherokee County. And what the evidence will be is that the only crime that happened in Cherokee County was a crime that was committed by Chloe Driver. The evidence will show that the only act committed by Benjamin in Cherokee County was the desperate act to save his baby daughter. And you will see it. Now, the state has the burden of proving that she murdered Hannah and that she intended Hannah's death. And that will be very, very clear from the evidence. The defense is raising the issue of insanity and going to ask you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. And that is their burden to prove. There is a legal definition of what insanity is, and opening statements are not necessarily the appropriate time for us to get into what the law is and how we apply the law. That will be something that comes at the end of this trial. But what opening statements are for is to give you a roadmap, to help you focus on the important issues and to help you know what to look for when the evidence is coming before you. And so in that regard, the things that I can appropriately tell you is you're going to hear a lot of things in this case about throwing witnesses and evidence, throwing around terms like crazy, mentally ill, insane. And you, as human beings that know the English language, probably use all of those terms kind of interchangeably. But the truth is the law has definitions for things, and they are not the same. So what I would like for you to pay attention to in the presentation of evidence in this case is the evidence that she understood the wrongfulness of her actions, that she understood the difference between wrong and right. And there will be plenty of evidence presented to you that she did. One of those pieces of evidence is when she was sitting in the hospital bed, one of the first things that she wrote to law enforcement, because she could not speak because she had a trach, was, "How long will my prison sentence be for killing her?" This is the evidence that will come before you that demonstrates that she understood the wrongfulness of her actions. Pay attention. She locked the door. She waited until she was isolated. Those are pieces of evidence that will come before you that are important. The next thing I would like you to pay attention to in the presentation of evidence is why she killed Hannah. There will be evidence about why she killed Hannah. Pay very, very close attention to what motivated her actions. He didn't do it, I did it. I was going insane and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. I only wanted my baby and husband, but he refused. The evidence will be she wanted him. She wanted to be with him. She was the first of this group of 3 wives, and the 2 others came after her. The evidence will be clear that she wanted to be with him, and he was never going to give up this polygamous cult lifestyle that they had adopted. This was one of the first writings that she made about why she killed Hannah. Pay attention to the why. Her cell phone was searched, and you'll see evidence of that. She searched killing somebody to save them. Also, a couple of weeks before she killed Hannah, she searched how to snap a neck. The evidence is going to be she was evaluated in the hospital by a psychiatrist shortly after she killed Hannah, and he indicated patient felt the only way out was to kill her daughter and herself. I couldn't handle being with the group anymore, and he left no alternative with certain threats. This was her note that she wrote to Benjamin. She wanted him and the baby, and she wanted everybody else to go. And that wasn't an option, so she picked a different one. There is going to be evidence in this case that she believed some things that were pretty crazy. And there's that word again, crazy. It doesn't have a legal definition. You're going to be focused more on mental illness and insanity and making your determination. But just in the English language context, there's going to be evidence that comes before you that sounds insane. There is going to be evidence that she believed things that the rest of the group believed too. That the world is fake, that we're living in hell, that they have the ability to, with their minds, control the actions of other people around them. These things were not unique to Chloe Driver. The entire group believed that this higher level of consciousness was something that they were called upon to do, to serve the world. And so what I ask you to do when you are assessing these things is, there may be a question about whether these are delusions or whether these are just genuinely held religious views that maybe are untraditional that the rest of the world doesn't agree with. And that's something that you're going to have to parse out. But here's the thing that is very, very clear and will be very important to your determination in this case. None of these bizarre views had anything to do with Hannah. That is of critical importance. I started with a picture of Hannah, and I'm going back to it because when we talk about the issue of insanity that will be raised in this case, you have to focus on how her belief system, her mind, her thoughts, how those things related to Hannah, her feelings about Hannah, the reason she committed the act against Hannah. You cannot just say she has crazy beliefs without considering Hannah. So in this case, what you will hear and what the evidence will show is not a single witness, not a single doctor that evaluated her, not a single statement Chloe Driver has ever made was that Hannah believed, or she believed Hannah was any kind of a threat to her. There will be no evidence of that. You will not hear that she was ever afraid of Hannah. You will not hear that she ever felt like she needed to defend herself against Hannah.
Thank you, Jack.
And
get some rest.
How she felt
We'll
about
be
Hannah
here.
In her mind and in her actions and informing her intent is something that you need to pay attention to in this case. It will help you solve the legal equation. Whether she had delusions or not is a teeny tiny part of the legal equation you will solve. The evidence that will come before you is none of that stuff related to the reasons why she committed this act against Hannah or her beliefs about Hannah, the baby, the victim in this case. You are going to have to evaluate the evidence that comes before you about whether any of her belief systems were manifestations of mental illness and how that related to the act that she committed. And what the evidence is going to be is that any manifestations of mental illness were completely separate from the motivations for why she killed Hannah. The evidence is going to be that her motivation for why she killed Hannah wasn't her delusions, it was her reality. The evidence is going to be that she couldn't decide if she wanted to stay or go, so she picked a third option. And the evidence is going to show that that wasn't delusional at all. That was very reasonable thinking based upon the situation she willfully put herself in. I suspect in this case, there is going to be a lot of effort to paint Chloe Driver as the victim instead of this baby girl. You were going to hear that she was held against her will, she didn't feel like she was free to leave, but the evidence is going to demonstrate that that is not true. The evidence is going to demonstrate that as she sat there and stabbed Hannah to death, she had a diaper bag with her personal effects in it, and inside that diaper bag was a cell phone, $1,000 cash, blank checks in the name of Chloe Alexis Driver that connected to a bank account in the name of Chloe Alexis Driver that had 65.
That you made plans with Miss Driver to
All
come
right,
back
hold
the
on. We're
following
back in
day
court.
because she wanted to call Benjamin, Ben Michael, and her mother. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you return to Kennestone Hospital the following day?
I did.
Right. And did you re-Mirandize her at that time?
I did.
Why did you read her Miranda again?
I wanted to make sure if she was on medications the prior day that she knew what she was reading the second day as well.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes. Showing you states 106. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And is this the Miranda form that you completed with her on that day?
I did.
And I would tender at this time state 106. No objection.
106 is admitted.
All right. And then in terms of the manner of communication with her on the 10th of December, was she still communicating primarily in writing?
That's correct.
Okay.
Absolutely, Jax. You got to know right from wrong at the time of the crime. Everybody that kills somebody is insane, but you got to know what you were doing was wrong at the time of your crime. And thank you. You got first class on the dolly train.
Are these the handwritten?
You riding VIP today.
Notes from Ms. Driver
For the duration of the conversation with her on the 10th, including her communication with you, with Benjamin, and with her mother?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would tender states 107.
Well, that was when she was in the hospital. She had to be out of her mind at the time of the crime. Just because she's in the hospital saying, how long will I get for killing the baby? That don't mean she could have been insane at the time she committed the crime. And when she woke up in the hospital, not been insane. Woohoo! Drinks on me. There you go. Dolly Train's the best train in the game. All right. It's the Blessed Express.
No objection? No objection.
107 is admitted.
And then similarly, was that communication recorded with your body cam?
It was.
And Your Honor, that has already been tendered. Let me get back into the computer here. And I would like to publish at this time State's Exhibit 102.
Go ahead.
Okay? You feel a little bit better? That's okay.
No. Thank you, Rose.
What do you want to do first? Do you want to call mom first?
Amy, I don't think she faces the death penalty.
What you try to FaceTime, maybe? You want to do that or no? What do you want to do? Call them first?
Another crazy cult. Yes.
It's up to you. So, I will have you write whatever you want to do first. You let me know, and I'm here to help, okay? So,
Yeah, I think being drunk is different from being insane, though, because this girl wasn't on no drugs or alcohol at the time that she murdered everybody. Unlike Sarah Boone, hitting the man in the hand with the bat. Yeah, she faces life. CJ says, yeah, drunk is not insane. You stab yourself in the neck and you try to take yourself out the game, you are a little insane.
I'm going to place them on speakerphone so you can hear at least,
She
okay?
didn't just try to kill the baby, she also tried to kill herself.
Let me call again. Okay. 843 number? That's what the number is calling me from. Then? Hello,
Yeah, if you
Ben?
were sober and went crazy, then that's a little bit different.
Ben?
I call that deeply depressed. Yeah, something wrong, right? Definitely something wrong.
Ben is Detective Cruz, and
It's
I'm here
24
with
Yolanda gets sentenced.
Chloe.
We're taking a trip to
And
Georgia, me
she's
and
here
PJ, to
to,
be
she
there for
can't
that.
talk to you, but she's writing down questions. So I'm going to relay the information to you, okay? And she says, Ben, hi, how are you, and where are you? Did you hear me? Ben? Ben? Ben?
TBD ain't gonna make you stab your baby though.
Okay, I can hear you now. She says, hi, how are you, where are you, have you seen Nancy? Okay. You don't want to ask something else? She's crying.
I don't know, Jax.
Do
I
you
don't know
want
if
to
they
say
can
anything
use
to
that as
her?
insanity postpartum depression.
She wants to know what happened. Okay, she says, I felt safe. Oh, it felt safe. Then I felt horrible.
She had no choice.
It felt safest, then I felt horrible. I went because I had no choice. You hear me?
Yeah, that's her husband on the phone.
So you went to get toys and you returned with a knife? No. I went to get
She went to get a knife.
a knife. Because she had no choice.
No choice. I heard the word T-O-Y-S, toys.
No, see, she said choice. C-H-O-I-C-E.
Can she hear me? So on speaker.
Yeah, you're on speaker. She can hear you.
You always have a choice, and your choices did this. You always have a choice. I don't know why you felt like you had no choice. Why did you feel like you had no choice?
She says, I couldn't handle being with the
Group anymore.
group anymore. And you left no alternative, which the certain
Threats.
What threats did you make to her?
Not sure what she's referring to.
Come on, man. Let's be truthful here. She's being truthful here.
Ask her what threats.
Taking the money and not letting me just buy land and be with her. As long as
Need it.
she needed
Taking the money and not letting me just buy land.
had a whole roof to take care of. And blamed me for all the
Thank you for becoming a new member. Make sure you welcome them.
problems. You blamed her for all the problems.
No.
Strawberry.
You were blaming yourself for
Welcome.
everybody in the world's pain. You were saying you control everybody. You were blaming yourself for everything.
Let's be constructive here.
Just the day before.
Let's not blame anybody.
And just the day before.
Yet you constantly told me
Just the day before. That whole deep teaching that came out just before we left. They said the moral was. Jason said the moral was, remember who you are.
so what deep teaching was that?
It's not your fault.
One page,
I said, the moral is, it's not your fault.
except everybody.
So every day treated me like it was. I was only existed if I moved first.
Like it was.
Need it.
That's where you're feeling.
I only existed
Me.
if
Thank you. So,
I moved first.
That's
Okay.
the whole thing. You never nobody talks unless you listen.
Hey, listen to me. I don't think this is.
no, Jax. I wouldn't want 3 wives. That's like 3 headaches.
The girl always hated. That's why we bring us indifferent. No? Okay.
Maybe BJ wouldn't feel so lonely if she had a couple sister wives.
Okay. She said the girls always hated it. That's why we bring us indifferently to places practicing. against the girls?
They were in different rooms.
Why?
As we said in the interview, because it was very negligent. They considered everything that just happened. But I
The
thought
nurse
we were
sounds like she's gonna
happy
stab
because
herself in the
conflict
neck.
was going on our way to get land. We were all seemingly pretty excited about it. I felt like Goldie was very uplifted about just this one big single big dinner farm.
She even asked. She even asked. She said it felt wrong. She said, I thought it felt wrong. I even asked.
I just said that's an outrageous because I figured that they were trying to make things press, and I said, sure.
I'm playing PJ.
Okay.
That was all. And
Are you ready to end this conversation?
almost. Yes,
And just, what? What did that say? Can you watch it? And just watch it. Okay.
Yeah, the sister wives can help packing soap, PJ. It might be a good thing. We could put the sister wives to work.
Alright, she said, and just wanted to have a normal life for me and Nancy. She constantly told me I keep distracting and removing, Listen, she gave you what she has, okay? So,
I just wanted to know if there was anything more specific that's triggered in this last moment.
The gate, the gate. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I told you why. I told you why.
You told me you had no choice. Not that you had no choice about that how specifically in that moment.
You refused to listen. And how many times did I state how I felt? Things would go if I
Remained in that state.
remained
I screamed and begged, and you
in
didn't take me
that
seriously.
state.
Let me ask you this last question.
I screamed and begged. And you did, you didn't take me seriously.
Let me ask you this question, last question. Why do you think any of these, even if it's not entirely valid, that you had to do that? Why that?
Because you thought, because you taught me about the messed up inner layers and
Black magic, and what you were doing to her if I didn't listen.
with what you were doing to her if I didn't listen.
I'm starting to think she was insane.
So it sounds to me like it was a lot of threats made on your part to her, and this is her reasoning for those threats, okay? I saw what you were
What?
insisting, but no worries.
I don't know. I'm starting to think
Nobody.
that they had her brainwashed and she was a little crazy at the time of the murders. She was definitely brainwashed, believing in the black magic and all the other stuff the cult was putting into her head.
Okay, we don't want to talk anymore either. Unless you do. Do you have questions? Okay. Did you arrive with her? Okay. All right, if you have additional questions about this, what happened, I can answer those, all right?
Never join a cult, people. Never join a cult.
To I don't know what that means. Did you try to come to either of us?
She stabbed herself in the neck, Mama Feet. She can't talk. She has a trach tube in. Yes, she was 17 and he was 38.
He didn't want to see you.
Jack said last cult I was in previous marriage divorced.
No? He said no. All right, thank you so much, Ben. Yes, okay, bye-bye. Okay. I have questions, okay? Not about the conversation between you two, okay? That's your personal business, okay? Are you okay with me asking questions? Okay. When you came in,
Me too, Pat. The dogs run this house.
or you went back downstairs? You went back downstairs. Okay. Are the cuts on your hand from that night? Or from something different? Probably, okay. What about your black eye? Tell me what happened here. I don't remember. I don't know. Okay. And same thing like that? Was it because of the situation that you were triggered that day?
Hey, Rainy Cat.
Oh, I was just saying.
It's not the nurse, it's a detective. Okay, I thought that was the nurse.
Oh, my goodness. It's getting worse. Nobody here at all. Not even your parents here? No. I ran. To them. Okay. Your mom sent me a video. You remember taking that video?
Yeah, they all changed their names.
You let me know.
Thank you, Jax. Bam! Jax just gifted 5 memberships. Make sure you give him a big thank you if you got one.
See if I can pull it up, okay?
Alex has got one. Okay, yeah. Cliff notes. This woman was in a cult, and she stabbed her baby, and then she stabbed herself in the
Can you
neck.
tell me something about that video? Was he forcing you? Okay. Do you feel like he was controlling you?
And she's in the hospital because she stabbed herself in the neck
Yes or
on
no?
a trach tube.
Yes? Put it. Yes, okay. He said that he took you to get medication. Were you taking any medication? Any oil?
Mama Fee, you would love to help
prescription,
Mod.
THC?
Okay,
CBD?
Mama Fee.
Okay. Was it CBD? That's when.
There you go. 16 months. Welcome to being a mod.
Charlotte. Was it laced with anything, do you know? Where did you guys get CBD from? His friend. In what state? Connecticut? No? California? Okay. Got it in Connecticut. Ah, okay.
Okay, PJ, see you soon.
No? That same Jason that was in the room? Okay. Did he hurt you, Jason? Once. Or twice. Trying to get me back inside the house. Why did you leave the house?
So she said she tried to leave the house because she didn't trust him anymore. Whether you're a member or not, you are all turtles. That is right, Jackson. Thank you. Thank you, Jax.
No, I believe you. This group, he said someone to trust for banking institution for a 501c3A. Is that true?
Hello. Trisha says turtle power.
What kind of religion?
Kelly says she loves her turtle family. Hey, Wisconsin. Good to see you guys this morning. Kiki, I'm a turtle too.
To get free money and houses, okay. Christ doesn't have a system, right? No? Okay.
She's hard to hear what she's saying. It's a little muffled.
Tell me, did you use the knife on yourself? What did you do first? How did it play out?
What's up, William?
Who's Brenda?
Hey, Deborah. Mama Fee says, love this commentary. I will forever be a turtle. Thank you, Mama Fee. And welcome. I'm glad you be a good mod now. All right. Be nice to people.
You want to quit? Let me know. We don't have to do this. I want to put you in any more trouble. Okay? You want to talk tomorrow, maybe? You think that'll lighten up the mood or not? You tell me what you want me to do. I'm here for you. So if you want to talk tomorrow, we can.
Premeditated love says, hit that like button, people.
I want to go.
It's raining in Kentucky.
With why am I required
The Mod Squad.
to stay here? You're required to stay here because you're still hurt, first off, okay? Is there a way to leave earlier? No. There is
Back
no
in
way to
Georgia
leave
for a different reason.
okay? Because of what you did, okay? I can't make you go home, and I can't let you go home. And I'm not even gonna sugarcoat stuff, okay? You probably won't be to the hospital until you get better, okay? They won't let you leave. Is there anything else you wanna ask me? Are you going straight to prison? Not right away. No.
She said she's going straight to
I don't know when
prison.
that's gonna happen, okay? I'm sure I'm better. Maybe. Okay? Not gonna lie to you. You wanna talk tomorrow? Or do you think it's not a good day to talk tomorrow? What do you think? I wanna go by what you think. He wants to talk to you, I don't know if it's good, just like I didn't think Ben talking to Ben was good, but I let you have it, okay? Yay, nay. So when do we get the phone back? Okay. He then will get his phone back hopefully today or tomorrow. You won't get your phone back, okay? Until the case is closed, all right? And even then, I don't know if they get phones where you're gonna be up, okay? I don't know. I can't tell you that for sure. Your phone is also being downloaded, but I don't have the password to it, so it's gonna take much longer, okay? So I can't promise you that. I can't. Did you ever try to do this before? Hurt yourself? Eighth grade. Okay, so mom and dad know that you did that? Yes? What did you try to do in the eighth grade? Failure. Okay. Okay. See? So my parents can't bring me a phone to speak with them. Your parents came to come to the hospital because of COVID. So, if you want to speak to them, I can call them right now. Okay? A few. What do you guys? Can we call her mom? Okay? I don't have mom's number. That's why I brought you. Yeah. This is my sergeant, okay? He's gonna.
Is it okay if I come in so we can call mom?
Can they send one in the mail? I can. You want me to ask? Okay. Whose number is that? That's your parents' number. Okay. She gave you your parents' number. I can do it. All right. Thank you. Okay. Let's do this. 3. Put it on speaker again, okay? Let's give me a page, just in case you have some questions. Is this Renee? Yes. Hi Renee, this is Detective Cruz. I also have your daughter on the line, okay? She hears everything you're saying. Okay. And she wants to talk to you, but I will be communicating for her. She will be writing down the questions. If you have anything, then we can go from there. She's unable to speak. She's whispering, but not that great. Yeah, let's FaceTime on iPad. Call me on this number. Thank you. Bye. Okay, Mom wants to see you. Is that okay? Okay. Just gonna call me right back on iPad and you can FaceTime. I'm sorry I killed her. I should have saved. What's your phone password?
This girl thought this was her only way out, which is kind of sad.
4, 2, 6. All right. Let's see if Mom is FaceTiming you now. Let's see. I think she's gonna call from this number. Is that what you want to tell Mom to? Hey, this is Detective Cruz.
We do have a lot of blue in the room today. We got a lot of good mods.
She can hear you just fine. She said, I am sorry I killed her. I should have stayed. Tell her what you want to tell her. I love you. Too. They're going to take me away. After being in here for weeks by myself. So they are going to move her to a new unit. So I have to ask that new unit if you guys can come see her, okay?
Life in prison, Kevin.
Okay? And I'm going to do my hardest to see
What's
if
up there, Garth Brooks?
it's really bad.
Garth
I'm
Brooks.
not sure if you're familiar.
G. Brooks.
Cases of COVID have gone up in Georgia, and this area that we're in is heavily invaded with COVID. So if you guys do come, you're gonna have to be masked up and everything the whole time with her. Okay. Absolutely. We're gonna try so that way you can see her, okay? Okay. Absolutely.
It don't matter if you're a member or not. I love all you guys. Thank you for being here. You know, that's all that matters, that you show up and hit that like button. I know. Mr. Brooks ain't been in here in a while. Where you been at, brother?
Hey, that's okay. Her blood pressure is going up and raising and elevating, and so I get it, but I don't wanna really get her messed up. She said, can you talk to Brian about using the trust money? Maybe? The money? No? Can you talk to Brian about using the trust? Maybe. And
You're on lunch break. Cool. Appreciate you being here, brother.
Them a lot. Yeah, she has told us a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Okay? Because I feel, hold on, still talking, because I feel hopeless.
I couldn't stab myself in the neck. That would be a horrible way to go.
Yes. Yes. We'll talk to you afterwards. I think this is a lot for her to handle on a day.
65K ain't that much money these days.
He said, I love you too. She whispered it.
I don't know, PJ. People get brainwashed pretty easy. You know, look at the Hellbot comet. Them people took their own lives to catch a spaceship. I mean, cults are powerful. Look at Waco, Texas. The Branch Davidians.
I think they have a feeding tube, right? They gave you a feeding tube? Yes, they gave her a feeding tube. She hates it, by the way. She hates it. I know. Okay. We will call you right after this, okay?
65K is just entry to a Diddy party.
No, that's fine. You know, things are needed. It's a situation.
Jack said many of us don't know about the background to this case.
You're welcome.
Well, in the next break, I'll go over what's going on a little bit.
Okay? I'll do my best. He might ignore.
That's all I got to do is get another wife, PJ? I'm playing.
Worth a shot. That's what she said. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Okay.
I love you, Carly.
Love you. I love you too. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. You can do whatever you do.
The underwater with a PlayStation controller cult? Yeah. That one. Remember the sub?
Detective Cruz, we discussed that was December the 10th of 2020. The following day, December the 11th, were you present
you're
when
on
she
my
had a
street.
conversation with her father on the phone?
I was.
Okay. Were you there for questioning her on that day?
I wasn't going to
Who
question
is
her on
calling?
that day, but yes, I was there. I held my phone for her, and her father talked to her about getting an attorney.
Okay. Did you Mirandize her or question her in any manner?
No, it was just a conversation between her and her father.
Okay. And what statements do you recall her making in your presence to her father?
She did not want an attorney.
And did she make any statements about her state of mind when she committed the acts?
She did.
And what did she say?
No calling
I
right
did it
now,
in
people.
my own mind or something to that effect. It was of my own mind.
It's all good. Nobody knows whose numbers they are.
I want to talk to you. You indicated that Investigator Shaw did the scene processing in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 65 and admitted into evidence. Let's see. Do you recognize what this is?
That's the baby bag.
Okay. Was this the bag that was in the room with Ms. Driver and Hannah when the act was committed?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you see my cursor on your screen?
Yes.
What is this?
That's her cell phone.
Okay. Is this the cell phone that you collected and had processed by Lindsay Harris?
That's correct.
And after this bag was collected, did you
do anything to retrieve any items out of that bag?
Yes, so we got rid of all of there was food in there, so we got rid of the food. And then we,
Is that carrots we see?
yes. And then we looked inside of the bag to see what was in it. There was some baby clothes, a couple checks. Her cards were in there, like the state of Connecticut card. There was debit cards. There was also money, cash in there. And she had some checks and like a bank statement.
Okay. How much cash was in that bag?
$1,000.
All right. And did you ever communicate with Ms. Driver after that bag was collected about what to do with those items?
I did.
And what did she request be done with those items?
To be given to her parents.
Okay. And when I say those items, what were being given to her parents?
So the cash and then the cards, and I believe her photo ID was in there.
Okay. And did she complete a property release form to allow you to release her personal effects and cash to her parents?
She did.
May I approach? I'm going to use 108. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Is this the form that she completed?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would tender states 108. No objection.
108 submitted.
And I'm publishing 108. Okay.
Just, I know, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt Ms. Roper. I wanted to bring this up. I know we're on a delay, but there's been contact information already posted with respect to phone numbers, and now we're getting into addresses. I just want to make sure that none of that's going to be televised or that will be blacked out.
Yes, it will be.
Thank you.
This is State's Exhibit 108. And can you tell the jury specifically what you retrieved from that bag and that belonged to Ms. Driver and released to her parents?
Sure. 2 Wells Fargo's debit card, 1 state of Connecticut social services card, 1 state of Florida photo ID of Chloe, and then $1,000 US in 20 increments of 50 each.
Okay. And those debit cards, were those in the name of Chloe Driver?
They were.
May I approach?
Yes.
Meeting with Marks of States 109 through 114. Can you take a look at these and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes. Yes. These were the checks that were in the bag.
Just
And
generally tell me, are those the items that came
yes,
from that bag?
all of these items came from that bag.
And do these photographs truly and accurately reflect what was inside that bag that was collected on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, I would tender State's Exhibit 109 through 114.
They're admitted.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
All right, we'll start with 109. This is the bag.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Do you know what this item is here in the middle?
It was, I believe, a Bible.
Okay. And then what were these items that were in the bag?
Checks.
Okay. And whose name were these checks in?
Chloe Drivers.
All right. And go to, let me see if I can rotate this. All right. Let me go back to 109. What banking institution were these checks related to?
Wells Fargo Bank.
Okay. And in looking at this check, can you determine the last 4 digits of the account number?
Yes, ma'am. 6656.
And when we look to the receipts that were in the bag, what do we have in the receipts?
The checking number, which would be 66. The date of the last transaction.
And there's 3 items in this, so let me be specific just for purposes of the record. The receipt on the bottom left of the photograph, what was the account balance and last 4 of the account number on that one? And does this receipt on the lower left of State's Exhibit 111 show a withdrawal in the amount of $800?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do the checks that we just discussed correspond with that?
They were frauding the
Yes, ma'am.
government during COVID, saying they owned all these businesses that they didn't own. So we got to take that into consideration. Not only were they a cult, but they were
State's
criminals.
111. What does this show in terms of the transaction and account?
It shows a different date, the amount taken out, same checking number.
So yeah,
And this shows
they were a little
withdrawal
bit
of
crooks
$200?
too.
That's correct.
Okay, the combination of those two receipts, $800 withdrawal and a $200 withdrawal, did that collective amount, was that consistent with? the amount of
PJ made
cash
it
that was
here.
found in her bag?
That's correct, $1,000.
All right, and is that the cash that she asked you to give to her parents?
That's correct.
And then this other receipt, what was the balance of this other account that she had a receipt for?
$69,000 for the check amount, and the total deposit amount was $69,000.
Okay, and was this a different account number?
It was.
Yeah, they were frauding the government, defrauding the government.
One moment.
Hide your forks, Dolly. She's okay. She's not going to kill me.
Detective Cruz, in the course of your investigation, did you discover any evidence that anybody had stabbed Chloe or Hannah Driver other than Chloe Driver?
I did not.
Okay. And when did you arrest her for, or when was she, I guess, booked for the charges of murder in this case?
So I took out the warrant for her arrest on the 17th, and they discharged her from the hospital on the 22nd.
Of December?
That's correct. So she would have been booked in that day.
December 22nd, okay. And
Jackson's
you saw that
famous
interview
last
who
words.
admitted to killing Hannah Nicole Driver. Do you see her in this courtroom?
I do.
And can you point her out and tell me what she's wearing?
She's sitting right there in a white sweater.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right.
Judge, if the court's inclined to take a moment break now, I would appreciate the opportunity not to be interrupted in cross-examination.
She could have left.
All right.
She could have, but she felt trapped.
We
Hey,
will
Doug.
take an early lunch recess. We don't have a meal available for you today because we weren't exactly sure of the scheduling. So we're going to let you be in recess until 1:15. Leave us your notepads. Feel free to leave the building and otherwise enjoy your lunch. Don't talk to anybody about the case or do any research about it. Be back in the jury room at 1:15.
Okay, so we're going to finish listening to opening statements since they are going to lunch. So we're going to jump over here and listen to these opening statements. So people that are just tuning in or don't understand what's going on in this case can get a better concept of what is going on.
$1,000 in it. She had the means to leave. The evidence is going to be she didn't want to. She wanted him. She had supportive parents who she had seen the day before she murdered him. And instead, she chose to go with the group. That is what the evidence is going to be. The evidence will not be that she was held against her will. The evidence will be
She felt
that
trapped.
she
Yes.
exercised her free will and wanting to be.
That shows
with
you
the
she was
other.
crazy at the time. You can't just
The
stab
evidence
yourself
will
in the
be
neck
that at every
without
opportunity,
being crazy.
she took the opportunity to maintain her relationship with him.
She does
even
kind of favor
after
Clinton's
she
mother.
murdered Hannah. The evidence will be that she wanted to have her cake and eat it too. Even after she was arrested and charged with murder, the evidence that will come before
Hair's
you
a little more
is
curly.
that she was simultaneously talking to doctors, speaking to lawyers, evaluating her options for a defense in this case, telling them that she was an oppressed victim of this religious cult to shirk responsibility for her criminal actions and placing the blame on Benjamin, saying all those things to the doctors and professionals that were evaluating her, while simultaneously continuing to maintain conversations with him, continuing to maintain a relationship with him, making hundreds of phone calls to him. And
let me say this. If you are brainwashed into believing you're trapped and if you leave, something bad is going to happen to you, I do believe the woman may have been a little insane. If she would have just stabbed the baby, I would say, yeah, she's guilty. She's trying to cover up for it. But she didn't just stab the baby. She stabbed herself, what she thought was going to be fatally. She stabbed herself in the side of the neck, in the jugular, right? She thought she was going to die. When you're at a point in your life where you don't care if you live or die, you are legally insane at that point. Like, I don't know. Like, you can have a momentary, like, you can be insane for just a few. Like, you lose it completely and you don't even understand what's going on. And even though she understood when she was in the hospital, don't mean she understood at the time of committing the crime. And it wasn't just a crime against her kid. It was a crime against her kid and herself. Now, if she would have just killed the baby, I would say, yeah, she's a cold-blooded murderer. She's looking for an excuse, right? But no, she was going to do the ultimate punishment to herself too. So horrible.
telling him how much she loved him. Phone calls that she placed out. He could not call her. The evidence will not be that she could not exercise free will. The evidence will be that she wanted to be with him. What you are going to hear is probably that this cult lifestyle wasn't great for her mental health. But that is not the issue before you in this case. The evidence is going to be that Chloe Driver was swimming in the pond she jumped in. And she did it willfully. It was the air that she breathed. And she chose that even after she took the life of Hannah Nicole Driver. You will not hear that she was deprived of free will. You will see that she exercised her free will. And the person that suffered the consequences of her choices was Hannah, not Chloe. The evidence will be clear that Chloe murdered Hannah. She did it willfully, she did it intentionally, and she wanted her to die. The evidence will also demonstrate maybe that Chloe was a weak-minded person who was particularly susceptible to the cult lifestyle, but that is not the issue before you. The evidence will not demonstrate that she meets the definition of criminal insanity to the extent that she cannot be held responsible for her actions. And once all of the evidence has come before you and all of the witnesses have been questioned, I'm going to ask you to hold her responsible for the consequences that this child suffered from her choices and her decisions. And I'm going to ask you to find her guilty.
All right, Ms. Trethaway.
Good morning. I want to make one thing abundantly clear from the outset of this case, and that no one in this courtroom is going to stand here and dispute that the murder of a child is a horrific event. This is a tragic and heartbreaking case. There's simply no other way to explain it. There's no rational way to explain that. There is no dispute as to the facts regarding the events that occurred on December 8th of 2020 at 215 Mountain Vista Boulevard here in Canton. Ms. Driver does not dispute that she killed her 13-month-old baby daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver.
There is also no dispute that at the same time, Ms. Driver stabbed herself repeatedly in the neck, not once, not twice, not 3 times, 4 times, and then took the knife to her chest. There is no doubt that the evidence in this case and the testimony you're going to hear by the state of the defendant will not only be difficult to see and hear, but as we go through this trial, the only issue in this case that you need to decide is Ms. Driver's mental status and mental state at the time of the crime. Solely focus as we sit here and present all of this evidence about what happened that day, and the state does that, on her mental health. We are not standing here saying that Hannah Nicole Driver is not a victim. That is not the position taken by anybody in this case. Our job is to simply show you how we got here today, and that the law allows you to consider her mental state at the time of the crime. I'm going to give you a little bit more background information about the people involved in this case, so you have some sort of context. Today, our client, Chloe, she's 24 years old. She grew up in Florida and in the Knoxville, Tennessee area. Her parents are Eric and Renee Driver. She is one of 3 children, the youngest and only daughter. Ms. Driver did have her ups and downs and bouts with teenage angst, and she, like most teenagers, thought she was ready for the world and knew best at the age of 16. She left home, she left school. She had her first fateful meeting with Benjamin Ben Michael when she was 16 years old at a bus station in Atlanta. Several months after the breaking up with her boyfriend, she had just turned 17. She met up with Benjamin again. He was 38 years old. See, I'll tell you a little bit about Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael. He's not this great character that the state intends to put up here. Not at all. He spends his free time setting up Christian trusts in the name of religion and his wacky beliefs. You will hear that some of these trusts include contracts that he made with his so-called wives. I'm not even going to attempt to try to explain what these trusts are, because quite frankly, we really don't understand what their thought process is involved in that, and I'm sure Mr. Spillers would love to tell you all about it. You will hear that he had 3 wives at this time. He had Jessica, he had Chloe, he had Sarah. He actually knew Jessica prior to ever meeting Chloe. But Chloe was his first wife, and Jessica came back into the picture at a later time because she had money. She had some money stashed away, and Mr. Ben Michael knew that. Sarah Stiles did come along longer. She wasn't involved in this group until after Chloe had her baby. See, he creates contracts with each one of these women and calls them his wives in trust. You will also hear evidence that Benjamin had not only Chloe, but these other wives file during COVID for the fraudulent EIDL loan money through the Small Business Administration. He had each one of them apply for these under his Alorian Christian Trust or other pseudo trusts that he called 501c3 or 508c something under the organization of spirituality and teaching. You will hear that they were able to get $150,000.
Wow.
That's the money sitting in the Wells Fargo account. They traveled all around the eastern United States. Sometimes they were together, sometimes they were not, depending on where he wanted each of these women. They definitely lived what we would consider an alternative lifestyle. This lifestyle didn't involve the things that you and I would normally think would be a partnership or a relationship, or the type of rules that we would necessarily agree with. There were rules of what to eat, what to wear, who they could talk to, when she would have access to her cell phone, when she'd be able to speak to her parents. Same rules applied to all 3 women. It was a constant indoctrination of an alternative ideology and belief system to an already vulnerable young lady.
Hey, everybody.
A 17, 18, and 19-year-old woman with a 38, 39, 40-year-old man. He did assign his wives each alternative name. She'll hear in these calls In interviews, they'll refer to her as Kalani. Chloe, initially, was all in this relationship. She really didn't know any better. She was shocked and awed by his personality. She was young, and she was vulnerable. She became alienated from her friends and her family, and she did. She followed his teachings and belief system. He also manipulated her mind to the extent about her own belief system about her own parents. Repeatedly telling her he couldn't trust, that she could not trust her parents and that they may have done horrible things to her as a child.
Hey, time traveler.
She couldn't and did not realize that this was essentially a cult environment. Around April of 2020, Benjamin met Jason Spillers, and they immediately became friends. He became fascinated with his trust system, the idea of having multiple women involved, quickly realized that they shared similar beliefs. To this day, they remain very close to each other. Mr. Spillers traveled around as well from place to place and was in a group on several different occasions with them, leading up to December 8th. When he was not with Benjamin or this group, he remained in constant contact via phone, text, or other means. Mr. Spillers saw Chloe in May of 2020. Will describe her as a loving, caring mom. No issues, no signs of mental illness. In September of 2020, he noted that her mental state had deteriorated and became concerned. And he even spoke to Brian about it. There were discussions about her needing treatment and medication. But see, Mr. Ben Michael doesn't agree with pharmaceuticals. He doesn't believe with white coat intervention, as he calls it. He was not going to let her put any medication in her body because she was breastfeeding, and she needed to be pure. He also believed that he could self-diagnose and self-treat Chloe on his own. Now, there were several red flags and calls for help leading up to this event. And the state didn't tell you about it, but I'm going to. Several people who claim to love Chloe and care about her are the same people who refused to get her the help she desperately needed and asked for. Benjamin, his other wives, Jason Spillers, Chloe's own parents. They either all chose not to help her and ignore her cries for help, or they just could not break through to her in those fateful months and get her that help she so desperately needed and that she asked for. The responses to her erratic behavior, her expressions of the thoughts that were in her mind to these people were ignored. Rather, in September of 2020, instead of getting her actual mental help,
Thank you, Donna.
Benjamin convinced her to start taking CBD to help regulate herself and calm her down. You will hear testimony that they continued to feed her this CBD from Mr. Spillers that not only increased the erratic behavior, but led to an increase in her delusions and the continued degradation of her condition. There were two significant incidents that I want you to think about through this trial that show a continued decline of the months of her mental health leading up to this and the lack of help for her deteriorating mental state. On November 25th, 2020, this group was in Asheville, North Carolina. Chloe Driver ran out of an apartment through an apartment complex parking lot into oncoming traffic to escape this group. She was having a major mental health crisis episode. During that time, she was begging strangers to help her get away from him and get help. She was young and she was crazy. I expect you to hear from a lady named Sandra Torres. She's a completely independent witness. Doesn't know Benjamin, doesn't know Jason, doesn't know Chloe. We saw this young lady on that day in the middle of the road, crying and asking for help, being chased by Jason Spillers. She sees him pick her up and drag her back into that apartment. She calls 911. And what is the result of her help? She was hit by a car that Ben Yaman was driving and punched in the eye by Jason Spillers. He broke her eye socket. She will tell you that Chloe was begging for help, begging to call the police, begging them to call her parents to help.
Wow.
And then put Chloe in a car, put Hannah in a car, and drove away before the police could ever respond. There are police reports about this.
Wow. Yeah, that's
We will hear the
insanity.
next day, Thanksgiving
Brooks is a
2020,
new
November
member.
26th,
Welcome,
that Chloe
brother.
had access to her cell phone. She contacted her parents. Contacted her parents to please come and get her in Asheville, North Carolina.
Welcome,
with
Mr.
Hannah,
Brooks.
and help her get away. That Brian was hurting her. She was afraid. She needed help. Her parents immediately got in the car and started to make that 2-hour drive to Asheville. Ben Yaman went through her phone, found out that they were coming, and the result was he took the child before her parents or the police could get there. Took the child away from Chloe and kept her away from her child for over 2.5 days. Police reported about that too. When her
Thank you,
parents
Cindy
picked her up
Lou.
that day,
This is
Miss
Wrangler.
Driver had a black eye, the remnants of a healing black eye. It's documented in the police report as well. Chloe went with her parents. She was distraught. She was upset. She was afraid that she was never going to see her daughter again. He kept her away from the baby. Expect you to see the Facebook messages and text messages exchanged between the two that indicate the manipulation and the games he played with Chloe that day and over the course of those 2 days to get her child back. She was even more distraught because she was still breastfeeding her daughter. That was the first time that her parents had ever learned about what was going on with Chloe, both with her mental status and the relationship. Her parents were desperate to intervene. They helped her try to figure out how to get her own bank account, how to obtain Hannah's birth certificate, because they left the hospital shortly after she was born, because Mr. Ben Michael didn't want her in the system and was afraid that DFACS was going to be called. They left without a birth certificate. She feared that they would never see her daughter again. I expect you'll see a video that was taken on November 27th of 2020 with Miss Driver. That video was taken prior to Miss Driver getting in an Uber that Mr. Ben Michael set for her to bring her back to her child. She didn't know where she was going. She didn't know what was going to happen to her. She didn't actually know that she was being brought to her daughter. You will see the choice and the agony in Miss Driver's voice that she had to go back to get her daughter. She feared never seeing her again. You will hear evidence, and the state's already touched on it, about evidence about searches. Miss Driver did search for other things other than how to snap a neck. She did searches that were trying to, how to find a bus ticket for a 13-month-old. How do I travel with a child I don't have a birth certificate to?
This is BJ's baby.
There are
Wrangler.
also indications that she was understanding that she
My new
was
son.
experiencing some crazy things in her mind. She searched for schizophrenia. She searched for other ways to get mental help. Things that she was being denied. And things spiraled from there. On December 7th, 2020, the group took Chloe back to her parents' house to get the last
Interview
belongings.
what?
They begged her to stay there with Hannah. They couldn't convince her to stay, and her parents thought about
What
calling the
interview,
police.
Mr. Brooks?
But they also realized that that might mean that they may never see their daughter or granddaughter again. And they are still living with that guilt today. The group then left and spent the night in a hotel room. The morning of the 8th, they attended a ceremony called the 12 Tribes. They then traveled towards Canton, Georgia. I expect that Mr. Spillers will tell you about a weird incident where Chloe appeared to be hallucinating or having something going on while they were at Whole Foods on the way down here. They did stop at Mr. Avalon's house to pick up some belongings that belonged to Ben Yaman. Chloe was in Canton for less than 3 hours that day. Throughout this case, you will hear evidence that everyone around her said Chloe wholeheartedly and loved and cared for her child. You will hear evidence that she was a loving and doting mother, that she tended to all of Hannah's needs, that that baby barely ever cried because of the love and attention that Chloe's took. You will hear that Chloe considered her an extension of herself, a huge piece of her, had a connection to her. That everything she did for her daughter was because she was an incredible mother. And I'm going to show you some pictures, put this kind of in context for you guys, so that you can see the physical changes involved in Chloe's life during this time. These pictures do not dispute a change in her physically and show a change in her mentally. This is Chloe when she was 16 years old, before she met Benjamin and Michael. This is Chloe with Hannah on July 12th, 2020. Her pride and joy. August 29th, 2020. Again, showing how prideful she is of her daughter.
I'm down.
November 2020.
Mr. Brooks. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing?
November 27th, 2020. It's another angle from the head. Now, the state has charged Chloe with killing Hannah with malice and cruel intentions, and along with other counts set forth in the indictment. The evidence in this case, contrary to what the state is saying, is clear and overwhelming. The state doesn't want you to consider Chloe a victim of Benjamin or Jason Spiller. We're not even standing here saying that that is the whole piece of what happened. We're not blaming Jason. We're not blaming Benjamin. We're not blaming Hannah. But what it is a bigger piece of this puzzle about Chloe's severe and untreated mental illnesses that she suffered in the months leading up to December 8th. You will also hear testimony that she did have these delusions, that she seemed paranoid, that she reported seeing signs.
He's just snorting into the mic.
Wouldn't be right that way. But that's all part of mental illness. We are not here to dispute what happened to Hannah. It is truly horrific. It is something that this driver thinks about every single day.
You're snoring, dude. You're snoring.
You will hear evidence from witnesses who were with her leading up to this that contradicts every aspect that on December 8th of 2020 that Chloe was in any right state of mind.
She's in the living room.
You will hear testimony from those individuals who witnessed her day-to-day mental health breakdowns and delusions themselves. You will also hear testimony about how this investigation by the Canton Police Department was conducted from the very beginning as it related to her severe mental illnesses and her delusions.
You snoring,
Ms. Driver was
man. You
evaluated by
snoring.
several experts in this case, which will be presented to you in this case, including one from the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health. We expect that the evidence will show that every expert that comes before you will say that she was severely mentally ill, that she was delusional, and will offer diagnoses of specific mental health disorders. You will hear from experts that will tell you that she was suffering from these severe mental disturbances, paranoia, and psychosis on December 8th and in the months leading up to the tragic event. They will tell you that they based their information on information they received from the state, from the defense, and from other collateral third parties. They will also tell you that the participation in this group, while initially may have been voluntary, turned into one of an involuntary nature from a psychological perspective. The state is aiming to present this case in such a deliberate manner aimed at eliciting raw emotional responses to what happened. That's it. They want you to ignore the elephant in the room, which is the mental health, which is a huge piece of this puzzle. Despite those initial reactions, we are asking you to think about this. Mothers just do not kill their kids. Ask yourself, what drives someone
In Georgia,
to do
they
something
do.
like this to their baby and to themselves? What drives someone to do something like this who by all reports loved and cared for Hannah in the most amazing way? Listen to the evidence that is presented about what she experienced in this relationship with Benjamin and what delusions compelled her to this tragic event. Listen to what people say about her ability to know what she was doing, living minute to minute, how she'd be fine one minute.
I don't know what they called the cult, but it was a COVID cult.
There is absolutely no motive in this case for her to kill her daughter. There is no other reason for her to have killed Hannah but for her psychotic symptoms and delusions that she was under on December 8th of 2020. You'll hear that from experts, you'll hear that from the witnesses too.
Yes, this is the opening statement.
Explanation as to what happened, and only reason that would be supported by the evidence in this case. We believe that the evidence in this case will clearly lead you to a conclusion that at the end of this case, that she's not guilty by reason of insanity. And that still, because it's provided by law, is a way to hold her responsible for these actions. We expect that that's what the evidence will show, and that will be what we will be asking for you at the end of this case. Thank you.
All right, you can go ahead and just.
Okay. So that was opening statements. I just want to, a lot of you guys came in today and said that y'all have never heard of this case, right? This happened in 2020 in Canton, Georgia. And there was basically, just like any other cult, basically a doomsday cult. They believed that the earth was flat, and they believed in, dark therapy where they would sit in the dark and, it's just crazy things that like a lot of these cults believe in. And, the husband was a polygamist. He had multiple wives. He had 3 wives, and she seemed to be a little jealous of the wives that she wasn't getting the attention. And to me, it sounds like she was going through some things, mental illness. And listen, if you can kill your baby and stab yourself in the neck, you're crazy. Now, are you insane is the big question. And here's the thing. Over time, we've come to find out people can be insane, and then 2 hours later, they be okay, right? It's momentarily insanity, right? Sophia, thank you so much. Thank you for donating. That is awesome. Keeping Dolly alive. That is a good way to keep the channel going. Get on the Dolly Blessed Express. All right, grab you a seat. All right. Buckle up. Sometimes it can get a little bumpy. And Wrangler here, he may snore you to death, right? But he's harmless. Let's see if they're back in court yet. Not back in court quite yet. So this is Georgia versus Chloe Diver, the cult baby murder trial. So, she didn't just kill her baby. She tried to unalive herself also. So I would say, hey, you're in a cult, and what's the object of a cult is them to brainwash you, right? So I believe she had, been brainwashed for sure. And she may have been a little crazy at the time. They're also drugging her on CBD. Now, CBD ain't going to make me stab nobody, but certain things like that do cause anxiety right? Paranoia can be caused. That's one of the side effects of just to say weed. Okay. It's paranoia, anxiety. Some people use it to fight their anxiety, and some people get anxiety from it. Now, me, for years I smoked. I quit smoking. I haven't smoked in 4 months. Okay. And my anxiety has went down. I still have anxiety. Rosemary, Scooby snack for the fur babies. Look at that. You just made $10. You rich. You rich. You rich, little dog. All right, we'll make sure he gets a bone. He just had a greenie. Rose. So he got to wait a little while before he can get another Scooby snack. All right. And he scarfed that. And it was a big greenie like that. And he scarfed it down. So, I mean, cults brainwashing people is a real thing in this thing. And, like I said, I haven't smoked in 4 months. But when I did smoke, if I smoked that cron, okay, it would give me anxiety. It would make me a little paranoid. So, as I've quit smoking, that has went down. My anxiety is not as bad. My paranoia ain't as bad. I don't think everybody's out to get me. And that is the side effects from THC and CBD. I mean, it does have some good medical properties. Maybe it can, help in a little bit of pain, arthritis, joint discomfort, glaucoma. But no, people always ask me, well, why don't you just do edibles, Dolly, since you had to quit smoking because of the heart situation? And I say, well, once you quit, why take up a bad habit if you don't need it, right? Wasn't Lori Vallow Doomsday also the famous YouTuber Ruby Frank in a similar Mormon type end of the world cult? Yes. Well, Lori Vallow, the Doomsday Mom, she was a doomsday prepper. She believed people were possessed by demons. Okay. Sophie says, and thank you, Jax. All right. You don't have to donate every time you say something. You can just throw in stop signs, but thank you for the money. All right. Now they gotta eat. And Sophie says, Wrangler, the executive producer. Yeah, he thinks he's a little tiny lap dog, but he gets kind of heavy, right? He's probably 25 pounds. And but he thinks he's a chihuahua. And he snores while he's awake. Okay. And he's already had nose surgery. So he's already got a nose job, but he still snores. Not as bad though. Not as bad. So sometimes you got to be like, hey, Rangy, you snoring, and he'll stop. Right. Like, I think he purposely does it. I think it's just shows you when he's like relaxed and comfortable. He'll kind of snort and, but he don't always do it. Because lately he's been sleeping with me at night, right? He's been turned on PJ, right? He used to love PJ the most. Now he kind of cuddles up to me at night. So, he's cool. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Now, if he don't know you, he will bite the shit out of you. Okay. He's mean when he don't know you, but once he gets to know you, he's just a big love bug. Okay. But when you first meet Wrangler, he has like pit bull jaws, okay? Because he's a French bulldog, so that bulldog is still in him. So he can literally bite onto a toy and hang from it. His jaws are super strong, and he bit my daughter. Right? He didn't bite her bad, like he nipped her, but he nipped her pretty good. It was enough to make her go get the dog, and she's running. So when Tiff comes over, he has to go in the kennel because now she won't give him a chance to get to know him. She's just kind of scared of him now because he bit her in the hand. He got her finger pretty good. And so she's just like put him up. And so really I told her, I said, if you give him a chance and you're around him a little bit, once he knows you, he's just a big baby. Right. But if he don't know you, he's going to bite the shit out of you. So, I'm thinking that this lady could have been possibly insane at the time. I know what she did is horrible. And if she would have done it just to that baby, I would say hang her up by her toenails. But she didn't. She literally tried to take her on. I'm here just doing homework at the same time. That's cool, Jax. I would say, since she did try to take her own life, that she may have been insane at the time of she committed this crime. it's horrible that she did this to her baby. A lot of people be thinking, well, why didn't she just hurt herself? She did. Mental health issues caused her to hurt that baby too. Right. And it seems like she was trying to get away. You heard her say that man's friend punched her in the eye. Now, I wouldn't allow none of my friends to put their hands on PJ. You put your hands on PJ, I'm going to try to unalive you. You know what I'm saying? So, like, not only was he abusing this woman, but he was allowing his friend to abuse his wives also, which, listen, that does mental damage, right? And sometimes I say mental abuse is worse than physical abuse, right? I'd rather PJ just kick me in the ass one time than to torture me for a week straight, bitching and complaining. And you know what I'm saying? I'd rather just get kicked in the ass once. At least the physical pain goes away. Sometimes that mental abuse don't go away. And mental abuse leaves just as many scars as physical abuse, right? Some people overlook, physical, mental abuse, but I think mental abuse sometimes is worse. Absolutely worse. And if any of you ladies out here, I know most of y'all ladies, I'm sure, you've been in a bad relationship where somebody's mentally abusive. And I mean, both are bad. If you're with somebody that's mentally abusing you or physically abusing you, you need to get the hell away. All right. Because there's somebody out there that will love you, that won't mentally abuse you and physically abuse you. See, that's why I'm getting rid of PJ, because she likes to physically abuse me. All right. She likes to beat up on me and my body can't take it anymore. All right. I'm brittle. I'm playing, people. She don't physically abuse me. I'm playing. Don't give her a hard time. I'm just joking. But yeah, mental abuse is just as bad. All right. And see, what I do to PJ is a little bit of mental abuse. I think I aggravate her sometimes with my silliness and me not taking anything serious. I think it gets under her skin a little bit sometimes, but she deals with it. So I love her to death. All right. Written in the stars. Hello. Stop lying. Coco says stop lying. You're full of it. I know. I'm just playing. Now, if I show up with 2 black eyes, just know she done told me, right? She didn't have to tell me twice. I'll be working on my duck weave game, right? I'm good at ducking. Dolly is only joking, people. Domestic violence hotline. Thank you, Rose. I'm going to call that just as soon as I get off of here. I just don't want y'all to know. Men can be abused too. Don't think they can't. I'm small. Okay. I'm small and I'm fragile and I'm getting old, so I can't even fight back. You had 2 mentally abusive husbands. Awful. Well, you need to learn to pick better guys, Denise, right? I mean, if you with one mentally abusive husband, but didn't go pick another one, you got to get you a good guy. Okay. A big goofball. That's how I say it. Right. We like when you get an idiot, we can't be mentally abusive. We're not smart enough to mentally abuse you. See, you just got to get you a big dumb. There's plenty of big dum-dums like Dolly out there, right? You just look around and the first one you see drooling on himself, you make that your husband, okay? He don't know what's going on to physically abuse you, and he's too stupid to mentally abuse you, right? And then you win, okay? People be like, why is your husband drooling on himself? Be like, he's the nicest guy. He wouldn't hurt a thing, you know what I'm saying? If he half brain dead, licking the window, You never have problems with dudes like that, okay? You got to get the right one. You got to get the right one. He's right. He does drool sometimes. I do, right? I'll drool. I'll wake up with slobber all down my face. You know what I'm saying? And you got to look at this. Now, listen, you got to be able to put up with a face like this, though. Look. And if you can deal with that, you good to go. It's winter chicken dinner time. All right. It's winter chicken dinner time. PJ, get your man. I'm telling you, y'all are in these unhappy relationships because y'all didn't marry an idiot. Okay. If y'all would have got y'all an idiot, y'all would be happy. Okay. And cleaning up drool. That's the only bad downfall is every now and then you got to clean up a little bit of slobber. And it ain't that bad. It ain't that bad. Okay. 6:15, not today. I'm at work. Y'all have to tolerate it now. Ha ha. Picker broken. Yeah. I'm single for life by choice. Okay. He stole your dog. Get him, PJ. You just like my hubby. I never know what's going to come out his mouth. Right. You just don't know. You got to be careful. You got to watch where you take them. Right. Be like, look at me like, don't say nothing out loud. Because I'll say some of the craziest shit at the totally inappropriate times. All right. I laugh at the weirdest things and I can't even help it. Like it's uncontrollable. Like people look at me like, I can't believe you laughing. Like when people get hurt, I like to laugh. I don't know why. I don't think it's funny, but for some reason internally I do. Okay. And my mind's saying, don't laugh, but my body's just like, I can't even control it. Right. I can't even control it. So you just got to be careful where you take me. But I always tell people I'm the good kind of crazy. Right. You just can't take me around your parents. There's just certain places I don't belong. But as far as being physically and mentally abusive, nah, not Dolly. Oh, I had a goofball too. No thanks. I'm a loner now. Okay. All right. Well, if the goofball didn't work out for you, then there's no hope for you. You're just better off dying alone. Okay. You're just better off dying alone. We all laugh when you tripped over the gate. Just saying. That wasn't funny. I didn't laugh at that one. Okay. I didn't find that too amusing. I laughed a little bit. When I got up and I realized I was bleeding, I started laughing. I don't know why. Usually blood makes me a little squeamish, but it was kind of funny to me. I don't know why. I just tried to laugh the pain off, but my knot's gone. I don't know if y'all can see it. It was right there. I hit my forehead. It's like, I don't even know where. Just my whole head hit the ground. Bam. So, a little head plant to the floor. Yeah. I'm surprised I made it. I know now I'm getting carpet. Okay. I told PJ, I was like, we need to get carpet because we got like hardwood floors in here. And let me tell you, PJ didn't push you, Dolly. We heard it. Y'all didn't see it, right? I was walking just perfectly fine. And next thing you know, she knocked me over. Nah, she was at work. But and you know what she told me? This is what I mean about mental abuse. This is what I mean about mental abuse right here. I fall on my damn head, right? About knock myself out, bust my head open, tear up my elbows. My elbows are still bruised. Look at that. Still bruised from that. Okay. Still hurts too. Both my knees are bruised. You know what she told me? I should have been wearing my Apple Watch. Was it going to catch me? Okay. She was like, oh, well, it could have called the authorities. I wasn't dead. Okay. I was hurt. I wasn't like, she said, you should have been wearing your Apple Watch. I didn't know Apple Watch had an airbag. Okay. I didn't know Apple Watch would save you. Oh my God, I'll never fall again. Let me put my Apple Watch on. That's going to save me every time. Okay. Every time. It's all you need is an Apple Watch. You'll never fall again. All right. It's the answer to everything. It's the Apple Watch. You should have been wearing a bicycle helmet. I can't laugh my ass off, because Apple Watch has fall detection. So when I had the heart attack, everybody was scared about me being here by myself, just in case something happened to me and I fell out and, that it would notify the authorities, call the paramedics for me, right? Because it knows when you fall. And, so that's what the watch was given to me for. But at the same time, I didn't fall from a heart attack. I tripped over a baby gate and landed on my head and my knees and my elbow. I landed hard too. I mean, hard. Like you couldn't fall any harder. It was almost like somebody picked me up and body slammed me on the ground. If you holler, I called, we hear it. Yeah, well, everybody on YouTube heard me fall on my head, which good thing y'all didn't see it, because imagine all the clip channels that would have been playing that, right? It'd have been like forward motion, back, me just falling over, boop, 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 And so I'm glad they only got the audio. Denise is a new member, all right? And that's the first fall I've took in a good while. Usually I don't fall on my head. You know, it ain't something I usually do. And even when I had the heart attack, I didn't really fall out. I felt myself getting faint, like I was about to pass out. It's a little bit different than falling on your head and then you getting up and feeling like you're going to pass out. So during the heart attack, I started sweating really bad. And I went to turn up the air conditioning. And when I got up, I felt like I was about to pass out. That's when I called the ambulance, right? Called the authorities, said, hey, I ain't feeling right. Something's going on. But, you know, when I was walking, I felt fine. I just tripped over the baby gate and landed on my head. And then I kind of rolled over there and laid there for a second. I was just like, oh, shit. You know how you do? I didn't get up quick. When I was in my 20s, I would have popped right back up. Helena gifted $5 memberships. Thank you so much. That is so sweet of you. But I can be honest with you. I didn't pop straight up. I did not even close. I landed head first, like on my face. And then I rolled over onto my back. I was laying in the hallway on my back. And I'm thinking, damn, that hurt. That's really what went through my mind. I wasn't thinking about anything else, but damn, that hurt. I hope I'm okay. And then when I went to get up, I realized my arms were good. My legs were good. And I was like, okay. And then I kind of came in here. And as I was walking in, I realized, I was like, hold up, I'm bleeding. You know, when I was in the hallway, I didn't realize I busted my head open. But it wasn't bad. It's just a little nick above my eye right here. I think you can still see it a little bit. Right there got me. It split this eye. It's right there. You can see it a little bit. See the little cut? If you look real close, you can see it. It got me right there. And I kind of split my shit a little bit. I was like, oh, man. So shit happens, though. You know, you got to be careful. Watch your step is the moral of that story. Just turned 59. Know what you mean. Doug, if you fall, it's going to be like you jumped out of an airplane. You so tall. So I shook it off pretty good, though. I shook it off. And then when I got offline, and then I cried to PJ about how sore I was, how bad I was hurt. But, you know, when I got online, I had to play that off like, oh, I'm good, guys. My eyes are watering. I got blood leaking out my head. My elbows throbbing. Both my knees are hurting. But I played it off pretty good. I was like, hey, guys, how y'all doing? They were like, you're bleeding, Dolly. So thank you guys for everybody that worries about me, though. I'm okay, you know. I feel a little bit better each day. I still look, when people ask me, you know, about the heart situation, I still don't feel like I'm 100% back. Not like I was before it happened. You know, before it happened, I didn't have a worry in the world. I thought I was healthy as a horse, right? I don't know how healthy horses are, but hopefully healthy horse, right? And now I do worry a little bit, like, you know, let me take care of myself. Let me what, you know, so I still have that worry in the back of my mind that, you know, something bad could happen. So once that kind of goes away, and I really don't know if it ever go away, but I think I'd be back at 100%. I think I'm at maybe 95%. And honestly, to be truthful in this, I feel better than before I had the heart attack physically. Right. And maybe the heart doctor was right that some of my anxiety and my high blood pressure and all these things were coming from a heart problem. And I didn't know that. And I just, you know, so believe it. I mean, I still have anxiety. It's not as, you know, it comes and goes still, but it hasn't been as bad as it was before I had the heart attack. I was having massive anxiety before that heart attack. Sophie, love those Dolly minutes. Feel like kid who's listening to elders' life lessons. Well, you know, I got a little wisdom. I've been around the block a few times on this planet, I guess, you know. So just take care of yourself because you don't never know. That's the more of a story. Like what you put in your body is important. You know, like I never cared before. I'd eat pizzas, Philly steaks, and just crush anything. Nowadays, I'm more picky about what I'm putting in, how much sugar I'm taking in, just everything. Fried foods. I try to stay away from fried foods because I feel like that's what jacked up my heart. Is, you know, this fried chicken, and I'm eating everything fried. Now I'm more about, you know, grilled chickens and stuff that's baked and things like that. So, and I've been cheating a little bit, But let me tell you this. So I went 3 months without eating a cheeseburger. Okay. And I used to eat hamburgers constantly. Five Guys, you name it. Mickey D's, Burger King. And I like cheeseburgers. So I went 3 months without eating anything fried. And I said, okay, today I'm going to cheat. I'm going to go get me a greasy ass cheeseburger. I went and got a greasy ass cheeseburger from my favorite place, Frankie's. Okay. There's this place called Frankie's. They sell smash burgers and custard. So I go into Frankie's. I order me my favorite burger. It's a double burger, greasy as hell. Right. I eat this burger. It upsets my stomach so bad. Gives me the worst heartburn I think I ever had in my life. Okay? Ever. It was, I will never do it again. It literally cured me of that cheeseburger craze that I have. Like, you start to want something like, you feel like something's missing. I need a cheeseburger. Right? No, not again, Satan. I will not eat. My body's done became used to not having the grease in that type of food in me. So when I put it in me, it really effed me up. Right. Like, and I won't do it again. It cured the cheeseburger crap. I'm like, hell no. When I see a cheeseburger now, I'm thinking, man, my stomach will be so upset. I will have the worst heartburn I've ever had. And my body just basically rejected it, right? Like Denise says, listen to your body. My body didn't want no parts of that cheeseburger. Get you an air fryer. I got one. I've been using it too. I've been using it. I cook these little small pizzas every now and then, and I use the air fryer for that. I like chicken pot pies. I put into my air fryer. So there's a bunch of things that chicken. I put chicken into the air fryer. So I use the air fryer. Somebody got me the air fryer. I don't know exactly who got it for me, right? I don't think anybody ever took the credit. But one day an air fryer showed right up, right? Somebody mailed it to me. It's boom, air fryer. And I was like, thank you for the air fryer, whoever got it for me. And nobody ever claimed who got it. Nobody said, hey, it was me, Dolly, that got you the air fryer. A big ass air fryer showed up one day. They were like, here you go. And I was like, thank you, whoever got it for me. What are you eating? I need my husband to not eat food he shouldn't, and I cook using an air fryer. Well, I would just say stay away from what my doctor told me. Processed foods. Don't eat as try to cut back on the processed foods. And heavily foods that are with saturated fats. Like if it has clear fat on it that you can see, stay away from that type of stuff. That's what my heart doctor said. She said, when you're eating something unhealthy, just, limit that, she said, don't cut it out, completely. She said, because it'll never work for you. But I've cut it out. I've cut out I ate a Philly chicken yesterday, but I usually would have ate a Philly steak, something greasy, but I ate a Philly chicken. It's a little, still ain't great, but not as bad for you. So I've been drinking more water, and I cut out Coca-Cola, and I cut out Pepsi. I have drank a Coca-Cola because there was no other options. Like their sweet tea sucked, and I didn't feel like drinking water. And usually when I eat, I got to have something to drink. So I have since drank a couple sodas, but I used to drink 10 to 15 sodas a day. Like constantly. Was going to the store buying a Pepsi, Coke. I would buy them 4 or 5 at a time. Right. And I didn't even drink water at all. And PJ would leave notes on the fridge. And she may have jinxed me, like, drink water or die. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So now I'm drinking more water. When we go to the store, I make sure I get, water. And lately I've been buying Gatorade, which is, a little bit cheating. Helena, he built sunroom as in with construction workers all day. So it's not my cooking. It's his buddies and the homeowner. Okay. It's not your cooking. Well, stress, they say it's the silent killer. You know, I would say eat well, avoid stress. That would probably be the best thing, you know, but I'm not a heart doctor. I can just tell you what my heart doctor told me. You know, don't stress out, don't eat shitty foods, you know, stay away from much as you can processed foods, and you're going to be okay. You know, you can live another 20 years, hopefully, right? There's always that hopefully, you know, maybe, you know, so just take care of yourself. That's it. You know, drink water, cut out some of the soda and the sugar. Sugar is not the best for you at all. So I've been trying to cut out that, but it's completely hard to cut out sugar because fake sugar is super nasty to me. The only thing I can eat fake sugar in that I've found is Jello. Okay. I've been on this Jello kick. So I'll sit around in the middle of the night and I eat Jello. It's weird, I know, right? But I get the sugar-free Jello, and it's like one of those snacks. I used to eat like candy bars and Reese's, and so I think changing from that to sugar-free Jello is a big jump, you know? And somebody sent me a bunch of, I think it was Short Legs, sent me a bunch of Hershey chocolate bars, sugar-free Hershey chocolate bars. I've been crushing those. I ain't gonna lie. I can eat those. I can eat the sugar-free Jello, but anything else with that fake sugar in it, ugh, I can't stand it. And I tried. I went out and bought all them different drinks that, you know, got the fake sugar in it to see if I could find one that I liked. And I just couldn't find one I liked. Everything was just nasty as shit. I was like, I'd rather die. Have I tried a Gourmet Gang on Volvo Parkway yet? They have the best sandwiches. No, I do on Volvo Parkway. I go to the Healthy Eats, right? I haven't been in a while, but I was on a kick where I was just eating their meals at night. But I do need to stop by there and grab me a couple meals. Healthy Eats got all foods, but no additives, preservatives, you know, just a good healthy meal. So baby carrots are soaked in sugar. So, you know, I've been eating like keto bread. So I have changed up a lot of the stuff that I have been eating. PJ's been helping me with that. Now I still have a, you know, a decent breakfast in the morning. Like I eat Raisin Bran, which is heart healthy, right? I'll usually eat some cereal, and then lunchtime I'm, you know, snacking on fruits. So I've been, you know, I ain't saying I'm eating 100% perfectly, but I'm eating a lot better than I was before I had that heart attack for sure. Impossible Whopper at Burger King is just as good as a hamburger. Yeah, I'm not eating no fake hamburger. I can't eat the turkey bacon. Well, no, believe it or not, the turkey sausage that PJ's been getting me for breakfast is not that bad. Okay. Well, it depends where you get it from. Like the place I like to eat for breakfast is this little place called Metro's Diner, and I can eat their turkey sausage, right? But I can't mess with turkey bacon, and it's just nasty, you know? But I've been avoiding bacon too. Like I stay away from bacon now. You know, I could eat bacon on just about anything before. Chicken sandwich with bacon, you know, bacon in my salad. Now I just stay away from the bacon, the fat, you know, anything like the doctor said that it's just got fat all over it or it's soaked in fat. You only drink coffee. You only drink tea. I like tea, you know. Tea has got a lot of sugar in it though, if you like sweet tea. Be careful on the sugar-free chocolate. It will make you doo-doo. Okay, I guess that's the nicest way to say that. PJ don't like me eating the fake sweeteners. She's always like, it's going to give you cancer. And I'm looking at, it's a little tiny Hershey bar that's big. I'm like, this little Hershey bar is not going to give me cancer. And plus, I'm old enough now, like, you know, I'm going to die one day anyway. What at this point, what's a little sugar-free chocolate going to do to me? Bad for you, fake food. I just heard that fake meat is terrible for you. Look at the ingredients. Well, I've cut out a lot of fast food. for the most part. Like me and PJ go out to eat occasionally, but we don't usually go to like a fast food. I mean, I guess like I'll go to Olive Garden, you know, Texas Roadhouse, Outback, stuff like that. So probably not the best choices, but better than what I was eating before. You know, before I would just go to Mickey D's and get me a quarter pounder, greasy ass French fries, and a big ass soda and some chicken nuggets. All of it fried, all of it soaked in grease. And maybe that's why my damn heart was clogged up the way it was, you know? So it only comes in the Whopper version because all the stuff on it covers the taste of the fake meat. LOL. Yeah, I mean, cheeseburgers are good, but are they worth my life? You know? And I say no. And like I said, once you go a while without eating healthy and you try to eat some like greasy food or something bad, you can't do it. You just cannot do it. Right? Because as soon as I ate that cheeseburger, it was delicious when I was eating it. Oh, but after I ate it, my body just completely said, dude, what the hell are you doing? You know, we're on a health kick now and you trying to put some nasty shit in yourself. And it did just not like it. My stomach was upset for like 2 days. I woke up, I ate so many Tums trying to kill the heartburn. Bill Gates invited the Beyond Meat, but his favorite meal is a real cheeseburger. He invented the Beyond Meat, but his favorite meal is a real cheeseburger. Make it make sense, you know? I was really like, one thing I haven't eaten, I used to like sloppy joes, cheeseburgers, anything with hamburger in it. And I've completely, you know, other than tacos, I ate a couple tacos that had hamburger meat in it, and they didn't really get me that bad. The tacos didn't. But anything else, oh my God. Clone meat. The courtroom must be delayed also. Maybe, you know, because they did go out to eat. They usually have a meal prepared for them or they cater stuff into the court. But today they didn't. So they're taking a pretty long lunch break. And you can see the picture of her when she was arrested right here, her mugshot. She looked like she'd been through it. Okay. I don't know what she'd been through, but in the picture, she looks like she's had a rough time at whatever has took place. And you can see basically where she stabbed herself in the neck, which is crazy. And you can see the scar from a trach tube right there in the front of her neck. So it takes a lot of balls to stab yourself in the neck. I couldn't do it. I don't know if any of y'all could, but I couldn't grab a knife and jam it in my neck. I just couldn't do it. I'm too big of a sissy. I don't like pain. I don't like a paper cut. Most Leslie sticking a damn knife in my neck. So I'm going with this lady's insane. All right. She was insane at the time she committed the crimes. She's been brainwashed. She's been abused. It's her baby. She didn't kill somebody else's baby. And she was going through a mental crisis when this happened. I would have to say maybe she was insane. I can't say she wasn't. Right? Nah, she wasn't insane. I think your ass to take a knife and jam it in your neck. You're fucking insane. You're insane. You beyond crazy at that point. That is beyond. Like if she would have just hurt the baby, yep, hang her up by her toes. But this lady just didn't hurt the baby. She took a damn knife and stabbed herself in the neck. She didn't think she was going to be in court. She didn't think she was going to be alive. And she didn't care. Right? I would think that is the definition of insanity. I don't think she was so felt like she was trapped. She was actually literally in a cult. Right? And look at what the cult, listen, remember Jim Jones? Remember Jim Jones? All them people killed themselves. behind what Jim Jones said? Anybody remember that? Let's don't forget Jim Jones. That dude was crazy as hell. If you go back and listen to his speech that he gave, Dolly, look at Bad Girl's comment. She sent the air fryer. Okay. Bad Girl. Well, thank you, Bad Girl. Thank you, Bad Girl. I always bake and boil my food. I never eat out or cook fried foods. I'm the one who sent you the air fryer. I use mine all the time. Just added spices to it after you use the air fryer. It's healthy. Yeah, I've been using the Dash. You know, the one that I don't use salt anymore. But I've been getting all these little Dash seasonings with like herbs and things to add flavor to my food. So Bad Girl 30, thank you so much. Somebody finally claimed sending me the air fryer. If you didn't, thank you anyway. Okay. But yes, I use it. It's sitting in my kitchen right now, and I use it pretty daily, right? At least every couple of days, I use that air fryer for cooking chicken pot pies, pizzas, just different things. So thank you so much. That is awesome of you, because I posted online, thank you to whoever sent me the air fryer, and nobody claimed it. Nobody said, I sent it to you, Dolly. And I was just thinking, okay, just this random air fryer shows up at my house. Nobody told me they were sending me one. You know, I didn't ask for one. But thank you guys, everybody that actually gives a damn about me and my health. And, you know, like I've said this before, but I'll say it again. When I was in the hospital, you know, I was scared. I was going through probably the scariest thing in my life. And I mean, I know you guys watch me. I didn't know how much y'all cared or really cared. But when I was in the hospital and PJ was reading all the comments and the prayers and definitely stuff from other YouTubers, I know I say I hate all other YouTubers. They're snakes, but it was still good to hear y'all snaky ass people say something nice. You know what I'm saying? As far as the YouTube creators, right? Now, as far as the viewers, y'all blew my mind. Y'all made me feel so much better, right? And trust me, when you're in there miserable, kind words go a long way. All right. And how you feel and how much I want to fight, I don't want to leave yet. Right. So my whole thing in my mind was, hey, trying to convince myself that I'm going to be all right. And it was good to hear that from you guys and how much y'all cared and how much I brought to you guys' world, and how much I've helped y'all get through things. So now I think we're a little bit even because you guys helped me get through that. And you might not think you did, but your kind words and your thoughts and your prayers, they really did help me get through that. So thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 4 months later, I'm still thanking you guys, right? Because that many prayers, they wasn't going to take me up out of here. Right. And I had a lot of people praying for me. And trust me, I was praying for myself. Right. I was, please, Jesus, I got shit to do. Right. I got shit to do. My air fryer is also a rotisserie and an oven. You barely use your stove anymore. I haven't used my stove in a while. You was never a drinker. We were so shocked. Everyone was praying. Yeah, Deborah, I was shocked. Like I said, I felt fine. Me and PJ had just been on that vacation. We had a good time. I didn't eat real healthy the whole time I was out there. I was eating fast foods. And me and PJ went out to a few restaurants. We went out to Mexican. We went out to Applebee's. And everybody tells me it's them damn cheese sticks I ate at Applebee's, right? Somebody called me up and said, Dolly, I know what gave you a heart attack. It was like that day before that, you were crushing them cheese sticks at Applebee's. Spencer's, thank you so much for becoming a member. And I know it was me and PJ's birthday, so we were kind of celebrating. And yeah, I haven't eaten a cheese stick since. Okay, just in case it was some cheese sticks that gave me I haven't touched a cheese stick since. I'm like, all right, avoid the fucking cheese sticks at all costs. Because somebody called in and said, Dolly, I know what did it. And I was like, what did it? They were like, them Applebee's cheese sticks. You were crushing them, right? And then, I got to avoid. Here's another thing I was crushing a lot of is, I don't know how many of y'all go to Texas Roadhouse, but they have them rolls and the butter. And I was crushing them rolls in that butter. So I was consuming way too much fake butter, right? Which is just all, vegetable oils, right? So I'm putting all this greasy ass shit in my body. So I've cut out butter, right? I don't put butter on my stuff anymore unless it's real butter. If it's real butter, I'll put a little tiny bit on there. But as far as this fake butter, like these whipped butters that are delicious. I mean, they're absolutely great. I cut all that out, right? So hopefully, and the smoking and a lot of the soda and it sacrifices. Processed cheese is so bad for you. I cannot cut out cheese. I just can't do it. I figure if I cut out all the other stuff, it makes up for the cheese that I eat. Because I got to have cheese. If I eat a sandwich, it got to have cheese on it. If I eat pizza, it got to have cheese on it, right? But I have cut back on the cheese. Like now, when I make a sandwich, I use the ultra thin sliced cheese. So usually I would put a couple pieces of cheese on my sandwich. Now I put one thin piece of ultra thin sliced cheese on it. And even on my pizza, I use a low fat cheese. Okay. And I don't put much cheese on it. But before, I would just crush cheese like a damn rat. It's like one of my favorite foods. So I can't cut out cheese. There's just no way. You look healthier. All your efforts are paying off. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you. I'm trying. That's all you can really do is try. But then even with all this, me eating healthy, doing the right things, that still don't mean I'm going to live past tomorrow. I might not make it through the day. I hope I do. Knock on wood. Right? But you just never know. When it's your time to go, you're going to go. I've seen people eat shitty for fucking 80 years and not die. Right? And then some people, everybody's different. Processed cheese is like plastic. It clogs your arteries so much. Yeah. I'm trying to cut it back. Right? I'm trying to cut back on it. I mean, like I said, I'm not eating as much cheese as I once was. Let's see. Keep your snacks with PJ. It is 50-50. Just got back. Miss anything? No, you haven't missed anything. They're still at lunch. So, and I can't find my court robe. I'll make PJ find it for me tonight. I think it's over there somewhere or something. I don't know. So for court tomorrow, I'll have my judge attire. I don't know where it's at right now. I put it up after the Leilani case, and I don't know what I did with it. Your husband had 2 stents and had to give up so much. It laughed my ass off. Rangy is asleep. Yes, he's definitely asleep. So he just jumped when I touched him. You're doing great, Dolly. You cut out the worst things, in my opinion, which is soda and grease. Well, like I said, I can't say I cut out soda completely. Like, I will take a sip of PJ's Dr. Pepper every now and then. And I drink a Pepsi the other day. So there's days that I will drink a soda, but I don't drink soda constantly. And I'm not drinking it every day, which is 1,000 times better than what I was doing. Are you going to Leilani's sentencing? Yes. Me and PJ has took off work for us to go. All right. So we will be in Savannah on, I don't know what day. We'll be there the 21st. We're going to be there the 21st. And I think maybe me and PJ will go downtown and hang out a little bit and get dinner at one of those little nice restaurants in Savannah. But then we're pilling up out of there. Then we got some searching some places that I can't really tell you because PJ will get mad about that because there's a lot of people that are suing people. All right. And if PJ, if you're watching, post our legal funds just in case. I ain't saying nobody's suing us, but you never know. Anybody ever comes out after us. We've put a fund together and we've raised, I think, $2,100 in our legal defense fund. But a lawyer's like 5 G's. So we're almost halfway there. So if anybody does come after us, because there's certain people especially in the Sebastian Rogers case. They don't want you mentioning that boy, right? And there you go. PJ just put it up. It's right there. But if you got a buck or two, an extra few bucks, donate that. That's our freedom fund, right? Is what we call it, our missile defense system. And that's so we can discuss these cases without having to worry about people coming after us. If people do come after us, we have the money to defend ourselves. And I'm one of those people, it's better safe than sorry, right? It might not need it, but you never know when we do need it. It is in that fund and it ain't going nowhere until that's for legal purposes of Dolly Vision only. That's so we're protected at all costs. Okay. Well, these people may not want us to say Sebastian Rogers' name, but we're gonna mention this kid. We're gonna mention every missing kid, Summer Wells, Michael Monkey Vaughn. All this stuff needs to be out there. And you know, freedom of speech is not free in this world. There's a lot of people that want to shut people up and shut people down. For what reasons? I don't know. I don't understand their reasoning. You know, I don't need to. All I know is I have the right to discuss and give my opinions on these cases. And I want to be able to continue to do that. You know, some people are like, oh, you just raising money. Well, you see that people out here are getting sued. I figure it's better to be safe than to be sorry. What, should I wait till I get sued and then raise money? No, I want people to know if they come after me, I am going to be able to defend myself. I'm not going to go down without a fight. Okay. And there's so many people being named in lawsuits right now that I just figured, hey, it's best to protect yourself. And if we don't need it, it'll sit there until somebody does not like my opinion. So we put that fund together. That is just for that. And we still have our Christmas thing that we're doing this year. And a good way you can help with that, here's the thing, is if you buy any of our merch, 25% goes to the Christmas Wish Fund, where we're going to bless 3 to 5 people this year. I want to explain this just in case you know, some people made mistakes in sending in their letters. And I want to go ahead and verify it. If you may have made a mistake, resubmit your letter. And I'll tell y'all what's happening, okay? So on our Christmas Wish campaign, already from merchandise sales, we have raised over 500, I know. And that's what we take to buy Christmas gifts for these unfortunate children, that single mothers that may have a kid that may not be able to get their kid something for Christmas this year. We are going to bless a few people. Can't do everybody, so we got to be a little picky about it. But when you buy soap, lotion, body wash, t-shirts, or anything like that, 25% of all sales go into that fund. So if you want to help a family this year, buy you some lotion, buy you some body wash, something to make yourself nice and smell good. And by doing that, you're going to help another family this Christmas. Okay. So this is how you get involved. If you know somebody, an unfortunate mother of a child, you know, we're trying to help single mothers, right? Because it's hard out there. You know, listen, I grew up with a single mother, right? I didn't know my dad, none of that. So sometimes, you know, these ladies are working their asses off and they can just barely pay their rent and mortgage and light bill. And they may not have the money to get their kids something really nice for Christmas. So we want to be able to help a few of those people. So what you do is you send us a letter to Best Soap in the Game. One of my mods can post it in the chat. And we'll be taking these up to about 10 days before Christmas. Include a picture of the child, okay? Make sure you get permission from its parent before you do that. Or if you are the parent, you know, just know that whatever picture you send us, if we pick this child, we're going to use his picture up here to show, hey, this is the child we're helping. This is what the child is going through, and we're going to help, okay? So make sure you send us a picture. Go ahead and make an Amazon wish list for that child. Okay. Whatever the child may want, put it on an Amazon wish list. Send us the picture of the child, the Amazon wish list, and what the child is going through. Give us a little story about the mother struggling or whatever it may be, lost her job, got in a car wreck, you know, left her husband, and, you know, whatever it may be, whatever got these people in a bind. Share the story with us. Okay. And send that to Best Soap in the Game. and we're going to pick 3 to 5 people from that we're going to help for Christmas. Like I said, we can't help everybody. So if we don't pick your letter, it's going to be like, you know, me and PJ usually pick, you know, and we can't pick everybody, which sucks. Maybe one day we'll be able to help everybody that sends us a letter, but today we can't do that. So last year we helped 3 people. We bought Brandy Neal's kids Christmas. We brought a family in Savannah, Georgia Christmas that had 2 autistic children. I definitely like helping the autistic children because, you know, we covered Sebastian here and he's an autistic child. So that's a leg up on you, you know. And we helped 1 adult last year that was in a bad car accident. And it was a guy and he couldn't buy, he wanted toilet paper and deodorant and toothpaste and mouthwash, just the basic necessities for life, right? Hygiene stuff. So we bought adult stuff last year, but this year we're not buying it. You're an adult, sorry, can't buy you nothing, right? But I am going to help kids. It's about the kids this year. And that's what Christmas is about anyway, is about kids. Is, you know, kids still believe in Santa. They still have that. I still believe in Santa, right? He just don't bring me shit. I get a lump of coal. But so yeah, that's how you do it, and that's how we're able to afford to do it. Last year we helped 3 people. This year I want to help 5. Next year I want to help 8. You know what I'm saying? If we can up it every year, the amount of people we help, that's what I want to see. Okay, because I remember when I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together, and I couldn't help anybody. All right. But the soap business has been pretty successful. It's been keeping the lights on. It's been keeping food in our refrigerator. And it's been keeping me from having to go back to work. I mean, I still do a lot of work, printing stuff, making soaps, making lotions. I still work. It's just not as strenuous as me being an electrician and me climbing in attics and underneath houses and breaking my back. So thank you guys for everybody that has, because it's helped change my life. And not only is it changing my life, but I'm able to help other people. And that's cool. That's a good feeling. Like I said, sometimes it feels better to give than to receive because I'm not used to receiving shit anyway. So for that air fryer, thank you so much, Bad Girl. That was awesome. I mean, there's little gifts like my cup. You know, no, I can't say I don't get nothing. It feels good to get things too, because you guys have been sending me so much cool stuff, you know. So I know you guys love me, but there's my cup. I keep it on my desk. I haven't drank out of it yet. I probably should, because if somebody sent me a cup, I'm assuming you sent it for me to drink out of. But it just looks so cool, right? I just like looking at it. So it just kind of sits on my desk right here. So, but thank you guys. And it says Dolly right there. See where it says Dolly on Michael Myers. So that is super cool. So you guys be thinking about me. And I'm just kidding about the lump of coal. I'm a blessed guy. I really am. And that's why I'm so thankful. And that's why, you know, I think it's right that I'm so blessed and I have so many people that care about me that I help others, right? It's just like it's like paying it forward. You're welcome, Dolly. Thank you. Thank you. Big virtual hugs to you. I love seeing happy people. I do too. Right. And the cool thing about the gift, and thank you, Turtle Gang. I love your face. I love your face too. The good thing about everything is I think the Christmas fund has been really good the last couple years. The first year I helped a child with autism. He was a little bit older. He was like 15 and his mama was out of work. And so the second year I did it, his mama had then got a job and was doing better, was able to buy our kid Christmas. And she donated $100 to my Christmas campaign number 2. So we're on Christmas campaign number 3 now. This is the 3rd year I've done it. But it was good to see that the person from the very first year paid it forward, right? They wasn't in a jam no more. And they were like, Dolly, thank you so much for what you did last year. I want to help you this year. And I just thought, and then he sent me pictures of the kid with the clothes and the Nikes we bought them. And, you know, far as the kids in Georgia, I got to see pictures of them playing with their, you know, we bought the kids in Georgia because when I was out there at the Leilani Simon thing, there was a couple out there that were fighting to get custody of their kids back. They had lost their kids. And there were 2 boys with autism. So they ended up getting custody of their boys back. And, they were still struggling. They were living in a hotel, but working, trying to get back on their feet. And so basically, we just bought their kids, a bunch of educational stuff for children with autism. So that was a good one. And then I got to see them playing with it. And it just makes you feel warm and happy inside knowing that you were able to help somebody. And a lot of you guys were responsible for that too, because what we were doing was posting Amazon lists and we would all buy something off the list. And, last year we bought every single thing that were on the 3 families we picked on their Christmas wish list. We were able to get everything. I mean, it ain't going to solve the problems of the world, but I know this, it made 3 people a little less stressed. It made at least 3 kids, more than 3 kids. We helped more because Brandy she has a couple kids, and the people in Georgia had a couple kids. So we helped at least 4 or 5 kids last year. So we're going to do even better this year. And like I said, I want it to grow each year. I want to do more and more each year for Christmas. I can't help every holiday, you know what I'm saying? But I figure Christmas is the most important one to small kids. I mean, when I was a kid, Christmas was important. Usually your birthday and Christmas, but people got so many different birthdays. I can't help people on their birthdays. But Christmas is the same day for everybody, right? Are you snoring, buddy? So, but for everybody that has purchased something, thank you, right? And we started this in October. So we started raising funds in October, which is a little earlier than we usually would try to do, but I wanted to do more. So if I figured if I had more time to raise the funds, then there would be more people that we could help. So one thing I do want to do that I talked to PJ about is, matter of fact, we want to buy one family Thanksgiving dinner. All right. Now, so I guess tonight when PJ gets here, we'll talk about that because Thanksgiving is coming up. So if you're struggling, right? If your family's struggling, maybe with the same place, send a letter. Instead of putting Christmas wish on it, put Thanksgiving. Right now, we're only going to be able to help one family because we're going to take this out of Christmas wish money. Right. But if your family is struggling this Thanksgiving, shoot us an email. We're going to buy one family Thanksgiving dinner. Okay. And have it sent to you. So we did that last year too. Did we buy a family Thanksgiving last year? I think we did. But we're going to do it this year. We bought their Walmart. That's right. We sent them the Walmart stuff. That is absolutely right. So we will do that again for you, right? We will send you a meal to prepare for Thanksgiving. But definitely that, and you can pass this around and you can share this stuff, guys, is, just, we're only going to be able to pick one person. It is because we're taking it out of a fund that's for something else. But if you fall into that category, you're struggling, you need something to eat for Thanksgiving dinner, send us an email and we're going to pick one of those emails and just put Thanksgiving as the subject. So we know it's a Thanksgiving email. And we're going to bless one family. All right. I wish I could help everybody. I wish I could feed the world, but I can't. I ain't rich. So, and like I said, we've been saving this for Christmas. So that's very thoughtful of you both. Well, I mean, it's just us giving back. So many people have donated and bought merch from us. It's just our way of giving back to the true crime community that's given so much to us, right? I know there's some people, other YouTubers out here that do Toys for Tots, and I want more people to get involved in the whole blessing people for Christmas thing. So, like, when you jump from another chat room, be like, hey, Dolly's helping people at Christmas. What are y'all doing? And put the pressure on them, and then more people will help, right? Because listen, how many people up here talk about Sebastian Rogers, right? How many people? It's at least 100 YouTube creators, right? So if every one of them people that are out here making money off that kid, okay, they can buy one kid with autism Christmas, just one. I think that's fair. right? That's my challenge to all these people out here using that kid's name, right? We see people that every video is titled Sebastian Rogers, Rico, or whatever it may be. Well, if you're one of those fucking people, you should buy at least one child with autism Christmas. I think that's fair, right? I think it's fair. And I know you guys jump from chat room to chat room, challenge people, right? Be like Dolly said, you don't buy a kid with autism Christmas this year, you fucked up, right? Because it is. Hook one kid up. Y'all have done plenty off of it, right? Plenty of views, plenty of clout off of this kid's name. At least help one kid in a similar situation. And this thing, there's hundreds of people talking about this boy up here. That'd be 100 kids that with autism that got Christmas. Okay. I think it's the right thing to do. I see right there. It's very fair. Exactly. Right. So that's my challenge to all these shitty YouTube creators. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you shitty. Help somebody. One person. Start with one. Right. It's one lonely soul out there. Rangy, you snoring, buddy. You snoring. Help a kid. Okay. Help one. I don't even care if the kid has autism. I'm just saying that because, so many people talk about this one kid with autism and they're just milking it. If you're milking it, help one kid. And then I won't be mad at you milking it. All right. I'll be like, well, they doing that to help a kid this Christmas. Right. But if you milk it and you don't do shit, then I'm holding you responsible. Okay. These are the people that y'all need to be calling grifters. Like you're not doing it to help nobody. You're not doing it for a cause. You're just doing it to do it, to line your pockets. Help somebody. This is the time of the year to give back, not to take. Okay. Not to take. It is the time to give back. So do what you can. Y'all guys pass that around to other creators, put the pressure on them, make them feel guilty. I don't care how you do it. Because I look at it like it's for a good cause, right? I know I'm shit talking a little bit, but it's all in to do something good. Because I truly believe there's a lot of effed up people in the true crime community, but we could do good if everybody bonds together. Like if the true crime channels could come together for, something like I'm doing, then this thing about how many kids get helped, it's a lot and it makes a difference. And, people act like one person can't make a difference in this world. You can. You absolutely can. It may not be a huge, massive difference, but let me tell you this. If you make one person smile on this planet, you've made a difference. All right. It don't take much. Even when I came into this, the reason I came into true crime is like, what can I do to help? That's a question I asked myself. Right. I was like, I'm only one person. Well, what could I really do? But over the last 3 years, I think I've done a lot to help. And so can everybody else out there. If you realize that everybody, one person adds up, time you put one person, another person, another person, another person, that's a lot of people helping. And that builds an army. So court is back in session. One person can start a ripple effect. That is right. It's the butterfly effect. And I'm hoping it catches on. That cone, see, that is awesome, that cone. And the same thing for you guys, if you can help somebody in your community, right? If you just help one person and everybody helps one person, man, the world would be so much a better place. All right, guys, let's watch a little bit of this trial. I'll be back with you guys in a minute. I'm going to grab me something to drink. So give me about 15 minutes and I'll be right back with you, okay? Where's my screen that I'm looking for?
All right, good afternoon, Detective Cruz.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I'm going to start with kind of a silly way to go about things. I'm going to show you what has been marked as defense 6, okay?
Yes,
May I
ma'am.
approach the witness?
Yes. Yes,
Do you recognize that individual?
I do.
Okay, can you tell us who that individual is in that picture?
That is Ben Michael.
Okay, Your Honor, request to publish to the jury the picture, move to admit, and then, yes.
No objection.
It's admitted and you may publish.
All right, so that's the gentleman that you dealt with named Ben Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so Detective Cruz, you were pretty much involved in this case pretty much from the very beginning.
That's correct.
And the only people that were there ahead of you were EMS and some of your responding officers, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so you were assigned to this case by your sergeant?
My lieutenant.
Lieutenant, okay. Also involved in this case was your Sergeant Hamilton, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you were the lead on this case and he is your supervisor, correct?
That is correct.
All right, but he also assisted you in this investigation and did things alongside of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think we saw him on one of the body cams that he was there as well.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So on December the 8th, when you went out to the scene, you told us earlier that the first thing you had everybody do, which some of your officers had actually done it, was separate all these individuals, correct?
That's correct.
And the purpose behind that was you didn't want any of these people talking to each other or anything else like that, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know if any of these individuals had their devices still at that point in time?
They all had their devices at that point in time.
Okay, but it wasn't until you got the search warrants, I think, to take those that you took them from Benjamin and Sarah?
That's correct.
Okay, and you didn't seek a search warrant for Jessica's phone
No, I did not.
or Mr. Spiller's?
No, I did not.
Okay, and part of the reason you want to do that is you want to keep them separate for an independent account of what actually happened, correct?
That's correct.
And give them some time to kind of process everything that they had just gone through.
Yes.
All right, so at some point later, after the scene, I guess, for lack of a better term, calmed down, your officers individually transported them to your precinct down here in downtown Canton, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and the first individual you spoke to was Benjamin, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and all of these individuals were put in separate areas, correct?
That's correct.
They weren't in a general waiting room or lobby together, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so they didn't have an opportunity when they were at the police department to kind of talk or engage with one another?
No, and if they were in a room together, there was an officer there with them.
With them? Do you know if any of them still had any of their devices with them at that point in time?
The only people who didn't have their device would have been Chloe Driver. Her device was in the bag. And then Benjamin had his while I was talking to him, and I asked for it after that.
Okay. And when you asked for it, what was his reaction initially?
Oh, he didn't even want me to touch it.
Okay. So when was and then after you talked to Benjamin, you talked to Mr. Spillers, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then went and talked to, I think, Sarah next?
That's correct.
Okay. And actually, was it Sergeant Hamilton that talked to Jessica Kafijian?
I don't know if it was Jesse Hamilton or if it was Jesse Ray.
Okay.
I don't know. One of the Jessies did.
All right, and then the last person I think y'all spoke to was Mr. Ablin that night, correct?
That's correct.
And all of these interviews are going on while there's still stuff and active investigation going on at the house, correct?
Correct.
And that's all that crime scene processing and everything else that we saw earlier.
That's correct.
Okay. When was the first time you spoke to Eric and Renee Driver?
I believe it was the following day.
Okay. Did they contact you or do you recall you contacting them?
Now, I'm not sure if you had this, but Sergeant Hamilton actually spoke to them first.
Okay.
I think he is the one who did the notification.
Okay, and that could have been on the 8th?
It could have been, I'm not sure.
All right, but somebody notified them of what was happening, at least that particular day, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so, and then based on, do you recall when you received a video from Miss Renee Driver?
So yes, she sent it in an email. And again, I don't know the exact date of the email, but yes, she did send me a video.
Okay, and you don't recall if that was on December the 8th or December the 9th?
No, I don't. And I know it wasn't on December the 8th.
Okay. And you received that video from the drivers prior to making contact with Chloe on December the 9th, correct?
No, actually, I received that video when I spoke to them afterwards. They actually came to Georgia and she told me about all of those things and she sent it to me an email after that.
Okay, but if you watch the body cams, correct?
Yes.
And when you're with Chloe at that particular point in time, it was either the 9th or the 10th, and I'll check my notes in just a minute.
It might be the 10th.
Okay, but at that point, you had met with Chloe one time.
Yep. And then met with the drivers and then met with Chloe again.
Okay. If the interview that you have with the drivers isn't until the 11th, would that refresh your recollection?
It wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me show you. Could it have been a phone call you're thinking of?
Maybe.
Okay, so a formal interview didn't actually take place until the 11th, but you had some kind of phone calls and
Yes.
exchanges with them. Okay.
Yes.
I'll try to be a little clear about
Yes.
that. I know there was a lot of moving parts for you in this case. All right, so, but you had you had obtained that video from the driver.
Renee.
Renee, prior to showing
Interviewing them,
him.
yes.
Okay. And that interview, when you received that video, what did you do with the video?
I actually showed Chloe the video.
Okay, but you obviously watched it first.
I did.
Okay, and that became part of your case file, correct?
Yes.
All right. At this time, I would move to admit the video from November 27th, 2020.
Any objection?
No, I do object. She didn't take the video. She's not the right person to authenticate the video. I asked that come in with Renee Driver. The fact that she had it in her case file is not the.
I'm not, sorry, Ms. Crawford. I'm not tendering it for what the contents are or the truth of the matter asserted. She received that video and she can verify that that in fact is the video that she watched and referenced and showed Chloe on December the 10th.
And this is D6? No, this is D7?
D7.
All right, I think you need to lay further foundation for it before it's
Yes, ma'am.
admissible.
Sure. So you received this Facebook video, or excuse me, this video directly from Miss Driver, correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember what email it came from, or whether it came directly from her cell phone to yours?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Can you clarify which Ms. Driver?
I'm sorry, Miss Renee Driver.
I'm sorry. I don't know if it came via text or email.
But you don't have any doubt in your mind that it came from Miss Renee Driver, correct?
Correct.
And that she had articulated to you that that was a video coming directly from her cell phone, correct?
Yes. She said she was going to be sending it.
I would again move to tender defense 6. 7.
I have the same objection, Your Honor. This witness cannot lay the foundation for what that video is, when it was taken, what was depicted in it. That needs to come from Ms. Renee Driver. Same objection.
Okay. If you can explore it any further, I'll allow it. Otherwise, I will sustain the objection to admissibility at this time.
Okay. Based on your receipt of that video, you took that video to show it to Chloe as part of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
Because it raised some concerns to you, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to doubt that what the information was with respect to the date and time that was received directly from the file from Miss Renee Driver, correct?
I'm sorry. Say that.
That the date and time on that you didn't have any reason to believe the authentication or that it wasn't authentic, what she had sent you, meaning that there was any date or time change or anything else on that.
Now that I couldn't tell you.
Okay. But all you know is that in response to your investigation, Miss Driver Renee Driver told you that she had this video and that she thought it was important to the case.
She thought it was important to the case. She sent it to me.
Okay. And based on that, you took that information and took that to Chloe on December the 10th and showed her that video.
I showed Chloe the video. I wanted more context on the video.
And as we saw in the body cam earlier, she indicated that that was in fact her in that video, correct?
Yes.
And that she identified herself as taking that video or being the part of that video from her mom's cell phone.
I'm assuming so.
You don't have a specific recollection, but she didn't say anything like, no, that's fake or anything like that.
All she did was wave her hand when I showed it to her.
That's as if she didn't want to see it again?
Correct.
Okay. Again, Judge, I'll move to tender defense 7.
I have the same objection. I don't think the proper foundation's been laid.
All right, I will allow D7 to be admitted over objection.
Request permission to publish, Judge.
Go ahead.
My name is Chloe Driver. It's 11/27/2020. I'm being forced to get into a truck with Benjamin Ben Mikhail or Brian Joyce to see my daughter again because he has kept her away from me. I do not know where she is, and he won't tell me anything. He's kept her with people that I don't really know well, and I don't know what's going on with her, and I'm being forced to get in the car and go with him to be able to see her. And I don't even know if I'm actually going straight to her, but I'm doing whatever I think I can to get to her. Her name is Hannah Nicole Driver.
And that's the same video you showed her at the hospital, correct?
That's the same video I showed her.
Okay. Did Miss Renee Driver also send you some screenshots of some text messages?
Yes,
Okay. And did you make those text messages part of your case file?
I did.
Okay. And you again don't remember the specific date that you received those?
I'm sorry, I don't.
That's okay. I'm going to show you. We're on 7 now, Jonathan? 28. I'm going to show you a picture. Part B8.
This is one of the photos that she sent to me.
Okay, so Miss Renee Driver sent you that picture.
Mhm.
And that again came from her cell phone or her email directly to you?
Mhm.
Okay. And you made that part of your case file?
I did.
Okay. Is the person that is depicted in that particular photo the same individual you were conducting this investigation on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have any date reference in as to when that picture was in fact taken?
I do not.
Okay. We would move to admit defense 8. Is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Going to have to publish that in just a minute, Judge. Is this the picture that I just showed you marked as defense 8?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's the picture that you said you received from Miss Driver, Renee Driver?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So on December the 9th was the very next day, and you had not gone out and talked to Chloe anytime on the 8th, correct? You were busy doing all of those interviews and everything else, but you were being apprised of what her condition and everything was?
Yes.
Okay. And you also spoke to some other individuals on the 9th. Do you recall who you spoke to?
I believe I spoke to Ben Michael. I believe I spoke to Jason and Sarah again.
Okay. When you went out to the hospital on the 9th, the purpose of going out there, you also had obtained that search warrant for her person, correct?
That's correct.
To obtain the DNA swabs?
Yes,
Okay.
on the inside of her cheek and on her hands.
Okay. And you were also going out there to take
Photos.
photos of Chloe for that particular, okay. When you went out there, you went over her Miranda rights again with her
I did.
and explained to her what the purpose of that particular meeting was for,
Yes.
and that you already had the warrant, and that she was, that she needed to, that you were going to do that because that a judge had already told you you could.
Yes. And
At
I put
any-
the paperwork right next to the bed.
Okay, but at any point in time, did she try to fight with you or tell you that you couldn't do that?
No.
Okay, she was cooperative with you?
Yes.
All right, and one of the first things that you told her is that you wanted to make sure that she was okay, correct?
That's correct.
All right, because at that point, you had already done some initial investigation, and then there were some red flags that had already been raised.
Huge red flags.
Okay, and one of the purposes, aside from the search warrant, that you communicated to Ms. Driver was that you wanted to get stuff from her body to make sure that nobody had hurt her in particular.
Also to verify paternity and maternity.
Correct, but that was one of the statements you made to her, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so that being said, you, did you notice on that day that whether or not you could see her black eye?
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't document that in your report or anything until the next day?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but it was present there on December the 9th?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I'm sorry.
On December the 9th, do you remember if it was her left or her right eye? Do you recall?
If she was sitting towards me, it'd be the left.
Left eye, okay.
Mhm.
And it had looked like it had been in the process of healing for some time?
Yes.
Okay. You also told her that she did not have to speak with you at any point in time, correct?
That's correct.
And you did go over that Miranda form, and she did sign it and talk to you,
Yes, ma'am.
and that, she did answer all the questions you asked her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna show you. Some pictures. From the day. Have you identified them, okay?
Okay.
And when you went out there that day, you brought your own camera equipment and everything like that, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then what kind of items did you bring to do the DNA testing and for the parentage?
I brought some buccal swabs and then an actual DNA swab kit.
Okay, can you explain what a buccal swab is and how you take that?
Sure, it's just a Q-tip, a long Q-tip, and it's sealed. You open it, you put some water on it, put it in their cheek. You don't have to if you don't want to put water on it. Usually saliva is enough. And then with the DNA kit itself, to take blood, you would use water and try to swab from there.
Okay, but she was fairly cooperative with you in that whole process. You didn't have any issues with her?
I did not have any issues with her.
All right. May I approach the witness? Yes.
Did I miss anything good?
These are the photos that I took that day.
It's raining pretty hard outside.
You would move to admit defense.
Bubby Garcia, the best channel on YouTube. Sally and PJ, thank you.
8, this is 8, 9, I think 8 was
8,
already
9.
admitted.
Oh,
9, 10, 11, and 12.
I'm gonna get it right one of these days.
All right, they're admitted.
I have to read it.
9 through 12?
And don't forget, me and PJ will be doing our true crime show tonight. I just figured I'd come up here this morning and bring y'all some court since I've been getting up early in the mornings. So be ready for court in the morning, and of course our regular show at night.
Can you identify what that picture is?
That is a Chloe driver.
Okay, and that's one that you took of her on December the 9th?
That's correct.
All right, is that another one of the pictures you took that particular day?
That's another one that I took that day.
Okay.
Jim Jones was cray cray. Definitely Jim Jones was crazy. Ground turkey and ground chicken make yummy cheeseburgers. I've never tried that.
Can you identify what that picture is?
So that would be a part of her trach and the stab wounds.
The last I heard, Granny
That
wasn't
on her
feeling
chest,
good there, Jack.
The stab wound that's blocked by the air vent,
Correct. And then there's another one up by the trach area.
right up in here?
Yes.
Okay. And what's this a picture of?
Her back.
Okay, and what was the purpose of that, taking that picture?
I wanted to see if there were any stab wounds to the back as well.
All right, when you were there and after you completed taking those pictures with her, you were talking to her and she started indicating to you she wanted to communicate with you. But because of the trach in place, she could not
She could whisper.
but that was difficult for your body cam to pick up, correct?
Yes,
Which is something that you wanted to preserve for this case, correct?
that's correct.
All right, so you went out and you got a Miranda form from another officer?
No, from my binder.
From your, but there was another officer sitting outside. of
Right,
that.
but I had it in my
You
binder.
had it in your.
Okay.
And then you went back and went over the Miranda form with her, correct?
I did.
All right, and one of the first things that she asked you is she wanted to know where her baby was, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then you had the conversation with her that the baby had passed?
Yes,
Okay. And, she had asked you if the baby had survived and who was with her, correct?
that's correct.
All right. And you also asked her in that interview who did this to you, correct?
Yes,
You were still in the middle of a very active investigation, exploring all potential options, correct?
absolutely. I had tons of scenarios in my head.
Okay. And that those scenarios were still in your head, even though you had already spoken to Benjamin, Jason, Sarah, Gerald.
Absolutely.
Okay. You also indicated to her that you did not want her to or have anyone hurt her anymore, correct?
That's correct.
All right. She continued to speak with you via the writing, correct?
That's correct.
All right. She told you that he didn't do it. She
Dude
did,
off of
correct?
Sister Wives.
That's correct.
All right.
I mean, I don't know.
that She was going insane and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. Is that what?
That's pretty accurate.
Okay. And at that point, she had not talked to anybody, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so she didn't have her cell phone at the hospital, correct?
She did not.
And as far as you know, she had not communicated with Benjamin or her parents or anybody up until that particular point, because she was in the ICU, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you were kind of, aside from the hospital staff, her first kind of point of contact.
I would think so.
Okay. When she agreed to speak with you, she wrote down those answers to your questions. What was her demeanor?
I mean, as any person that was hurt would be, sad.
She was crying.
She was crying.
And at points, I think you would agree with me, she was sobbing,
Oh, yeah.
because there were points and times where you had to go out and ask for the medical staff because things started going off in alarms in the
Oh, yeah.
in the room. So she was having some very real physical reactions to what she was communicating with you about.
That's correct.
Okay, and you were able to observe that, and we saw that on your body cam, correct?
That's correct.
All right. All right. So let's talk about at what point did you learn about a prior, without telling me the contents of it, learn about a prior incident with the Asheville PD?
I think Benjamin is the one who brought it up.
Okay. Did you or your sergeant after that interview, request the law enforcement reports?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember at what point in time in your investigation you did that?
Oh, I would have done it immediately after I got back to the office.
Okay. Do you know approximately how long it was before you received those?
I don't.
Okay. But that was something that was on your radar.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you wanted to find out what law enforcement had to say with respect to those particular incidents, because you already had
Ben
Mr.
Robin.
Spillers and Mr. Ben Michaels, correct?
Correct.
All right. And after seeing that video, you were concerned, correct?
Correct.
All right. So on December the 10th, let's talk about what else you did that day. Do you recall going out and seeing Chloe before talking to some other individuals that day? Or do you remember the order of how you did things that day?
I don't remember the
Okay.
order, unfortunately. That was
That's okay.
almost 4 years ago.
Understood.
But I did talk to a lot of people that day, yes.
Okay, so you spoke to, you were contacted by Ben Yaman. Okay, and I believe you've already told us Miss Renee Driver, correct?
Yes.
All right, and all of these phone calls actually are recorded, correct?
Everything's recorded.
All right, so they're all documented so that there can't be any dispute as to what was said. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
All right. And you talked, then you went back out to talk to Chloe because you had promised her you were going to come back the next day.
And I did.
All right. And part of that was because she had asked to be able to speak with her mother and Ben Yaman, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you, at that particular point in time, I think also read her Miranda warning again?
I did.
Okay. And that was prior to any of those phone calls?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you recall having any conversations with the doctors at Kennestone that day prior to talking with Miss Driver, Miss Chloe Driver?
I might have, yes.
Okay. Do you recall which doctors those were?
I'm sorry, I don't.
That's okay. Do you recall telling those doctors that the people she was associating with made her feel paranoid?
No, I don't remember
Okay.
that.
If there's a recording or a transcript that indicates that, you have no reason to dispute that.
I would have no reason to dispute that.
Okay. Do you recall telling the doctors about that very video we were just talking about? Do you remember talking to them at all about that?
No,
Okay. But again, if it's in a transcript of
it would be on video recording.
Okay. And again, no reason to dispute any of that. Do you recall talking to these doctors about scenarios where a mom loses a child or anything like that?
No.
Okay. But again, if there's a recording of it.
If there's a recording of it, then absolutely.
Okay. And talking about how sometimes women use desperate measures.
Again,
Okay. I get it's 4 years ago, but if there's a recording.
if
or
there's a
transcript-
recording, then yes.
Okay. Not trying to trip you up. I'm just.
Nope, you don't have to.
So we went back and the first phone call you made was to Mr. Ben Michael, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And that was actually before you started talking to Chloe about any other questions or things you wanted to talk to her directly about, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you contacted him and it took a minute for him to answer the phone, correct? Or
Yes.
yeah. And he was kind of, I think I heard you kind of going, Ben,
Hello?
Ben.
Yeah.
Like, and at that point, he did not have his phone back, correct? It was a different.
He did
phone.
not.
So that was a different phone that you had to call him on?
Yes, I think it would have been Jessica's phone that I called him
Jessica's
on.
phone. Okay. And in that conversation, you told him that she couldn't speak still, or could only whisper,
Correct.
and that she was going to be writing down her questions and answers.
That's correct.
And then he understood that you were kind of going to be the middleman to navigate that conversation, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And during this interaction with him, was she crying?
Certain parts, yes.
Okay. And he, started asking her questions about when she went to get the knife. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
All right. And, she also communicated, at least at that particular point in time, it took a little bit for them to get there, but that she told him that she did not feel like she had a choice.
That's correct.
All right. And that her response, he was not really understanding of what that meant. And so she responded, I felt safest and I felt horrible. I went because I had no choice. Is that your recollection?
That's correct.
All right. And then he asked her, why did you feel like you had no choice? And then she proceeded to write out that answer to you, correct?
That's correct.
And those answers are the ones that were admitted through the state's case, that you didn't alter in any way. That's all her handwriting.
That's
correct?
all her handwriting.
All right. And in fact, you were having to kind of jumble a bunch of paper to try to keep up with her at certain points in time. Is
Oh
that
yeah,
fair?
she was going really fast.
All right. And she wrote down at that point in time that she couldn't handle being with the group anymore and that you left no alternative with certain threats, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So when the word threats came out, did that raise another red flag to you?
Always.
All right. And you, his response was that he wasn't sure what anyone was referring to, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then you tell him that you asked him to be truthful because you told him that you felt she was being truthful and honest in what she was writing down and communicating with you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And she started talking about the other girls, their teachings, and blaming herself, I guess, for the world's pain.
That's correct.
All right. And how she wanted a normal life, but she didn't kind of articulate what that meant, correct?
Yeah, I don't believe so.
Okay. And that there was something about he was constantly telling her that she kept distracting and removing. Do you remember him saying that to her or her saying that to him? And,
Yes, I think she wrote it down.
and that you really weren't sure what she was talking about, but she kept reiterating that point to him. Is
That's
that fair
correct.
to say? Okay. Do you recall her writing down that, you know, after Ben Yamin asked why, then she responded, "You refuse to listen"? Do you remember her saying that to him?
Yes.
All right. And telling him, how many times did I state how I felt things would go if I remained in that state?
I never had a
All that?
bison burger.
Yes.
And the words I think we saw earlier on the screen in her handwriting was that she screamed and begged to him, correct?
Yes.
And that you didn't take, and she thought he didn't take her seriously.
That's pretty accurate.
And that Mr. Ben Michael was repeatedly kept pressing the why question. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And she was answering that.
I used to
She was
watch
answering with
Sister
her
Wives.
explanations of what was going on in her mind at that time, correct?
That is what she stated.
Okay. And then one of the things that she ended up saying prior to the conversation ended is that Benjamin taught her about the messed up inner layers and the
Black magic.
black magic that he was doing to their daughter, correct? Or to her, I think is what he said.
Right.
Okay. So you didn't know if he was talking about the child or to Chloe at that point in time.
I knew they were talking amongst each other.
Correct.
Not necessarily about Hannah.
Okay. But at that point in time, you kind of sensed that that conversation really wasn't going
It's
anywhere,
good?
correct?
It wasn't going anywhere for me.
Okay, that's fair. But it was also upsetting her.
Tremendously.
It was, you know, it was evoking a physical response.
That is correct.
And so you decided that that was pretty much,
Yeah.
we're not going anywhere. And she actually said she had nothing else to say, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then at that end of that conversation, you start talking to her. The first thing I think you said is, okay, I have questions. Like you wanted to follow up on some of that stuff that you just heard.
Yes.
All right. And one of the things that you asked her about was the cuts on her hands.
That's correct.
Do you recall about how many cuts you noticed on her hands?
Just two.
Just two? Were there any on her left hand that you noticed?
Nope, it was just the right.
Okay. But you did make another note in that particular, on that particular day about the black eye again, correct?
I did.
All right. Did you happen to notice if any old marks or anything on her wrists?
I did not.
Okay. And you asked her about the black eye, correct?
Mhm.
And she said, I don't know.
Yeah,
Right.
she said she did not know.
And, you know, it's not uncommon for people who maybe have been abused or in that way to not identify somebody that might have hurt them, correct?
That's very common.
Okay. And at this point in time, you were trying to establish a rapport with her and get her to communicate with you because you were still in the throes of this wild investigation.
Yeah, I wanted to get more context on the whole situation.
Okay. And at that particular point in time, she told you that she was in the same state of mind for about 2 months, correct?
She wrote it down. Yes,
Yeah.
she did.
All right. And that, you know, that she indicated to you that she had felt like she kept getting worse and no one cared.
That's correct.
All right. And that, that was when I think you showed her that video we were talking about. And then again, that kind of evoked
A physical response again, yes.
And emotional too, right?
Yes.
Did she turn away and not want to watch it, or she just put her hand and waved?
I think she actually turned her head and put her hand out,
Okay.
if I'm
All right.
making sense of everything. Yeah.
And based on that response, you followed up with that because you're trying to find out what was really going on in this relationship, correct?
I wanted to know all of the relationship. Mhm.
Okay. And you asked her at that point in time, do you feel like he is controlling you? And what did she say? Or what did she write down?
I believe that she was being like
yes.
brainwashed and,
then you
may have
asked
been a
her
little
if,
insane.
I think it was about the CBD. There was some discussion about the CBD.
That's correct.
Because you had indicated that you had learned from one of your interviews that there was discussion about medications or something like that.
Benjamin had told me that
Okay.
he gave her medications.
All right. And then so you were asking Miss Chloe Driver, I'm just going to call her Chloe.
Yeah,
Let's go
Chloe's
that way. About the CBD.
That's correct.
All right. At that point in time, had you located or any of the supposed CBD or anything else like that?
So when we looked in the baby bag, it was in the baby bag, but I didn't know it was CBD.
Okay.
I don't know what CBD looks like, so.
Well, let's talk about what was in the baby bag for a second. So I know we talked about the carrots and the identification and the cash and the receipts and
It
stuff.
may have
There
made her a
actually were
little
2 things
paranoid,
in
the
that bag
CBD.
that were not photographed, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And one of those was the bottle that was, a bottle with a teardrop, a dropper in it, correct?
That's correct.
And then in preparation from this case, we learned that it had a label indicating it was in fact CBD, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then there was also that little, I don't know if it was glass or plastic, but that little jar of that orange substance, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then you understand that that substance was field tested.
It was field tested, but
Okay.
not by me.
Correct. But that, it didn't field test for anything other than CBD. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware.
Okay. But those things were in that diaper bag at that time too.
Yes.
Okay. And so when she started telling you about this CBD that she had been given by Mr. Spillers or Mr. Benjamin, that stuff actually was in that diaper bag, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that she told you that when she started that CBD, that it was an increase in paranoia, correct?
Yeah, I think she said she got worse.
Yeah. I mean, smoking
And
makes
then
my
you
paranoia
asked if
worse.
Jason had ever hurt her, correct?
Yes,
And you were direct. You asked if it was Mr. Spillers, correct?
I did.
All right. And that was after you had already, talked to Benjamin and Mr. Spillers, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And she told you that he had hurt her maybe once or twice, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then that's where you also learned that additional information about that Asheville incident, correct?
I had already known about the Asheville incident.
No, but that she brought it up to you.
Yes, she brought it up,
Okay,
yes.
because prior to that, you had learned about it from an independent source, but not necessarily had spoken to Ms. Driver about it.
Correct.
All right. And she told you at that time that she didn't trust them and that she felt scared.
Yes.
Okay. And she didn't tell you who them was, but she didn't use a singular in that sense. It was them.
It was just them, and I asked her who. She didn't give it to me.
She didn't want to give it to you. And that she also told you at that particular time that she just wanted to die with her daughter.
That's correct.
Okay. And throughout these 2 days that you spent with her, she was emotional.
Very.
She was crying
Yep.
and was indicating some level of remorse for after realizing what had happened, correct?
I don't know if it was an indication of remorse, but
Okay,
yes.
but she was showing an emotional and physical
She was.
response that you could see and document. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then you decided it would be a good time to contact her mom.
Yes.
Okay, and she at that point had not talked to, as far as you knew, she had not talked to her mom, Renee or Eric Driver, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and again, we think that the first time she talked to someone on the phone was with Benjamin with you, correct? As far as we know.
That's correct.
But she certainly didn't have a cell phone.
She
there.
certainly didn't have a cell phone.
And she was in the ICU
That's correct.
and didn't have a phone or anything that you could tell within reaching distance from what you
Not that I
recall.
saw.
Okay. So you were able to get her mom, Renee Driver, on the phone. And there was a little bit of difficulty at least talking to her. So she suggested to do a FaceTime.
That's correct.
All right. And so you did that FaceTime call with, on your phone?
Yes.
Okay.
On my work phone.
All right. And she immediately kind of had another emotional response to seeing her mom.
That's correct.
Okay. And she, upon seeing her mom, or first hearing her voice and then deciding a FaceTime call would be better, she had written down, "I'm sorry I killed her. I should have stayed."
Yes.
Okay. And then, one of the things that also came out in that was that Renee asked you point blank, like, did she do these injuries to herself? Because she didn't necessarily know. So she asked you that, correct? On that FaceTime call, do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was when you communicated to her that she had, in fact, at least as far as you knew from your investigation thus far, that they were self-inflicted.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you become aware of what exactly Ms. Driver's injuries were, or how many wounds there were?
So I saw the 2 wounds while taking the pictures, but I did not actually get the medical records until much later. So I did not know of the internal actually injuries until I read the reports.
Okay. But when you reviewed those are the Kennestone records?
That's correct.
Okay. So when you reviewed those reports, I think you're indicating those internal injuries that would have included the collapsed lung, correct?
That's correct.
All right. But there was notes about I think 4 or 5 stab wounds to her neck.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And then the one on her
Chest.
Okay. And when you took that picture of her on the side, it was because of how they had to, for surgery, do you recall which one I'm talking about? I can show you.
I know the back picture you're talking about.
Yeah, there's a bandage on her side. Do you recall if that was from one of the
I don't
wounds?
recall if it was from surgery or not. I can only assume that it was from surgery.
Okay. But she also had that trach, correct?
That's correct.
And she had a
Feeding tube.
What I can presume would be a catheter.
Yep.
And she was hooked up to the whole 9 yards.
That's correct.
All right. And so she really couldn't get up and move around on her own or anything else like that.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Let's talk about what else you did on December the 10th. Okay. Give me 1 second. Do you recall when you spoke to Brian and Brian's parents? Do you remember when that was?
It would have been a couple of days after.
Okay. And you also talked to someone, and you don't need to tell me anything about the contents of that, but someone by the name of Lauren Paget?
I talked to a lot of people, yes.
Okay. But that name sounds familiar?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you recall receiving an additional phone call from Jason Spillers on December the 11th of 2020?
Might have recording of it. I don't know.
Okay. But it wasn't something, you don't have an independent recollection of you calling him, reaching out to him for additional information, correct?
No.
All right. And so you got back to your office and found out that he had called, and you called him back, correct?
Possibly, yes.
All right. But you don't remember the specific contents of that call?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, if Leilani was in a cult, you know what I'm saying? But, these people in Georgia killing their babies. This girl should have never got involved with an old-ass man.
About this, but Mr. and Mrs. Driver did not live in Georgia, correct?
They did not.
So they had been in communication with you throughout that week, correct?
That's correct.
And they had sent you some emails with additional information kind of every step of the way, correct?
Correct.
And you actually had set up a time, once you figured out that neither one of them could physically visit Chloe in the hospital, you set up a time to sit down and talk to them, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then they came down to your office?
That's correct.
All right. And you conducted, again, another recorded interview?
That's correct.
All right. And I think you said at that particular point in time is when they might have given you another copy or given you the video at that particular time?
So I know at that particular time, she was stating that she had spoken to Ben Michael's mom and that she had some text messages. And I said, can you please send those to me?
Okay. Do you recall whether or not you received those text messages?
Yes, they're in my case file.
Oh. Okay. Do you remember reviewing them in this particular case?
Yes,
Okay, but you're saying they're part of the actual case file?
they are.
Okay. As this investigation continued, you also reached out to the Bristol Police Department, correct?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you. What are we on? 14? 13. What has been marked? Defense 14? Gosh.
I'm going to go where she was
Yeah,
mentally
witness.
abused and physically abused. And she snapped. She lost her mind for a minute.
Yep, these are both from me, and I would have submitted this to the Bristol Police Department and the Bristol Social, or Buncombe County Social Services for records.
22,
Yeah.
I think.
So one of your requests in that email was requesting information for any and all reports on Mr. Brian Elliott Joyce, correct?
That's correct.
And you also gave his alias, correct?
That's correct.
I guess he refers to that as his legal name, Benjamin Eliyahu.
That is his legal name.
Legal name, but he was born
Brian
Elliott
Joyce.
Joyce, okay. And you provided his date of birth and referenced what the investigation was for, correct?
I did.
All right. And you also indicate that you sent an email to the Buncombe County Social Work Services office. And where's Buncombe County?
I believe it's in North Carolina.
All right. So then maybe the Asheville, North Carolina area?
I would assume so.
Okay. And that might have been based on the information you had learned from those Asheville police reports, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you ultimately did receive information from both of those departments?
I did.
Okay. All right, let's talk about some of the other things that you did on the 14th of December. One of the things you did was you spoke to a young lady named Gabrielle Kuykendall, correct?
I did.
All right, and then you also spoke to another young lady named Brett Tabor, correct?
That's
Or
correct.
Tabar. All right, and actually after those conversations is when you generated those emails, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and the purpose for you when you spoke to Ms. Kuykendall was that you were concerned about an abuse aspect as far as Chloe goes. Is that what you communicated to Ms. Kuykendall?
Absolutely.
All right, and that you were interested in
Temporary insanity. I agree.
finding out the backstory, correct?
I wanted to know the context of the full relationship
All right, the full relationship with.
between Chloe and Benjamin.
Okay, but you also got, both of those phone calls were in fact recorded too, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you called Ms. Kuykendall and were asking for the backstory specifically related to Chloe, correct?
That's correct.
But also with respect to Ms. Kuykendall, correct?
That's correct.
And that's based on information you had generated thus far in your investigation. That was where your investigation was leading at that point in time.
That's correct.
All right, and you specifically asked her that you wanted to hear about why she ended up leaving that relationship, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, you told Ms. Kuykendall that Benjamin was not a suspect at that time.
He wasn't.
Okay, but that you believe that he could have played a part in what happened, so you were concerned about that, and that's why you wanted to talk to her.
That's correct.
All right, and that interview again was recorded.
That was recorded.
All right. I'm gonna go back to this. Let's bring up. Where are we at, John? I'm gonna move to admit number 13, Judge, the emails tender as an exhibit.
Any objection to D13?
No.
D13 is admitted.
I mean, at 17 years old, if you're a part of a cult, something is wrong. Where were the parents? In the words of Nancy Grace, where were the parents? Oh my God. Now, this girl looks emotionally effed up. And you know, brainwashed. She's in a cult. That sister wives. That's enough to really F you up, I have to say.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
She looks like a little girl because she is. My daughter is older than her.
All right, Detective Cruz. Okay, all right, I'm showing you two different documents.
That's
I'm gonna
correct.
put those up there with you. Can you identify what the, what's marked as defense 14 for me, please?
It is a financial crimes enforcement network request for research on a specific individual.
Okay, and who are the specific individuals listed in that report?
Ben Michael Benyamin and Chloe Driver, and then Christian Ministries Trust and Children of Christ Trust.
Okay. In that, is there identifying information?
I believe
with
she's
respect to both of
22
those
years
individuals?
old.
There is.
Okay, is there identifying information with respect to the accounts or specific financial information you were seeking?
Yes.
Okay. I would at this time move to admit defense 14 and 15.
Is it two exhibits?
Yes, I did. I marked them separately.
15 is the Georgia Bureau of
My bad,
Investigation,
24,
Analysis
24.
Center form. So this is a different form than the
Producer got me.
Correct,
financial
but
crime
that's
form.
another one you generated on the same date and time.
That's correct.
All right, and whose names are on that one?
Brian Elliott Joyce or Benyamin.
Okay, and do you know what the dates of those requests were?
They would have been on the same date. Yeah, the same date as this one.
Okay, and I think that's December 14th.
That's correct.
And that this is just a process that you have to go through as a law enforcement agency to obtain sensitive information like financial information or that kind of thing. You just can't serve a subpoena on that kind of thing.
You cannot do that.
All right,
yes.
so you have to submit those forms to the GBI and let them kind of vet that information before they'll release that to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. At this time, I'll move to tender those as exhibits.
No objection.
Events 14 and 15 are admitted.
We would request a published, Judge.
Yes.
All right, so this is just the page one, which is the face sheet with your information, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and part of this process, you actually have to get your supervisor to certify that they are in support of you doing this, correct?
That's correct.
And in order to do that, there's got to be some sort of basis or in the investigation to do that. Like you just can't.
I can't submit it on my own.
Okay. And the investigative information in this particular case was sought for a criminal investigation, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the subject information, as you've already told us, was that this was for Benyamin Eliyahu Ben Michael.
That's
And-
correct.
And you provided the identifying information that you had, and also known as, I think it's the Olorian Christ Trust.
Correct.
All right. And that's the name of one of the trusts that you would come across in your investigation, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the next one is is Miss Drivers, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And there was also some additional information regarding these trusts that you would come across in your investigation, correct?
That's correct.
And then one of them included this Christian Ministries Trust,
Yes,
okay? And then the next one was the Children of Christ Trust, correct?
that's correct.
And they all have the same address. Did you notice that?
No, they didn't. One was Tamiami Trail, and then this one was Bristol, Connecticut. That's Sarasota, Florida.
Correct, but the.
Jacksonville, Florida was, or I'm sorry, Bristol was for Chloe's driver's address, and then his address was in Clinton, Connecticut.
Okay, but they were all related to those trusts, correct? They had different addresses.
Different addresses,
depending
different
on
trust
which trust.
names.
Okay, and different bank accounts that you could tell.
That I could tell.
Okay. And the one bank account that you were able to ascertain with respect to Mr. Ben Michael and Ms. Driver was that Wells Fargo account that we talked about earlier, correct?
Correct.
And that account is the one that ended in the 6656, correct?
Correct.
And that one was identified as the Children of Christ Trust, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And during your investigation in this matter, that you had learned that one of the things Ms. Driver was saying was that Mr. Ben Michael had her take out a loan or like the economic COVID loan at this particular point in time. That was one of your questions.
That was correct.
One of the, I think, 501c something that they were running as these spirituality nonprofits, whatever you want to call them.
Correct.
All right. And so
They
your
were
investigation
scammers.
led you to request those financial aspects because it was part of this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then we were shown some receipts earlier today regarding this Wells Fargo account. Well, let me ask you this while the state looks those over. Did you turned over those phones for the cell phone dumps with the sheriff's office, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review those reports from the phone dumps at all?
I might have.
Okay.
Again, it was 4 years ago, so I'm sorry if I don't remember.
You don't remember if those were part of it? Okay. All right. That's okay. Do you want me to mark them separately or? Are you gonna, well, we need to take them up individually or? No. Okay. I'm going to show you what I'm marking as D16. This is why I told you you might need your reading glasses, so we'll test your sight.
I'll be okay.
All right.
It says Children of Christ Trust, Chloe A. Driver, TTE, Benjamin Ben Michael, TTE, Virginia account terms and conditions apply. And then they have a $98,600 balance, or actually minus $101,199.87, which leaves them $207.13.
And can you read what the last four digits of that account number were?
Sure, 6656.
Okay, so that Wells Fargo account.
Do you want me to read these too?
We'll get to that.
Okay, perfect.
So that Wells Fargo account that we were talking about earlier actually had Mr. Ben Michael's name on that account as well, correct?
That's correct.
And it was under the Children of Christ Trust as well, correct?
That's correct.
All right. All right, so if you want to identify the next one.
This says Wells Fargo, account number 6656, available balance $99,907.90. And then it has obviously pending transactions right below it.
Okay, and on the bottom, can you indicate where, does it identify another trust associated?
It does. They are transferring from the Lorian Christ Trust $50,000. And it looks like two transactions, but it might just be one.
Okay, but what are the dates on those?
10/2/20. Wow. And then this one is an everyday checking from Wells Fargo, checking number 5702. Bill balance $544.79 on that way to save one, and then the 6656 everyday checking $99,907.90.
Okay, so that 6656 account has both of their names on it under a trust.
Under a trust.
Okay. Let's see. Judge, I'll move to admit defense 16 at this time and request to publish. Yes, ma'am.
No objection.
Tried to move that up there, but that's the information that you just read?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then again, that's the everyday checking that ended in the 6656 that we were talking about.
That's correct.
And then there's reference that they were transferring, someone at least was transferring, scroll down here, the $50,000 potentially 2 times
Potentially.
from the Lorraine Christ Trust.
That's correct.
All right, and then you previously testified in the financial documents that I showed you that you were requesting, one of the entities you were investigating was that a Lorraine Christ Trust, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the one that it appears to be in Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael's name, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then this is just the 2 different accounts you just referenced. Okay,
That's correct.
all right.
Actually, it might be
Under these?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go back to these receipts that are states 114, 113, and the overall picture in 112, okay? May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yep. All right. With those particular transactions, can you tell me what the date of those transactions were?
11/26, and this was of 2020, and then this one says 12/1 of 2020.
Okay. And at this point in your investigation, you were familiar with the 2 incident dates from the Asheville Police Department, correct?
Correct.
All right. And one of those dates actually is the November 26, 2020 date, correct?
Correct.
All right. And do you have any indication on those receipts where the transactions took place, or have any idea where that might be?
It's a location that says Ware Bridge.
Okay. But that's the same, those 2 withdrawals for the $800 and $200 are the same dates as one of the Asheville police incidents that you were investigating, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right, so I know that you had testified that you submitted the phones for examination, correct?
That's correct.
And that's done by someone at the sheriff's office because they have a specific program for that, correct?
Correct.
But you don't have any independent recollection of reviewing specific instances regarding what was in the contents of any of those people's phones, correct?
So I did review the phones. I know that for a fact, because I did get Google searches and things of that nature off of Chloe Driver's phone.
Okay.
And that's in my report. But as far as the context of reviewing them for finances and things of that nature, no.
So you reviewed text messages, phone.
I reviewed a lot of things.
Okay,
Let's just
so
say
it's
that.
possible, I'm not asking if you remember the
I
specific
can't remember the
contents.
specifics.
All right, but you remember reviewing.
I could
the
use
text
some coffee
messages or the
myself.
Contents of those in particular individuals' phones, correct?
Correct.
All right. And do you recall any specific messages that stood out in your mind with respect to Ms. Driver and Mr. Benyamin?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, and you reviewed. Okay. Do you recall reviewing Facebook messages or anything like that?
And again, I've submitted a search warrant for that, and I probably reviewed it, but I cannot remember the context.
Okay, but if it was pulled directly from those phones into what we call the Cellbrite program, then you wouldn't have any reason to dispute what was returned on that, correct?
I would not.
And one of the things you do when you seize people's phones is put them immediately in airplane mode, correct?
Oh, for sure.
Because so then they can't remotely disable them or stop you from downloading whatever's in there, like erase it remotely.
Correct.
All right, and in this particular case, you don't have any specific recollection of those particular messages, but you do recall probably reviewing them in some sort of context based on what you were investigating.
That's correct.
All right, so you don't have any recollection, but you wouldn't dispute that if Ms. Driver sent text messages to Mr. Brian Joyce when he had Hannah in November of 2026, or November 26, 2020, correct? You wouldn't have any reason
I
to
wouldn't dispute any of that stuff.
All right. One of the things in those messages is that Ms. Driver sent to Mr. Benyamin, I know Peggy promised to keep in touch with me, but wouldn't respond to simple things because she had never been there. Everybody is under your spell. Who is Peggy? Do you remember in this investigation who Peggy was?
So Peggy was apparently a friend of Z or Benyamin and a friend of Jason Spillers from Asheville, if I'm not mistaken.
And one of the things you knew about this particular case is that based on that video, there was allegations that the child had been taken from Chloe at some particular point in time.
That's correct.
And that time period was approximately November 26th through the 28th or something to that degree from what you could tell?
Correct.
All right. So Ms. Driver sent a message to Mr. Ben Michael via Facebook that said, I didn't think you would ever take Nimsy away from the breast. You wouldn't have any reason to dispute that, correct?
I would not have any reason to dispute that.
All right. The same thing if Ms. Driver told him that she just wanted to peacefully leave my parents' house and get a catch of breath with Nimsy, correct? You don't have any reason to dispute that?
I would not dispute that.
And Nimsy, again, is what they referred to as Hannah?
Yes, that was her nickname they gave her.
And one of the things she communicated to Mr. Benyamin, it was that he had told her that she'll never see her parents again or never see Nimsy again. You would have no reason to dispute
I would have
any of
no
that?
reason to dispute that either.
But that seems to be kind of along the context of the information you had received in the investigation, is that there was allegations that he had taken her from him or from her, and that she was not in agreement with that at all.
No, and I believe when I interviewed him, he stated that he took Nimsy.
Okay. One of the other things that you were concerned about was whether or not, she was being controlled by this individual in the relationship.
I don't know if that's a
correct?
YouTuber in the
I
back.
was definitely investigating all of that.
And one of the things, well, let me jump back. When you
I did give you coffee
interviewed
money.
Eric and Renee Driver on December the 11th, and then you went down to see Chloe after that interview, correct?
That's correct.
And you talked about not giving her Miranda rights, particular that time, because the purpose of your visit was to allow her to speak with her parents, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in that particular thing, her dad was begging Chloe to open up to you and tell you what was really going on.
He wanted her to tell me the full story, but he also wanted to talk to her about getting an attorney.
Correct. But part of that conversation, yes, involved getting an attorney,
but was also telling her that she needed to tell you everything about what was going on.
Yes, he wanted me to have her talk about what, I guess, Ben Michael was doing.
Okay. But she at no point at that particular time said that she wasn't going to talk to you or answer those questions, right? She continued to talk freely that particular day, even though her dad was asking her to get an attorney, she continued that conversation.
She was just talking to her dad.
Okay. But she didn't stop that conversation when he said any of that, correct?
No.
All right. And that she was wondering, or that he was concerned about explaining the full situation of the control and all of that stuff. He was trying to
have her not protect him.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I gathered from his comment to her.
Okay, but it's not uncommon for somebody that may be in that type of situation to want to protect somebody, correct? And not disclose that to somebody like law enforcement?
Probably. They didn't like law enforcement, so.
Okay. One of the other Facebook messages he and Ms. Driver exchanged in November of 2020 is that she said to him, "I'll see her when it's correct, not under complete planned control by you. You planned for this to happen from the start." Is that, you have no reason to?
I have no reason to deny that.
And then one of the last messages with respect to that exchange, which these are all in the cell phone dump and cell phone records that have already been previously admitted as evidence that you stole a baby away from her mom. Congratulations. Again, consistent with everything that you had already been hearing in the course of this investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. Some of the things that she was concerned about, or at least appeared that she wanted to get, at least through those messages, get a break away from him with her daughter, with her parents. Is that a fair assessment?
I would assume so.
Okay. Some of these messages seem to indicate that there was at least, some power struggle or elements of coercion or control to manipulate how he would be able to see her daughter again, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to her asking this witness to speculate about conclusions versus just comment on what the actual evidence was.
I can move on.
Rephrase your question.
Yes, ma'am. You would agree with me that the context of those were not ones in which he was agreeable to returning the child. There was some element that there would need to be some sort of compromise on his terms. Is that a fair assessment?
I would assume so.
Okay. Do you recall any text messages or Facebook messages about Chloe telling him that she was coming to get her back, even if it took a year or two to get her back?
And again, if
it's in there, it's in there.
If it's in there, it's in there.
Okay. And so it became at least abundantly clear based on your investigation and what Ms. Driver had conveyed to you that she was, at least with respect to that incident, wanting to get her daughter back.
That's correct.
And that was actually consistent with what you had read in some of those Asheville Police Department reports, correct?
That's correct.
All right. If I can have just a second. When you received those Asheville police reports, you reviewed them, correct, in the context of this particular case, correct?
Yes.
And were the law enforcement reports the only items that you received with respect to that case? Do you remember if you received any photos or any witness statements or anything else other than the law enforcement reports?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did you ever reach out and speak to the Asheville investigator with respect to the November 25th incident?
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay. So you didn't make any attempt to contact Ms. Torres or anybody else? You just kind of took what those reports had in them and conducted your investigation from there.
And again, yeah, it was a long time ago, so I don't believe I spoke to Ms. Torres.
Okay, but you took that information that you had received early on in this investigation and kind of used that to kind of create a pathway and how you were looking at this case, correct?
So yes,
And one of the first things that seemed to be abundantly clear in this case, aside from the initial response that it was a murder-suicide investigation, one of the things you were concerned about from the beginning was Ms. Driver's mental health, correct?
yes,
And you actually had some conversations with Mr. and Mrs. Driver about psychological evaluations and all of that stuff, and you know how it could play out going forward.
yeah, I asked if she was ever evaluated when she was younger and things of that nature.
Right, but there was also talks about like when she was, because she was hospitalized, making sure that some of those things were addressed while she was in the hospital, correct? With the psychological evaluation by Dr. Chowdhury or anything else like that?
Yeah, they were gonna do all of that.
They were going to
yes.
do all that. So that was one of the things in your mind that when you continued to investigate this case was kind of on the forefront. Like that was something you were actually investigating, correct?
Correct.
And that also one of the things that you were investigating throughout this situation was the fact that Ms. Driver was potentially a victim of abuse.
I was investigating everything.
Right, and that included because she had the black eye. You have to answer all that.
Absolutely.
Okay, and she had indicated to you that she felt like she was being controlled.
That's correct.
And you are a detective, obviously, but you've received special certifications with respect to domestic violence training, correct?
I have.
And some of those certifications include the ability to, spot some of those things that the average citizen wouldn't necessarily agree or see on their own.
That's correct.
And based on that training and experience is kind of what led you down this path with Ms. Driver, correct?
That's correct.
And it's not uncommon for somebody who presents with a physical injury to either deny or not offer an explanation as to what had happened. Is that fair?
It's not uncommon.
And it's not uncommon for a person to not want to talk to law enforcement about what level of abuse or control that they had in fact experienced, correct?
That's correct.
And it's not uncommon for, especially in a conversation where it involves a potential abuser, for them to withhold information in that context as well.
That's correct.
And, in that phone call with Mr. Ben Michael, Chloe was answering and asking questions.
That's correct.
And she was trying to say certain things, but
That's
at
correct.
the same time, it appeared that she might be holding back some things. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment.
And you continued even after that to continue to investigate that particular aspect of that relationship, correct?
I did.
And that included leading you down the road to contacting Bristol Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
To talk to that Brett Tabor, correct?
That's correct.
The allegations and were talking to Miss Lauren Paget
That's correct.
and Miss Gabriella Kuykendall.
That's correct.
All right. And that path also took you down this financial road,
Yes, it did.
which I'm sure when you first started investigating this case that you didn't even think that that was a possible animal in this case.
No.
And then ultimately you were able to generate some information about it, but that's kind of where it ended, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ultimately do any referrals to any law enforcement agencies with respect to the information you obtained in that particular, in that part of your investigation, correct?
So one thing that when I submit for GBI or GSIAC, and then also for the FINRA, they do a separate investigation as well. So when you open up a request or inquiry, they should also do an investigation.
Okay, so they may have done
They
their own-
might have, I don't know.
But you don't know ultimately what happened to it.
Nope.
In any way, shape, or
I
form.
don't.
All right. So, how long have you been a detective now?
Going on almost 6 years.
Okay. And prior to that, you worked on the road, right?
I did.
All right. How long were you on the road?
2 years.
All right. And during that road experience, you encountered, I'm sure, several victims of domestic violence, correct?
Too many to name.
Okay. And that so based on your experience, and what happened with Miss Driver, you don't have any reason to dispute that it's not uncommon for them to cover for their abuser.
I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Okay. And it's not uncommon for somebody to want to communicate with that abuser, correct?
Correct.
And not, or to continue to take steps to try to get away from that abuser, correct?
Correct.
And that sometimes it takes multiple attempts to break that cycle, correct?
That's correct.
And sometimes that involves setting up a separate checking account or doing stuff without their partner knowing, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so it's not uncommon in your experience for individuals to not be successful the first time they get away from their abuser, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and it wouldn't be uncommon for a person to continue to talk to that abuser just based on an emotional connection to them, correct?
That's correct.
Despite what they may or may not have done to them.
That's correct.
All right, and that's what, is generally called what, the cycle of violence?
It is a cycle of violence.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Were you investigating any acts of domestic violence committed in Cherokee County?
No, I was not.
Was there any evidence of any acts of domestic violence ever committed in your jurisdiction?
No.
Okay. So when she used the broad term of were you investigating this, was this just to provide context to the murder of Hannah Driver?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you looked at all angles of the history of the relationship, the financials, everything that you reviewed, is that what led you to your conclusion to charge Miss Driver with the offense of murder against her daughter?
That's correct.
She indicated earlier, she asked you a question about why you ended the conversation between Benjamin and Miss Driver, and she said the conversation wasn't really going anywhere, and you said it wasn't going anywhere for me.
Definitely not.
And was it your purpose of facilitating that communication at that time to focus on what happened to Hannah?
Correct.
And in terms of the relationship and Miss Driver's decision whether to stay or go, or her participation in this cult or not, did those things in any way impact your assessment of who killed Hannah Driver and what happened surrounding the death of Hannah Driver?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any further cross-examination?
Just a Detective Cruz, I never asked you if you were investigating any specific acts of domestic violence with respect to Chloe Driver in this particular jurisdiction, correct?
Correct.
But you would agree with me that any acts of domestic violence with respect to an individual that you're currently investigating, regardless of jurisdiction, is relevant to your inquiry, correct?
Everything's relevant to inquiry.
And at no point in time was Ms. Driver ever trying to negate the physical act of what happened, correct? She was telling you that she had killed her child, correct?
She did tell me she killed her child.
But she was talking to you about why that happened, correct?
Yes.
And what was going on in her mind, correct?
Yes.
And that what she had experienced with Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael, as much as she was willing to offer to you.
As much.
Okay. So you would agree with me that, yes, you were investigating the death of Hannah Driver, correct? But a defendant's mental state and what has happened to them is relevant in the course of that investigation, correct?
In context.
Correct. But it is part and parcel of what we're doing here today, correct?
I would say so.
And so investigating a defendant's acts of or domestic violence against a defendant or or the mental health status or anything else is just one part of your investigation for everybody to consider, correct?
It's just one piece.
Thank you.
Anything else of this witness?
No, nothing further.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. And we are going to take a recess then at this time until 3 o'clock. So leave us your notepad. You can step downstairs if you'd like to, but be back in the jury room at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, guys in the chat, what do y'all think? Do you think she was insane at the time of the killing? Okay, was this woman, did she lose her shit? As some would say. Right now, I believe that she was abused in a crazy relationship, being brainwashed and when you do these things to people, when you play with people's minds and you get crazy results, okay? And they got the craziest result. Now, I don't know if CBD had anything to do with it, right? Because, it will make you paranoid and it will give you anxiety. It has different effects on different people. Like I said, just like weed. Some people smoke weed, they get hungry. Some people smoke weed, they think they're dying. Some people get anxiety, paranoia, and sometimes it heightens that. I would say, as me, it makes me paranoid. It makes me have anxiety. And people are like, smoke for anxiety. I'm like, dudes, when I got anxiety, I can't smoke. It makes my anxiety worse. Some are allergic, right? So, it seems like this was forced on her. This ain't something that was done by her choice. And it looks like she was crying out for help, but nobody really heard her. What did she know wrong from right at the time that she committed these crimes? That is the question you got to ask yourself. I mean, if she would have just did this to the baby, I would say hang her up by her toenails. But she also tried to unalive herself. Dolly got up too early. I didn't even wake up the damn 10, right? I went to bed pretty decently early. I'm a little tired. Court sometimes makes me a little sleepy. I don't know what it is. And I think it's the weather. It's rainy. It's kind of chilly here. I got the heater blowing on me. And I'm kind of relaxed just sitting here listening. So it kind of makes me tired. She's not a cold-blooded killer, says Pink Rose. It sounds like there's more to it. Holy Dolly. Yes, my husband don't believe me. Me too, at the Cone many years ago. I think she was insane and thought this was the only way for herself and her daughter to get out. I mean, it sounds like that to me too, right? At the time of this, that she was a little out there and she didn't know what to do. And it's horrible. It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad that a young girl, she's 24 now. She's been in this situation since she was 17 years old. And at the hands of an older man, pulling the strings and controlling everything and, making her do stuff. And she didn't really have a choice in this. She is now in the grieving process. Let's see. Occur in everyone and also occur without the use of drugs in people who have not had any mental health problems in the past. She was 1,000% abused and likely had some mental issues at the time, it seems. I think she was mentally unwell during the incident, but you could see in her body language during the last testimony. Was that her only child? As far as I know, that is her only child. So, and I mean, I don't know, like, we got, people got to realize there's better ways than hurting yourself and hurting your loved ones. But how could somebody just take a knife and stab themselves in the neck? It's a big damn knife, right? Right. How could you do that? How could you do that? I couldn't do it. Like, this knife right here would cut your damn head off if you stabbed yourself with this one. But she literally took a knife and jammed it in her neck, okay, which is absolutely insane. So just remember, if y'all try to break in, I am armed and I will chop your arm off. Okay, you don't need that. You don't want it. So I don't know. I mean, killing your baby, you're crazy. You kill your baby and stab yourself in the neck, you may be insane. You may be a little bit insane. I seen some try. What did that say? I've seen some people try and a knife broke. It depends what kind of knife you got. You know, if you got a big ass butcher knife, if you got like a little thin paring knife, it depends on what kind of knife you're trying to stab yourself. I don't know. I don't think any knife to the neck would be a good knife. Okay. Never. I don't think it would be a good way to go. And it's painful and you would die slow. It ain't like you would die quickly because you would have to kind of bleed out. Just a small steak knife. I mean, I've seen knives hit both. It break. I've seen people get stabbed multiple times and the knife break. So, I don't know. I ain't never stabbed nobody. I don't plan on stabbing nobody. And I hope to God nobody ever stabs me. Okay. I don't think I can take it. So I guess we got a good 15-minute break here, while we wait, you know. So I don't know. It's a lot different than the Leilani situation, you know. Leilani lied, you know, and like I said, her sentencing is coming up the 21st. PJ, I need to discuss with PJ how we're getting there too. Are we taking the truck? Are we going to take a rental car? What are we doing? But I know that we're going to drive straight there to Georgia. On the 21st, we will be at Leilani Simon's court hearing to see her get sentenced. I want to wave. Hey, Leilani, good to see you again. I told you you're going to prison. So I was right. She was wrong. Okay. Leilani Simon is definitely going to prison. She got found guilty on all 19 counts, malice, murder, which carries life. Rental. We're taking a rental. Okay. Sounds good to me. We'll be able to get there faster than driving the big truck. If we drive the big truck, we got to stop a million times to get gas. It ain't going to go as fast. If we take a rental car, we can be there pretty quick. You drive a few hours, I drive a few hours. Bam, we in Georgia. I don't think we need the truck. Okay. All right. We won't take the truck. We're taking the truck to Boston though, for sure. Yeah. All right. We'll take the car. We'll take a rental. I mean, if it was up to me, I'd fly. I don't like to drive these days. I jump right on an airplane. But PJ, she's a little sketched out about flying. So make sure y'all tune in on the 20th and 21st. The 20th, we'll be making our way down there. The 21st will be her sentencing. So support the cause. Make sure you tune in. And, you know, we get to watch Leilani go to prison for the rest of her life. Well, she's already, you know, locked up. But this will be doomsday for her. I drive. Okay. All right. Sounds good to me. Whatever's clever. Just make sure you reserve the rental for the 20th. Okay. And then we'll drive down the 20th. Court's the 21st. So we'll drive straight, grab a hotel, go to her court, do a little bit of ghost hunting there in Savannah that night. So we'll bring our ghost hunting gear with us. I can still bring my gear even in a rental car. So we'll bring all our gear. We'll shoot some videos when we're down there, go by Buck Halter, see the difference now. So I can take a selfie with that sign they put out there that says no loitering. So, you know, the good old days. Deborah says, I'll be here for sure. Ghostbusters. There you go. We're going to go hunt some ghosts. Fun. Go. Georgia's the most haunted place around. So if you're going to go hunting ghosts, you might as well go hunt them in Georgia. Maybe we'll get lucky, see a baby ghost again. Never know. Boston is great. My daughter lives there. She works transporting organs from donor to recipients all over the country. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool job to have. You run around with a little cooler with a kidney in it, you know. And then just remember, me and PJ will be here live with you guys today, later on today, tonight, for our true crime show, different than court. And I got a bunch of t-shirts I got to print. I got them all done last night. I just got to print them, which don't usually printing is the quick process for me. It's getting all the artwork done, getting them all peeled out, ready to print. Usually takes me the longest, but I got everything done last night. So if you're waiting on a t-shirt or a hoodie out there, it's on the way. Okay. I'm going to print them tonight. That's what I got on. And it's a good night to do it. I got to run some errands with PJ when she gets here. Then I'm going to print t-shirts. Then we will be live with you guys. And I'm going to try to shoot a couple little videos. There's some things I want to touch in on tonight. We might see some adult ghosts. Okay, I'm good with any ghost. As long as we catch some ghosts on the screen, we are good to go. Okay. How did the baby pass away? I heard about this court case today. Pam, well, the baby was stabbed to death. Okay. The lady, the girl, she Chloe, she stabbed the baby 4 times in the neck and in the back. And then she took the knife and stabbed herself in the neck. Okay, so she ended up in the hospital. She's in a relationship where she's married to a polygamist. He had 2 other wives. She felt like that she was trapped and couldn't get out, and that he was paying more attention to the other wives than to her. And she went into the bedroom, locked the door, stabbed the baby to death, and then stabbed herself. Okay, which is horrible to hear. It is horrible to hear. Sweet Jones, I was having the worst day ever. Thank you for making me smile. You and PJ are the best. I definitely love y'all to pieces. Thank you, Sweet Jones, and welcome aboard the Dolly train. We've been here for almost 6 hours now, 5.5 hours. Pulling a little bit of time today. But PJ got me kind of interested in this case last night. She was like, the girl killed her baby, and you know how I'm about these women killing their babies. But then she was like, and then she stabbed herself in the neck, and I was sold then. You're always here spreading your cheery self around. We love you. Oh, that's nice of PJ to say. See, Sweet Jones, you're loved too. Thank you. They truly are the sweetest couple. We're all right. Sometimes we're all right. Sometimes. So how long of a break did I hear her right? Did she say 15 minutes? You used to run the the ghost hunting group. Oh, the dude from Ghost Hunters is a good friend of yours, just Christine. Cool. I'm not sweet. Stop that. Okay. We send light to the world. We visualize the earth, move a hand, and think. I send light to live. Dolly and PJ, may all people be happy. May the world be happy. Okay. All right. I hope everybody's happy. No, we didn't have to because Leilani was found guilty on all charges. PJ, thank you so much. You're an amazing person. Since these people didn't believe in meds, she probably had mental issues, but not medicated. That is true. And she was put in a situation from the time she's a young girl of a dude that, when people run these cults, they're very manipulative, and they, people do have ways of controlling you and telling you things, and you believe it, everything that you're being told. And maybe she didn't feel like she could escape. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? Should she be let off with temporarily being insane? I don't know if she's taking meds or not now. I gotta run. All right, Cone. PJ says she's like a Sour Patch Kid. She did have a pair of Sour Patch Kid socks on the other day. And he was much older, wasn't he? Yes. He was like in his 30s, and she was like 17. Like in my best Nancy voice, where were the parents? Right? Where were the parents? Hopefully, something, I don't think nothing good can come out of this. Maybe they won't put her away forever and they'll get her some help. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. She collapsed her lung. She wasn't playing. She is taking meds. They asked her at the beginning, the judge did, and she said the medication she is on now helps her. Okay. That she was sane enough to stand trial, basically. Okay. I mean, they may find this lady was insane at the time that she did this. You know, you got to be a little crazy to kill your baby, but you got to be insane to kill your baby, then stab yourself in the neck. Dolly, did you ever read that email I sent you about the creepy thing in my backyard that may blink camera record it? TNT, where'd you send it to? I'm not sure, to be honest with you. No, she wasn't. She truly wanted to die. I know, that is so sad. Glad she's on meds now. It makes a big difference. Yeah, I mean, if you have mental health problems and you're not getting any help for it, that can end bad. And we see that kind of ended bad for this girl. Did we punish her for the rest of her life, or did we help her? You know, if she would have killed somebody else or somebody else's kid, I'd say, hey, you know, or if she just killed her kid, I would say, no, she was saying, let's put her in prison forever. Everybody in prison's crazy. The Jimmy Jams email, TNT, I must have missed it. I'm honestly with you, because I don't remember reading nothing about being in your backyard, but you're more than welcome to resend it to me. PJ gets off in 30 more minutes. Thank God. Okay. I don't know how late court is running today. Georgia seems to go for a good long time. You know, I was a little late this morning. They didn't start court right at 9:00. Is this on an hour delay too? Because for some reason I'm getting a feeling that this is like most court in Georgia, it's on an hour delay. I'm going to send it right now. It's super crazy. Okay, go ahead. Send away. Chatty Jen says, PJ, I got out an hour ago. Today is dragging ass. Well, I mean, you know, any day that's rainy and cold is like, it makes me tired. Like, I've been sitting here in front of the heater, just relaxing, and it's making me sleepy. But, you know, so far, pretty interesting case. I knew it would be a little while when PJ was telling me about it last night. And I was like, okay, polygamous, multiple wives, killed the baby, stabbed herself in the neck. This, you know, she's a young girl. I don't know. Sad situation. I got to go in a few minutes and don't get off till 9. Oh, well, Jess, good luck. Drink plenty of coffee, you know, make the best day you can make out of it. Rainy too here, so it's blah. Yeah, that's how I feel about today's weather. I went outside because I asked PJ, was it cold? And she's like, no, it's not cold today. And I went outside and I was cold. I was like, I don't know what she's talking about, but I get cold easy. I'm real easy to get cold. I'm sitting in front of a heater with a sweatshirt on. All right, we're back in court. Let's blow it up. Let's get rid of my ugly face.
All right, call your next witness, please.
Deanna Jarrett. Can you raise your hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Okay, can I see? Can you state your name and spell it?
It's Deanna Jarrett, DeannaJarrett.
And Ms. Jarrett, how are you employed?
I'm a senior investigator assigned to the Special Victims Unit with the Cherokee County District Attorney's Office.
All right. And what does it mean to be an investigator with the District Attorney's Office?
We gather all things involved in an investigation. We request and gather the reports, the videos, 911 calls. So basically, we just gather everything, medical records, and we compile that
to assist in the prosecution of the case.
Okay. Are you a post-certified police officer?
I am.
All right. And how long have you been employed with the district attorney's office?
I've been with the district attorney's office for 14 years.
All right. And prior to that, how were you employed?
I started my career in 2002 with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office.
Right.
And then I left there in 2010 and came to the district attorney's office.
Okay. And in terms of the function of your role as a post-certified investigator with the district attorney's office, what does that look like in terms of working together with the investigating agency, like in this case, Canton Police Department? Once they make an arrest, how does that sort of impact your role and how you interact with that agency?
So we're here to assist the law enforcement agencies during or after the arrest. We further investigate because once they make the arrest, they still investigate the case, but there's some things that they can't do that we are able to further investigate, such as reviewing, in this case, cell phone extractions and listening to jail calls and things like that. We have a good relationship with our local law enforcement officers, and they usually involve us on the front end, which is very helpful to the investigation and prosecution of the case.
Okay. How long have you been involved in this case?
Since the incident date of December the 8th of 2020.
Okay. And what was your involvement in that case on December the 8th?
So the Special Victims Unit was created in October of 2020, and I was assigned as the investigator to the unit. Oftentimes, law enforcement will reach out to us with certain cases, and they reached out to us in this case. And so members of our office traveled to the Canton Police Department on the incident date.
On December the 8th?
Yes.
Okay. What was happening at the police department when you went there on December the 8th?
They were conducting the interviews. All parties were brought to the Canton Police Department for interviews to further the investigation.
Okay. Did you participate in those interviews or just observe?
I just observed those interviews.
Okay. And have you been consistently assigned as the investigator on this case with the district attorney's office since that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you mentioned that sort of one of your responsibilities as an investigator with the district attorney's office is to review the evidence that gets provided, including cell phone extractions. Did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we talked about Ms. Driver's cell phone in State's Exhibit 115. As part of your work on this case, did you receive the complete cell phone extraction from that device?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I collected those from the Canton Police Department, their evidence department.
Okay. And we heard testimony from Lindsay Harris, the digital forensics expert who extracted that device. But when you are going through the device, are you familiar with what's known as the UFED reader?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
So the UFED reader, it actually allows us to open the cell phone extraction itself, and we're able to view the items within the cell phone. It actually allows us to search for certain terms and create reports like searched items, text messages. We can narrow down the search and pull and create reports.
Okay. And so when you were starting sort of your analysis and generating of smaller reports from that device, I think we previously heard there was an 84,000 page report generated at one point by Ms. Harris. But as it relates to narrowing it to a more relevant scope to the allegations in this case, did you have a sort of a starting point for what you were looking at?
I did. So in Detective Cruz's report, part of my job is also to review all the reports. And in reviewing those, she had completed a search, and she notated in her report that she had searched the cell phones and she had located some terms that were searched in the phone. So what I did is I took the phone and I further searched those items and pulled the reports. Because Detective Cruz, she did not pull the reports, but she did notate that she observed those items within the phone.
Okay. And when you use the term pull the reports, are you meaning generate like a smaller report with specific criteria pulled from the phone?
Yes, it forms a PDF, a viewable PDF form.
Okay. I'm going to hand you. Members witness? Yes. I'm going to hand to use State's Exhibit 128 through 132. Can you look at these and tell me whether you recognize those documents?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what are these?
These are the reports that I generated using the UFED reader, using key terms.
Okay. And do these truly and accurately reflect condensed data that you pulled from the phone extraction from Chloe Driver's device here, States 115?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender States 128 through 132.
No objection. All right, 128 through 132 are admitted.
I'd like to publish States Exhibit 128.
Go ahead.
All right, Jarrett. What are we looking at here?
So this is an extraction report that I generated. And so the searched item was kill. And so this is the report that the UFED reader generated.
Okay, so you were able to go into that UFED reader, do a search term for the word kill, and these were the things that populated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in item number 1, the left column where they're numbered, what was the term searched on her phone?
Killing somebody to save them.
Okay, and what was the date of that?
November the 25th of 2020.
Okay, and then in 2 and 3, we see the same search terms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then in line 4, what was searched?
Killing because the world is fake.
All right. And this is a 1-page report that you generated with 8 searched items. Was that all of the information that related to the word kill?
Yes, ma'am. As far as the searched items, yes, ma'am.
Okay, you said as far as the searched items, are there different places in the phone or categories of content you can go look in?
There are on the left-hand side when you're doing or you're searching the phone. There are different categories that you can search within. You can search within text messages. You can search within web history, web searches, and you can also search in searched items. So this was inside the searched items in the phone.
Okay, so you narrowed the word kill in the things that had been searched on that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to publish States Exhibit 129. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 129?
This is an extraction from the cell phone. Neck was the key term used. This is something also that Detective Cruz had notated in her report, so that's why I searched for neck.
Okay, and in line item 1, what do we see was searched and on what date?
How to snap a neck, and that was on December the 2nd of 2020.
Okay, and had that same term been searched on prior dates?
Yes, also on November the 30th of 2020.
And then I'd like to go to publish States Exhibit 130. And tell the jury how is this web history report in States Exhibit 130 different from the searched items report we just looked at?
So like I explained earlier, this was the search within the web history rather than the searched items. So I put in the keyword neck inside the web history to search for that.
Okay. And does this show in line 1, is that a Google search?
It is.
And what did she search?
It's how to snap a neck.
Okay. And what was the date of that?
That was December the 2nd of 2020.
Okay. And then in web history, does it also show websites that are visited?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So in line 2, what was the sort of website that was visited in relation to the term search term neck?
It's the www.quora.com. And it returned, how hard is it to kill someone by twisting their neck? And then it says movies make it look really easy. How much force would be needed? That was as a question.
All right, and what was the date of that?
That was December the 2nd of 2020.
Okay. And then item 3, is that a similar webpage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then items 4 and 5, is that the same Quora website you already referenced?
It is. It appears the date is different.
Okay, that was visited on multiple dates?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let me go back to the first one. We have the first one being December the 2nd in line item 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then in line item 3?
December the 1st, 2020.
Okay, and item 4?
December the 1st, 2020.
And item 5?
It is November the 30th of 2020.
Okay, and item 6?
November the 30th of 2020,
Okay.
as
And
well as 7.
item 7 is, what is that?
That is a Google search.
Okay, of another Google search of how to snap a
How to-
neck?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And item 8?
November the 30th of 2020, how to snap a neck.
And then what are these at the bottom?
These appear to be links to Walmart. I'm not sure, maybe the word neg may be embedded
In the item number?
in the
or something?
item,
Okay,
or it might have been, yes, it is embedded. I see it. It could be an item related to a neck.
okay. All right, and then those were specific to a key term. Are you also able, in going through the UFED reader of the larger phone extraction, to narrow searched items based upon a particular date range?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you asked to generate a report of all searches?
Everybody searches
on the
everything on their
device for a
phone.
particular date range?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the date range that you generated?
I believe that was November the 1st of 2020 to the incident date of December the 8th of 2020.
Okay, so in States Exhibit 131, that's already been admitted, we have a 61-page report. Is this everything that her searched terms between November 1st of 2020 till the incident date of December 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
Not good for her. Not good.
And does this larger report contain the searched items, killing someone to save them, killing someone because the world is fake? Are they contained in this larger search term report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. November 1st of 2020 to December the 8th, yes. All right, and in States Exhibit 61, which is the all the search terms, were there search terms in there that indicated Ms. Driver might be looking to travel in any way?
Yes, ma'am. There were searches about a bus ticket, traveling with a child. I don't know if child was the actual term. It might have been baby, or it may have had her age, but.
Okay.
No, her parents wasn't part of the cult.
I'm gonna publish. This is States Exhibit 131.
All right, and on page 51, starting with search item 547, what was she searching?
547 was 12 tribes, community, single, woman with baby.
Okay, and what was the date of that?
That was November the 22nd of 2020.
Okay. And then item 551, what was she searching?
What does the Bible say about having more than one wife?
Okay. And in item 557,
can God forgive me for being with a married man? Excuse me.
okay. And in item 561,
can God forgive me for harming my husband?
Oh, she was going to kill his ass. She'd been better off.
right? Were you asked to generate a report specifically with regard to anything involving CBD?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 132. All right. And this is indicates it's searched items, so these things that would have been searched on Ms. Driver's device?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and starting with item number 1, what was searched and on what date?
Does CBD work first time? And that was on September the 12th of 2020.
Okay, and item number 2?
Does CBD work first time? September the 12th, 2020.
Okay, and 3?
Does CBD help with anger issues? September the 12th, 2020.
Right, and item 4?
Does CBD help with anger issues? September 12th, 2020.
Okay, item 5?
Breastfeeding with CBD oil experience, September the 8th of 2020.
Okay, and number 6?
Breastfeeding with CBD oil experience, September 8th of 2020.
Okay, and are the next several the same date and same search term?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Yes. And then the item 10?
CBD oil and therapy for mental illness.
Okay, and do you know why that doesn't populate with a date in this extraction report?
I'm not sure exactly. It could be, it's my understanding it could be various reasons. Maybe the breeder didn't import it over. Could have been something that was deleted. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. And then the item searched after that?
How long is CBD in breast milk?
Okay, and number 12?
Does CBD help with depression?
Okay, and then finally number 13?
I breastfed baby on CBD.
Okay. With regard to the CBD in this case, I think we asked Mr. Spillers yesterday, States 87. Are you familiar with this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this small container, where was this located?
That was in the diaper bag.
Okay. And was that the diaper bag that we saw in the scene photos next to Ms. Driver?
Yes,
where Ms.
ma'am.
Driver and the baby were? Okay. And did you at any time request for any testing to be conducted on that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And who did you request that of?
I contacted the Cherokee Multi-Agency Narcotics Squad, and Agent McNeely came over to conduct a field test of the substance.
Okay. And what did you ask him to test it for?
We wanted to find out what the substance was. It was suspected to be CBD, but we wanted to have it tested.
Okay. And did he test it?
He did conduct the test.
We're stipulating to this, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, we've stipulated to the admissibility of State's Exhibit 133, which I would tender at this time.
All right.
All right. And publishing States 133, what did that substance test positive for?
It field tested positive for CBD.
And was your request of him to just test it for whatever substance it was?
Yes, the field test, they test for multiple substances, but it returned positive for CBD only.
Okay. And that was part of the narcotics squad that did that for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to speak to you about sort of your role as an investigator taking this case over post-arrest. Are you aware of when Chloe Driver was arrested and booked into the jail?
Yes, that was on December the 22nd of 2020.
Okay. And were you already working on this case and assigned to this case at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And is part of your role at the district attorney's office to monitor phone communications of any inmates?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you do that with regard to Ms. Driver?
Yes, I did.
And when did you become aware of, well, let me back up. How
Cool,
does the phone
Amy.
system in the Cherokee County Detention Center work?
You're welcome.
So they use a system called Fusion. And so when someone comes in, when they're arrested, they come through booking.
Dolly merch is the best merch.
And
Best
there are
body
phones
wash,
inside the booking
sprays,
area
lotions,
where they can call
lip
out.
balm.
These phones are recorded, but they're at no cost. Once it's determined that a person is not being released for various reasons, what they'll do is they'll be placed in a different location. There are other phones throughout the jail at the Adult Detention Center, and those phones require a code. It's like a 4-digit code that is assigned to each inmate and that allows them to call out. So the Fusion system allows us to go in and search calls underneath the inmate's name. We could also search by number.
Okay. You indicated that the booking phones, when people first enter and are booked in, those are not linked to anybody's account.
They are not. They don't require the PIN. That's not until they're in population.
Okay. So anybody can call from those phones and it's not searchable by an inmate's name.
That is correct.
Okay. And when did you become aware of the first phone calls of Ms. Driver that were linked to an account associated with Ms. Driver?
So periodically, I would be checking the calls under her account, and on on February the 22nd, I was able to locate a phone number for her, or a phone number that she had called.
True Texans.
And listening to that, she had called. The actual call was made on the 18th, so 4 days prior.
Okay. And so on the 22nd, you located a phone call she had made on what date?
February the 18th of 2021.
Okay. So February the 18th of 2021 is the first phone call that you detected on her own account?
Yes.
And are you familiar with who she was calling?
Yes, I did not recognize the number, but I did recognize the voice. And I was able to determine that was Benjamin Ben Michael.
Okay. And what was the date of that call?
That call was on February. The first one that I located was February the 18th of 2021.
Okay. And in monitoring her phone communication with Mr. Ben Michael on that February 18th, 2021 call, did you do anything once you identified that phone number? You said you weren't familiar with the phone number, but you were familiar with the voice. How were you familiar with his voice?
He is the next of kin in this case, so our office makes contact with the next of kin to the victims, and we had done that on occasion.
Okay. And after you identified that phone number being associated with him and a call from her account, what did you do next?
I then went in and searched the number, which is another option that we can do. So I located additional phone calls that were made to that number that were not associated with her name. So they were like in the booking area.
Okay. And so when you got a phone number that you could search, you saw that there were additional calls made from the booking area that weren't associated with her PIN?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you listen to those calls?
I did listen to those calls.
And were those calls between Chloe Driver and Benjamin Ben Michael?
Yes, they were.
And the phone calls that you listened to from the booking area, what were the dates of those phone calls?
The very first call to that phone number was on February the 8th of 2021.
Of 2021, okay. And in listening to the phone calls from everything you looked at from that phone number that you identified as being associated with Mr. Ben Michael, was the first phone number you could locate, first phone call you could locate between the two of them February 8th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you listened to those phone calls from booking, did you develop any concerns?
I did. So she was having a conversation with him, and during that conversation, it appeared that she had been contacting him on another line. During that conversation, she referenced a work phone, which led me to believe that maybe she was using another phone within another area of the jail that was not recorded or monitored.
Okay. And on that February 8th, 2021 call, you indicated already that was the first recorded one you could find. Was it apparent from their communication that they had had other communications since she'd been in custody?
It was clear that they had been communicating.
Okay. And what was it that made you believe she may be communicating with him on an unrecorded or unmonitored line?
There were additional calls that she also made on February the 13th of 2021. And so the conversation that she had on the 8th and then on the other dates, she was talking about being allowed to talk on the phone for an hour or so. And she would talk about how staff would step away. And it appeared that that was when she was able to utilize that phone to call Benjamin Ben Michael.
Okay. And did you alert the jail to your concerns at that point when you discovered that?
I did. I communicated with the sheriff's office on February the 22nd of 2021.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
It's my understanding that the number was blocked, and she was not, and her privileges were taken away.
Okay. Her privileges to use an unmonitored line?
An unmonitored line.
Okay. And what was your understanding of why she was permitted to use an unmonitored line?
It was my understanding that a doctor requested that she be allowed to contact her mom and her attorney on the unmonitored line, and only those two. And then it was approved by the jail staff that she be able to do that.
Okay. And when you informed them that she was utilizing that unmonitored phone time to contact Benjamin Ben Michael, those privileges were taken away?
That is my understanding.
Okay. After that occurred, you indicated that number was blocked. What was that phone number that you first found her being in contact with him on?
May I look at my notes?
Yes, of course.
Okay. The first number was 84.
How many calls did she make to him on that phone number?
There were 33 calls to that number.
Okay. And what was the date range of those calls?
February the 8th of 2021 to February the 22nd of 2021, which I believe the number was blocked, and there were no additional calls to that number at that time.
Okay. So in a 2-week period, she made 33 calls to that number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after you contacted the jail and they blocked that number, what does it mean to have a number blocked? What is the significance?
Hell yeah, PJ. PJ's free.
Called?
So when numbers blocked throughout the facility, they're able to go in and block a number from being called anywhere within the facility. So just understand that you probably already know that no one can call into the jail. No one can call in. So the inmates have to call out. That's the only communication as far as calls go.
Okay. And as it
Definitely
relates
drive
to
safe in
the
this rain.
monitored accounts, do they have to put in their PIN that associates that call with them?
They do, as long as they're in populated or not in the booking area.
Okay. And apart from that phone number, were you able to identify a second phone number that Ms. Driver was utilizing to contact Mr. Benjamin?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what was the second number you identified her contacting him on?
All right, he had to mute the number. Okay, definitely drive home safe, PJ. Don't rush.
How
The
many
rain
calls did she make
sucks.
to him on that phone number?
There were 5 calls.
Okay. And what was the date range of those calls?
That was February the 8th of 2021 to February 23rd of 2021.
Okay. And
Yes, I did.
okay. And what were those?
There are 3 others. 757-392-6370.
As it relates to this case, is that phone number significant or relate to any parties in this case?
It does. That number is Jessica Kavigian's.
Okay. the other wife of Benjamin?
Yes,
Okay. Is that the same phone number that she called 911 from in this
it
case?
is. It's also the same number that she provided to law enforcement.
Okay. And how many phone calls did Ms. Driver place to Ms. Kafigan's phone number to speak to Mr. Benjamin?
7.
Okay. And what was the date range of those phone calls?
March 30th of 2021 to March 31st of 2021.
Okay. And did you locate any other phone numbers that she had utilized to contact him?
Yes, I did.
All right. And what was that?
20.
And what might the reason be for an inmate to utilize different numbers to reach someone after a number has been blocked?
Well, they're still trying to make contact with that person, so they utilize different numbers to reach out to them.
Do you know how many numbers of Mr. Benjamin in the jail blocked?
I believe there were 2
Okay.
that I was aware of.
Okay. And as it relates to, what is the last phone number you told us?
2.
Does that phone number come back to anybody associated in this case?
Sarah Stiles.
Right. And is that the phone number she utilized to call 911 in this case?
Yes, it is, as well as provided to law enforcement.
All right. And how many phone calls did Ms. Driver make to Mr. Benjamin on that phone?
54.
Okay. And what was the date range of those calls?
April the 5th of 2022 to April the 14th of 2022.
Okay. So in a 9-day period, she made 54 calls to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were those 54 calls during that 9-day period made on her account?
No, they were not.
Whose account were they made on?
Brinley Peppers.
Okay. Was that another inmate?
Yes.
And in your experience, why would someone use another inmate's PIN to communicate with someone?
To avoid detection.
When you would go into the system and search calls made by Chloe Driver, would these phone numbers made to Benjamin Ben Michael under Brinley Pepper's account, would those populate?
No, they would not. They would just come up under Brinley Pepper's name.
Okay. And were you able to locate any calls made to Benjamin Ben Michael from any other numbers?
Yes.
To any other numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that number?
47.
Okay. And how many phone calls were made by Ms. Driver to that phone number to Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael?
518.
Okay. And what was the date range of those 518 phone calls?
April the 20th of 2022 to February the 5th of 2023.
Okay. So from the first phone call to him being February the 8th of 2021, when was the last phone call to him?
February 5th of 2023.
So about approximately 2 years after Hannah died?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the total number of phone calls that she placed to him in that 2-year period?
617.
Okay. And in the last phone number, where there were 518 calls that she placed to him, how many different inmates' accounts did she use to accomplish those phone calls?
6 different inmates.
Were any of them her?
No, ma'am.
And you testified that the 617 phone calls that were made by her out to Benjamin was between February 21 and February of 23. Are you aware of the dates in which Ms. Driver was evaluated by mental health experts in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the dates of her evaluations by those doctors?
Dr. Ballard conducted the evaluations on March the 29th of 2021 and June the 12th of 2021.
Okay.
Dr. Garrett conducted 2 evaluations, the first on August the 11th of 2022 and the second on September the 2nd of 2022.
Okay. And after all of those evaluations by Dr. Garrett and Dr. Ballard, did Ms. Driver continue to reach out to Mr. Benjamin and communicate with him after those evaluations had occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
All right.
Well, we're going to find out soon if she
I'm
was
gonna ask you some
insane or
questions
not.
about the Cellbrite report in total, and then we'll whittle it down to the actual reports you did, okay? And then we'll talk about some of the jail calls. One of the things I want to ask you first and foremost, were you asked as part of this case to do any of these extraction reports with respect to Benjamin Ben Michael's phone?
No.
Okay. So you agree with me that there were 3 cell phone extraction reports done in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you received all 3 of those full extractions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the only one that you were asked to pull search terms or run through was Chloe Driver's, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I did review the other phones, but I did not pull
Generate
any reports.
or you didn't conduct any searches on Mr. Ben Michael's phone about mental health or treatment or anything like that?
No, ma'am, I did
Okay,
not.
all right. And the same with Sarah's, correct?
That's correct. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. And part of those reports is contained in those reports. I mean, we're talking with Chloe's, I think it was what, 84,000 pages?
A little over 84,000. Yes,
And
ma'am.
that report is broken down into sections, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And so you can go through that report and, look at the text messages, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any Facebook Messenger that's associated with that phone or that's been logged into on that phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any of their search history,
Yes,
their
ma'am.
cell phone call log, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Voicemails, to a degree,
Yes, ma'am.
based on storage of the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And contacts,
Yes, ma'am.
including like locations of, when they've used the Apple Maps or whatever. All of that is contained in that report, correct?
She sounds
Yes,
guilty.
ma'am. There are some
We
things that
know
don't
she's
import over
guilty.
for
It's
various
just why.
reasons, but yes, ma'am, you're correct.
And it includes stuff that's even been deleted, correct?
Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
So it's never really permanently deleted in some aspects. It shows on the report at least if the item had been deleted, if it pulls it in the report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, it also includes all the, images that they generated with their camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any images they may have downloaded from the internet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and videos as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and one of those reports that is generated is what we call the installed applications one. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to show you, and I'm not tendering it as an exhibit because it's already been admitted. Pages 4014, 4015, and 4016 of Ms.
I thought Jason was her her husband's friend.
All right, with respect to each one that I gave you, each notation, can you tell me what applications were installed and what date those were? Or do you want me to highlight it a little bit for you?
Tape a call.
Yes, the first one is called
Take a call.
Okay, and what date was that installed?
Purchase date was December the 1st of 2020.
Okay, and what about number 2?
My second line, calls and texts. That was November the 5th of 2020.
Okay, and then number 3?
Easy voice recorder. That's that's October the 24th of 2020.
Okay, so even if when you purchase those and install them, it shows up, it generates a report based in that cell, right, Peter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And there's lots of apps that are installed and deleted generally when you review all of those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
The other part about this is that there were other searches done by Miss Driver that you were not necessarily asked to search for, correct? Like she searched for a lot of things.
I did go through the phone and I reviewed it, but there are not reports that I generated for every search that I conducted.
Okay, so you would agree with me that if it was generated as in the overall picture, that it was included was an accurate reflection of what other topics she may have searched for?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so if she searched for things about how to make muffins with vegetables and chickpeas, you have no reason to disagree with that?
That's correct.
Baked casserole for a 1-year-old.
Yes, ma'am.
So not all of her searches were related to anything related to mental health or the event that we're here for today. Is that a fair assessment?
No, that's correct.
Okay. There's also searches in here about things about parenting, correct?
There is, yes, ma'am.
There's there's one about failing at sleep training for a 1-year-old in September of 2020. Do you recall seeing any of those?
Not that one, but
okay.
I
agree if it's
yes,
in the
ma'am.
report that it
Yes.
is what it is. Okay. Also ones about, conditions of the child, like hives, or doing some sort of research to take care of the child.
I do recall that one, yes, ma'am.
Okay. She also did searches in September 2020 related to her baby's specific age and milestones. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
About walking, sleep training, all of those kind of things.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and she also did searches about specific types of food. It seemed that she was trying to figure out what she could feed her child or other things. You would agree with me with respect to that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, she did other searches about and related to the care of her child. You'd agree with me on that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You would also agree that some of that web history and searches included trying to search on how to obtain a birth certificate, correct?
Yes.
All right, and part of that included, and that was around November 25th of 2020. Would you agree with me on that?
I don't recall the date, but that sounds correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And those were searches that were done, and well, you had knowledge about this case from being on it since the beginning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that there were at least contained within law enforcement's reports that they had sought out information to establish Hannah's birth record, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and you understand, or you would agree with me that part of this whole scenario is that one of the reasons we had to establish parentage and stuff was because there wasn't a formal birth certificate or anything else issued.
That's correct.
Okay. So around November 25th of 2020, you would agree with me that these searches indicate that she was looking for how to obtain a birth certificate.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, and some of them included deciding a year later to get a baby a birth certificate.
Yes, ma'am.
And variations of that. She kind of seemed to word it different ways.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall her also looking for how to travel with a baby without that birth certificate?
I do.
And how to obtain, proper documents for her daughter, like a passport and other things around that same time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Part of the Cellbrite report also includes you get emails, correct? You can see emails that are sent to the associated email address with that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and those are all truncated, smaller than what the full message tends to be. But you can see who it came from, the date and time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And kind of the subject and a little bit of the body, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so you would agree with me that if there are certain emails that I'm about to reference with you that are generated from that particular report, you'd have no reason to dispute that they existed, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so, yes.
She is the cop, Brittany, that did the cell phone extraction. Okay, she's one of the investigators for terrible crimes.
All right, so December 8th, 2020, you would, this is item number 4 on page 3898 of the Cellbrite report, with the subject line of "Why did the narcissist pick me?" from English at Quora.com. I think you already talked about Quora, that was part of some of the searches you generated.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You'd have no reason to dispute that that was something that might have been in her inbox at that particular time.
That's correct.
Do you have any familiarity with Quora and how that works?
I do not.
Okay, so typically it may be one of those sites where you ask a question and then get an email response. So if there was something that said like a reply to, you'd have no reason to dispute that.
No, ma'am.
Same with a email.
I'm
on
trying my
December
best to
7th
keep you
from
guys in the loop.
saintquora.com specifically directed to her.
More of the story is don't join a cult.
Subject more related to, I've realized that I'm a bad person. What can I do about it? Again, no reason to dispute that.
No, ma'am.
Same with a subject line from December 6th. Do narcissists know that they've lost a loved one? No reason to dispute that.
No, ma'am.
I know it seems tedious, but how we have to do it. On November 28th, 2020, this is page 3916 of the Cellbrite report. How can I cure a paranoid thought that everybody is against me, plotting against me? Same position.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall seeing any emails in there regarding the the Children of Christ Trust and the SBA applications or anything else like that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And so there were some references on the pages 3970, 3971, 3974 regarding the establishment of their, or when they were applying for that loan, that kind of thing. You
Yes.
recall seeing those though?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Okay. One of the other items that you generated with respect to this particular case was a report or you did a search about a bus ticket for a 13-month-old. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that was generated by you putting in that particular search in the Cellbrite reader and establishing a report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that search, based on your extraction or your running of that report, that was a search that was conducted on December the 8th of 2020. Would it help you if I showed you the report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show her what I'm going to mark as defendant 17. So you agree with me that on December the 8th, 2020 at 12:23 p.m. that she had conducted that search for a bus ticket for a 13-month-old?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, I would move to tender that as the defense 17.
Any objection, Ms. Crawford?
No objection. All right. Some of the other reports I know you
It's
already. I'm sorry.
It's admitted.
Some of the other reports that you entered or talked about already was about the CBD, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those searches began in around September 12th of 2020, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Around the same time that the individuals involved in this case seemed to indicate that Ms. Driver had started utilizing CBD, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And some of those searches included her concern, or it seemed to indicate a concern about breastfeeding while using that substance, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And there was also a search in that particular time frame that she did, specifically asking, like, how long is it in breast milk? Do you recall that? If it's item number 11, you have no dispute about that?
No dispute, yes, ma'am.
All right. And that one of the other searches, which is item number 10 in that state's exhibit, that CBD oil and therapy for mental illness, no dispute about that, correct?
That's correct.
All right. With regard to the searches that you ran about killing or snapping a neck, you didn't find any in those entries or anything about any specifics related to her searching on how to kill a baby, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Didn't have any idea of who she was looking or talking about at that particular time?
No, ma'am, that's correct.
Did you run any searches indicating that regarding suicide or anything else like that? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I may have searched the phone, but I did not pull any reports or create any reports.
All right. To make this easier for you, I'm going to give you back states 131 so we can walk through this one, okay?
Thank you.
All right, so the first item that's searched, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, so these reports kind of actually run backwards, meaning it's the closest in time date, right? All the way to the end date of when you started the search. So the first part of this search started technically ended on December 8th, but it's the first part of the report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when we look at it, we have to kind of look at it like we're reading it backwards.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let's
Hey, Granny. Good to see you.
go back to, if you will go to page 59, if you don't mind.
I'm
And
starting me
look
a
at,
call. Anybody want to
items
join?
655 and 656, and if you wouldn't mind reading the dates and times and what the searches were, please.
Okay, 655 is November the 11th of 2020. And the search is mental institutions, Knoxville, Tennessee, or Knoxville, TN.
All right, and that was, it looks like done 2 different searches on this, just a little bit of time apart, couple of seconds.
So they're
maybe.
just going over all the
1
searches
second.
on her
Yes, ma'am.
phone.
Okay, all right, so we are now going to go to page 57.
I don't know. I kind of feel bad for the girl, but I feel bad for everybody.
And let's look at 627, 628, and 629, please.
Okay, these are made on November the 17th of 2020. And the whole world is waiting on me to heal it. That is for number 627 and 628. And then 629 is the whole world is waiting on me.
Okay, and those were all made within a few minutes of each other based on that timestamp, correct?
Yes, within 3 minutes.
All right, and so if you go up further up that page, we will talk about 619, 620, and 621.
These were also on November the 17th of 2020, all at 10:34, a few seconds apart. And all 3 entries or searches are the whole world is programming me.
All right, and then.
Yeah,
let's
she
go
was a
over
little
some of the
batshit
searches of the
crazy.
baby that we were talking about.
Just a
okay?
little bit.
The page 52. And you would agree with me that these searches from November 22nd of 2020 are.
Yes, there was 3
you
wives. She's
referenced
one of the
earlier
3.
about, the married man and that kind of thing, her searches related to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right, I'm going to direct your attention to page 45, starting at 482. Going down through 490. Now, the way I understand this report, Ms. Jarrett, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that when you are searching, when you plug something in to search it, it can search across multiple applications and that kind of thing. So just because there's multiple entries, it's the device utilizing all its available areas that it can find the information, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so with 482 to 490, can you indicate what on November 23rd of 2020 Ms. Driver's search was?
Home Anchorage, Instagram, Allie, Oma, Gabriella, Cockendall.
Okay, and you know from your work on this case that the Ms. Kuykendall had previously gone by the other name of Oma, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, so we are going to go to 41.
And these are from November 24th of 2020. You would agree that the searches included not having enough and having too much at the same time, live without newness, reliving the same day, everyone is the oneness except me. You'd agree that that's what's reflected in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Page 40. Same date, November 24th, search about the Truman Show ruined my life, history repeating itself, and the life is infinite shattering.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Flip to 39, similar searches. My life is being made for me and doesn't exist outside of me. That's kind of what the gist of that entry, or that page is about.
Yes, ma'am.
Page 38, November 24th, 2020. World is against me. There is no escape.
Yes, ma'am.
37. These are the ones I think you already talked about, but that's the one that says killing somebody to save them and the world is fake.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that there's also a notation on that same day for a search about forced to live.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The 34, we will start with 370 and 371. Those entries are at 9:44 a.m. The whole world is watching and reacting to me.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so then you go up to same date at 11/28/53. This is number 361. Getting a passport during COVID. You would agree with me that that's what those searches were?
Yes,
On
ma'am.
those days, just at different times.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we go back to the birth certificate. We don't need to go back through that. Page 29. 303 are this is November 27th of 2020, are police with Satan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. November 26th, what is the punishment for running from sins? I'm sorry, that's number 310.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then there appears to be, we're on page 28, November 27th of 2020, she did a search about schizophrenia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Also about what I would assume to be like a warrant.
Warrant. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just misspelled a couple times.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then again, on November 28th of 2020, which we're now on page 27, there was another search on that date around 8:14 p.m. for about schizophrenia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, there's lots of searches in between these indicating like looking for a place to live, stuff related to her baby, that kind of thing, correct?
Yes, multiple addresses.
Okay. Also on page 19, December 2nd, 2020, train Knoxville. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Page 18, number 175, a search on December 2nd, 2020, 3:02 in the afternoon. I see patterns and mistakes of myself, life infinite breaking.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, page 13, we're getting there. December 3rd, 2020. A search about I'm evil and don't know how to be nice.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then on the next page, on page 12, the next day, December 4th, there's searches about trying to find ways to treat severe diaper rash. Do you see that on page 12? Numbers 111.
Yeah, baby red rash on body and face. Yes, ma'am. And then cream for severe diaper rash on baby skin.
You would agree with me that aside from the testimony you gave earlier
guys.
about how to snap a neck on those dates, there were, aside from those dates, there were not any additional searches related to that leading up to December 8th, 2020, outside of the ones you highlighted earlier, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So December 4th, December 6th, 7th, 8th, there weren't those kind of searches from the reports that you ran in your review of the data from the cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we're going to go to page 3. And that's that bus ticket one that I asked you about earlier from December 8th, and that's at 12:23 p.m. on the 8th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's another search on 12/8/2020 at 12:44 about going bankrupt or to clear debt.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the next one on there is at 12:47 p.m. and that's the reference to going into the dark for healing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that's the end of
Hey, Epic.
the data on that cell phone with respect to searches, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Is it me or does this lady have green hair? Is that the lighting?
Right.
Yeah, it's really, really dark and raining.
And you redirect. All right, you can step down. Call your next witness, please.
State rest, Your Honor.
Baited. The state rested.
All right.
Oh, well, this is going to be a quick trial.
Given that, we're going to go ahead and recess for the day.
And they're done.
I'm gonna ask
That
you
always
to
happens
come
when I
back
come in.
Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Leave us your notepads. Don't do any research about this case by any means. Don't read any media reports.
You ready to be bored? Testimony has been boring. Yeah, it's over.
To you. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9. Have a
Well,
good
does the
night.
judge's hair look green or is it just a camera angle? I swear it's like the judge's hair looks like it's got a green tint to it too. Yeah, she looks wow. I'm definitely going to turn the phone on in a minute when I figure out how to do it without messing everything up. But I don't know what to think about this, you guys. What do we think about this? She clearly has issues. And ash blonde. Yes, it does, Judge. The judge looks like she's got a green hue in her hair, right? That wasn't just me, right? Okay. Dog, you can't come up here. She's tiny. Yeah, she's really little. And I found a picture of her from before she was in all of this. And she looks like a really happy, healthy young lady. I mean, it's really sad. I don't think you'll be able to see it. You won't, probably. No, but it's crazy how people can become this brainwashed. She's 24 years old. This happened 4 years ago in 2020. And I found the man's Instagram page, and he just seems like he's just living his best life. I don't know if he's had another baby since or he's had several children, but he's just, man, some people, and I just don't understand sometimes how some people have the ability to procreate and then other people just have no ability whatsoever. And it's like, why did they get to have 10 kids? And then there's people that can't have kids at all. And then the people that have the kids literally like end up offing their kids. And it's just like, wow, why? I guess I need to turn this off before it starts talking to me. I don't know anything about this case. Okay, well, this case is about a baby. She was 13 months old. Her name was Hannah Driver. And she was with her mother, Chloe Driver, and her father, who also had 2 additional wives. They were nomads, which means that they traveled around. I believe the reason they were doing that, and this is my opinion only, is because of the cult like polygamy lifestyle that they were living. Polygamy is not legal. I think it's become decriminalized in a certain state, but it's still not legal. I'm really loud. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'll scoot back some and try and talk softer. Is that better? Because I don't know how to turn it down and I don't want to mess with it. And he went in there. But so polygamy is not legal in any state. It's decriminalized somewhere in the northeast, southwest, in the west. I don't know where though. And so I believe that in order to not have criminal charges and being penalized for having the lifestyle that they were living, that they went and traveled around. I had a miscarriage years ago, would have loved to have a child. Exactly. I've had several. But Utah, thank you. Thank you, Donna. It's been decriminalized in Utah, but I mean, it's still not legal. So her husband, which they say husband, but when you go get married, don't you get somewhat checked out as for whether or not you were still married or not? I mean, I guess technically, I guess maybe they don't, but I don't know who would take the time out of their life to go get an actual piece of paper from the government to actually be legally married. And with the way that they were living their cult-like values and ideals, I don't believe was even actually like the Latter-day Saints do not claim these individuals, and they didn't claim that religion either. When her friend Jason was on stand, they didn't claim any type of godly type religion. Like when he was asked if that was something that was in the Bible, he said no, because he said that the male in the household was, he said something like him and the man were off to the side discussing quantum physics and doctorate type stuff, while the women were off frolicking on the beach, hopping and skipping and braiding their hair. Like, not those exact words, but that's how he described it. And I'm like, you arrogant son of a bitch. Like, so basically they would just travel around as this one happy group of people, which I don't know how they handle each other or how they, I can't stand me and my coworker when we're on the period at the same time. So I don't know how you live with those people. Common law marriage. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. So they might have been legally married. They might not. I don't know how that works. And I didn't get into the details of the story, but so they were traveling, and this Jason friend was at a different home. I don't believe it was his home, but the male, which I guess he goes by Z, his name is Ben Michael or Ben Yamin or Z. And then there's like this long Z letter word that he utilizes, and he claims, I guess it's some Hebrew meaning to what he's determined his name to be. It's really strange. But so they were traveling, the 3 sister wives, the male, and the 13th month old baby. They were traveling to relocate to Florida, and they just happened to be passing through Georgia. And so this male, Jason, that was a close friend of theirs, they stopped at that home because I believe Z had some belongings that was there. So he wanted to pick up the belongings. While they stopped at the location, sister wife 1 and 2 went to one bedroom to go take a nap. And Chloe and baby Hannah went into a different room to go take a nap. Well, she got into the room. She locked the door. Her and baby Hannah were in the room. And at some point, she went down to the kitchen to grab a knife. And she came back up, trigger warning. She stabbed the baby 3 times, I believe, in the chest, 1 time in the neck. And then she stabs herself in the neck. Of course, when it was time to go, her husband, Z, and the friend Jason were made aware that she wasn't down there. They were getting ready to leave there. I guess they're doing like a Home Alone head count. Like, here we go. We're leaving the house. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you're all here. Let's go. And well, they of course recognize quickly that Hannah and Chloe are not in the mix. So where are they? So they go upstairs to go try and find Hannah and Chloe, and the door is locked. So of course, husband, that's clearly a little bit overbearing and a lot controlling, in my opinion, based on what we're hearing, breaks down the door. And I guess he lets out this curdling scream, which is the state tried to present him as being this great man due to the fact that he cared about the baby being harmed, and so he let out this curdling scream, I guess. The state described him as rushing over to the baby and putting pressure on her wounds, while this man, Jason, went and attended to Chloe and put all the pressure on her wounds. So fast forward, the baby does not make it, and here we are today, 4 years later. So this happened in 2020. It's now 2024. And so we are now here in the state of Georgia again, and it's Canton, Georgia, which somebody pointed out earlier, Canton, Massachusetts, Canton, Georgia, and then here we are in Georgia again. We were just in Georgia for another mother that harmed her baby. Yes, we definitely have a camera hog. I've got Lolo over here to my right, Wranglers up here just front and center. I really, really think he knows the camera is that way and that the microphone is this way, because he's just positioning himself on purpose to be able to snore into the microphone. But yeah, I'm wondering why they didn't consider past postpartum depression. You know what? And I was thinking about that. I meant to look that up, but I got distracted while I was at work. I believe postpartum occurs after the birth of a baby, and I think there's a certain time frame. I meant to look that up because I'm not sure. The baby was 13 months old, so I'm not sure that it was within the time frame or where she could have been postpartum. See, Angela says, yes, she could have been postpartum. It can last a long time. See, I didn't know that. But it hurts my heart when they started telling the portion of the story about how they didn't believe in medication, so they just started giving her CBD, like, oh, here, fix your problems with this. I just instantly fell for her because I know how I react with CBD product, all and or in that classification. I don't react like the typical person does. I don't get, the whole chill, I'm just going to sit here and eat cookies vibe. I do kind of an opposite of like, oh my God, I don't have spit in my mouth. What are we going to do? So it's not fun to be me if there's that going around. Like, let's say there's a party, and I've done this, so this is from experience. If there's a party going on, she's 24 years old. Postpartum psychosis is also a real thing. You're right. I think the baby is 13 months old. Yes, when the baby was unalived, she was 13 months old. But yeah, so if there's a party and people are smoking and passing around whatever, and I get a hold of it, I will end up in the corner, rocking back and forth, telling everybody walking by me that I don't have saliva in my mouth. And I'm pretty sure I tried to spit on people to show them that I did not have saliva. And after that, I was worried I was dying because of the fact that I didn't have saliva. So that is what happens to me when I'm given any type of, not necessarily CBD, but that other component of CBD that we won't talk about. But CBD also does something to me, not to that effect. CBD does, I'm allergic to hemp. I think they never fully diagnosed me. Every time that I go to the doctor, they tell me, oh, your allergy levels are a little bit elevated with milk, and so therefore you may have a slight intolerance to milk. And I'm like, am I allergic to milk or am I not? And they're like, well, technically, no, you're not, but it's like, it's a little elevated, so you may be a little irritated to milk. And I'm just like, okay, well, they said kind of the same thing with hemp. So I think that's why when I've done CBD gummies, I get itchy and then I get paranoid. And then it's like the same. That's why I'm kind of classifying it for myself in the same context, in the same, like, to me, they're kind of the same. Work was great. It was boring and it was busy and people complain and it's just not really that much fun. But now it's raining and we're just sitting here just chatting away. So that's it in a long summary. I'm also allergic to hemp. Yeah. I found out I was allergic to hemp when I had a suntan lotion that I took with me to the tanning bed one time. It was brand new. My friend gave it to me and she's like, this is the best tanning lotion ever. I go and get ready to get into the tanning bed. I put it all over me and it's the kind that I guess tingles. I like stuff that tingles. I don't know why. It's like, I must like pain because, you know, we talked about this on my channel before, but I like the lip plumper and it tingles. But there's this suntan lotion the girl gives me. It's got a tingle to it. She's like, it kind of feels like you're just cooking in an oven, like just slightly cooking, not like, because of course me, I'm like, I'm cooking. Is it gonna burn? Like what? She's like, no. It's just like a slight singe. And I'm like, okay, but I mean, if I'm gonna look like you, because she looked like she had a killer tan. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna try it. So I try it, put it all over me. It burns. Like, she lied. It wasn't just a small singe, it was a burn. But long story short, I get in the tanning bed. I'm in there for like 8 minutes. That's it. That's all it took. 8 minutes. I had the worst rash I've ever had in my entire life. Like, it was all on the parts here, on the inside, on the, you know, like underneath your knee, where it's like usually real pale white, pasty colored. For me, at least, that's the part that never really gets sun very good. That was all rashed up. I mean, I had the worst rash. They probably had to give me a shot of my ass, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, those tingle banners. I remember those. Tanners. I'm allergic to chocolate milk. That sucks. That sucks. I would be mad at life if I was allergic to chocolate milk. I did that once. Try anything once, but blimey, I shouldn't. Me too. I know. Unless it's something that scares me, and then I don't. But for the most part, so I found out I was allergic to hemp that way. But I also remember, and I don't know if anybody in the chat ever heard it, but there was a story that came out of California. And I know it was while we've been dating, so it had to have been within the past 2 years. And it was a woman in California that had smoked, and it's not CBD. So CBD is not technically the same. Like, I'm just kind of classifying it because for me, I know both bother me, but both may not bother everybody. Everybody's different. But it was a case in California where the woman, either they smoked and went to sleep, or I don't know how it went about, but she basically stabbed her boyfriend several times. And they said that the marijuana had an adverse effect on her and that she basically had some kind of, I need to look it up before I try to tell the story. I feel like it was either hallucinated or she had an insanity moment from the marijuana. And I'm like, I didn't think that happened, but she was not charged for the crime. And I was shocked. I'm like, is this because it's California? Because, you know, they're more, I don't know. But ultimately, that's one of the things that I thought of in this story, because it's like CBD typically wouldn't do that to the normal person. But I mean, if you have all of the things together, like postpartum, prior mental health history that's undiagnosed, untreated, the reactions to the CBD, the natural body way, like an allergy. So it could have been just everything all at the same time, but I just can't, I don't get it. You know, I get that she felt trapped, and they showed that she was in fact trapped, because that man, Jason, who was friends with her husband, Z, physically had to grab her from traffic to restrain her from trying to run out, and then brought her back into the freaking environment. Like, how do you live with yourself, sir? Something worse is going on. What do you mean, Emma? My husband's nephew had seizures when he smoked. Seizures. See, that's what I mean. It's like everybody is so different, and everybody is possibly, there's an extreme level to here and an extreme level here, and then somebody could be like right dead in the middle of it. They have no reaction to it. Some people get really loopy when they do it. Some people get like nothing, like they feel more hyper than they do tired. It's like, it's just weird how a lot of people have different effects when they take different things. Let me see if I can figure out. I totally just lost my train of thought and what I was trying to do with the phone line, that I just completely just was talking like, I don't think that I can figure it out without him in here. I'm worried because if the phone comes up and I don't, I think I might be able to figure it out. I'm so sorry, dog. I did not mean to disturb you. What was I thinking? Like, I'm terrible. I completely just woke you up. I'm sorry. Let's see. We're going to put this right here. We're going to put this right here. I want to just talk because, sometimes talking is fun. Make this fall again. But yeah, so I kind of want to know, what do you guys think? Is she gonna, like, what could her defense say to that other than like, okay, clearly she's not well. Clearly she was being taken advantage of and in a bad relationship. Okay, I'm going to try it. I'm going to turn the phone lines on. And if you guys want to call in, the phone line is open. Hopefully I can figure it out. And hopefully I did it right. Because if not, then I'm just going to have to let you guys go. And that'll be it. So I just can't. It's like, how do you I did it. Can you guys hear that okay? Push a 1 in the chat if you can hear this okay. This is PJ. Who's this and where are you calling from?
PJ.
What's up?
Doug from Tennessee.
I knew it was you.
Hey, I got this day. I got it down pat, don't it?
You do. It's like you've got the best trigger finger on a dialer I've ever seen.
I mean, the first or last.
Yeah. What do you have to add about this case, Doug? What do you think?
This world's gone nuts, man.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
I believe they need to bring back the psycho wards and put these people back in the nut houses.
Yeah, I mean, but we still have institutions, and there are people still getting put in those. So, like, what do we need to like make skyscraper versions of them? I mean, like, what? I don't know.
I got a feeling. I got a feeling it's the drugs.
Yeah, but they weren't taking drugs. That's the thing.
Yeah, but that CBD, man, they ain't no. That stuff can mess with your mind too.
Yeah, I guess there's certain. See, I don't trust anybody, so I always think like, well, what if, even with my vitamins, I always think like, well, what if this isn't really like vitamin B or something, and like they could put anything they want to in here. Like, what even is it? Because on the ingredient labels nowadays, it says like other natural flavors. Like, what? What does that mean, Doug?
Yeah, because they can substitute your flavor with just chemicals.
Right. Like, what actually is another natural flavor? Like, what? I
mean, everything you eat anymore got chemicals.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't get solid food anymore.
No, you don't. And I mean, trying to eat healthy is so expensive.
I just like Dolly was talking about eating a hamburger, where he went and got a cheeseburger from a place that fixes them. If he would have got the hamburger and fried it himself and done it himself, I bet it would have been a lot better on him.
I tried to tell him that. Actually, I tried to convince him because we went at that point in time when it was in the beginning when he was really trying to eat nothing but healthy. We went to this place that had bison burgers and they had turkey burgers, and they were just like 4-star reviews on both and the building. And I'm like, we'll go in here, we'll get you a bison burger or a turkey burger, or I'll just go to the store and I'll get the stuff. We'll put it in the fryer. Like, because I've made everything under the store. Like I even made a cake one time in an air fryer. So like it's not hard. And he just was like, no, I don't want it. It's not going to be the same. It's not going to taste good. I'm like, okay, fine. So after he had been eating healthy just recently, it was like 2 weeks ago, we finally went and he finally got, you know, the favorite place that he liked. He finally got that burger. Yeah, it was bad.
But I'm just saying, if he cooked the hamburger himself, it wouldn't be processed like all the rest of this food.
Yeah.
I mean, like go to Walmart and buy your own hamburger and cook it.
Yeah.
And when you cook it, it's drier than it is when you get it from a processed food.
Why is that?
That's because you cook it right.
Right. So they're just not cooking it correctly, or is it the oil they're using?
It's like the oil they're using.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
And the hamburger meat, they get it from a processing plant.
Yeah.
You
Is
know,
it just because they're already like pre-made or something, or like what? Because I mean, what their beef is not much different than the beef from the store, right?
Yeah, but they got a lot of preservatives in them.
Yeah, I know that Taco Bell at one point were saying that their meat was like close to dog meat. How can they do that?
Yeah, well,
How
it's just like Wendy's. Wendy's years ago, they said they had worms in their hamburger.
Oh, ew.
That's what they said.
Oh, that's gross.
They never proved it. But I mean,
Yeah.
that was just a rumor that went around.
When they say worms, I mean like parasite worms, or because oh my god,
no, I don't know what kind of worms. I didn't eat Wendy's.
No, I don't either.
But I mean, it's just food. You're letting people prepare your food, and you never know.
Yeah.
You just never know. That's why I'd rather cook my own food. Now, I don't mind a grilled steak here and there.
Yeah.
But I mean, all the time, no.
Yeah.
But
it's just so easy. I think the reason we were doing it so much, and we still kind of do it a little bit and go out to eat, is because it's just, we both live like really crazy hectic lives, and stopping to actually sit and cook a meal it takes time. Everything takes time.
and that's what we're running short of is time.
Yeah.
We don't have time to do nothing anymore.
That's a good idea. Miss Long said I need to order the bison burger and just share it with them. That's a good idea. I don't think I've ever had bison.
And another thing that's wrong with this world is family values.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, family values. Now think about it. Dude's got 3 wives, scamming America, and she caught up in this. She knows what she was doing.
Yeah.
It was just a guilt trip, and then he didn't want to have nothing to do with her. And she felt bad.
Yeah.
And tried to end her life and his life. It's like Dolly said, mental abuse is worse than physical abuse.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's a lot worse.
And people don't realize the family values are gone.
Sad.
Kids nowadays, they don't play. All they do is get on a computer.
You're right. You're right. And it's been like that because my daughter's 13 now. Probably when she was 8, maybe, she had no interest in any type of toy anymore, really. I mean, it was hard to get her to be still and just like play with the stuff she used to have. Like she used to have little character collector items, like little cartoon little toys, and she just all of a sudden just didn't want nothing to do with any of it.
But she's on the internet, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's why I'm a firm believer that you never get on the internet till you're 18-year-old.
Yeah, but
just like drinking alcohol.
What are you going to do? Keep them out of school? It's like they get on the internet at school.
They shouldn't be on the internet in school. It should just be school internet.
Oh, I mean, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
You know, like Facebook, a child should not be on Facebook until it's of age of 18-year-old.
I agree. I think social media.
That stuff.
Yeah, I think social media has ruined our communication skills.
And nowadays, people don't meet people like they used to.
No,
it's all online.
Yeah, and that's sad.
I'll let somebody else call in.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in, Doug.
Tell Dolly I've fallen and I can't get up.
I'll tell him. Have a good one.
Right, later.
Bye. I never turned the phone off. So I guess it was just Doug that wanted to talk. I won't keep y'all all night. So yeah, I'm not even sure where he went. He just left me here. I do a lot of cooking though. See, every time I highlight it, it's harder for me to read it because the light is over here on this side and it's like shining my eye at the exact level of where I can't see. We don't eat at McDonald's. I haven't eaten at McDonald's since before I got pregnant. And actually, no, right after I got pregnant. And my kid is 13. Something in it, all of a sudden, I became pregnant and I just couldn't tolerate it. And maybe that's just a sign. Your body's so powerful that it could tell you, like, if you really listen to it, what's right and what's wrong. I do a lot of cooking, though. Last weekend, I made true Irish slaw stew. My eyesight is bad. With lamb meat. Weekend before, I made pineapple salmon. Wow, that sounds fancy. That sounds like you've got a gourmet chef there. Mine don't do social media at all. My daughter claims that she's deleted her Facebook, which I caught on to very early on when she made it. So I probably need to check again to make sure it's deleted. But I mean, the kids just are like that now. They talk on the internet, and it's like, if you call somebody on the phone, you're a weirdo. And I'm like, I caught myself saying that type of stuff to her or around her. And then I'm like, well, what do you expect? She's just like you. So, do you like soup, PJ? Yeah, I love soup. The pandemic. Yes, that Holly Dolly, you're right. This, I feel like, ruined like the direction we were going in, where kids were going to be happy, healthy, grow and make great things of themselves and just live life. I feel like this occurred. And with my child personally, I witnessed like a decline in socialization and communication. And it's almost like she went from being this ecstatic young child that was friendly with everybody, talkative, just confident, to like, she was scared to talk to people in public, and she walks around with like, she's slumped, like she's not confident. And I know that I'm not 100% confident. So I'm like, how do I teach her confidence if I'm just like, I'm not so sure about myself either. So I don't know. It's like, I don't know. There's things in life that I think we need to have like mandatory classes on. Dolly went to get his new wives. Yeah, he did. I love soup and salad. I love salad. But only sometimes. It's got to be a specific type of ranch dressing. And then once you get to that level of where you got to have the nice, fatty, juicy, really tasty ranch dressing on top of your salad, it's like the whole salad concept becomes pointless, because then you're doing the whole calorie and fat and all that intake regardless. So I'm making homemade egg rolls right now, PJ. Yum! Did your dad come back inside? You better go tell him he got to come in here. Nobody wants to call and talk, so we got to end it.
Okay, is it wrapped up?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we got some running to do, so tell everybody bye. And
you can end it. It's your show. I don't know how to end it.
Okay, guys.
Plus, I turned the computer or the phone on, and I talked to Doug, and then nobody else wanted to call, so I was just shooting the shit. Okay. Well, we're going to get out of here. We got some errands to run, and then we'll be back for our true crime show tonight about, what, 10? Yeah. So 10 o'clock, tune back in. We will see you guys then. Have a good day, people. Bye. Bye, PJ. Bye, PJ.